You're listening to One More Storm, Book 6 in the Mistletoe Matchmakers of Clearwater County Romances, by Bonnie R. Paulson. Santa is bringing the enemy, and Amanda is going to fall for him. He definitely wasn't on her Christmas list. What if loving him ruins everything and everyone she cares about? Mistletoe is under attack, and Amanda is at the forefront of the Christmas war. With nothing to lose, Amanda is determined to face down the problems tormenting her families, both of them. But when Amanda hires who she believes is a personal therapist, she plans on taking things to the next level. What she doesn't plan on doing is falling for the man who ends up working for the enemy. When Tommy comes to get information on the town of Mistletoe and the families thriving there, the last thing he plans on doing is falling for the woman at the crux of the situation. But his protective instincts rear up as he realizes Amanda is trying to take on so much, and she has no idea what she's up against. With debts owed and unpaid, can Tommy do the job he was hired to do while keeping Amanda safe? Or is he destined to destroy everything he touches? And can Amanda believe in love when she's not even sure what family is? Continue with the Mistletoe Matchmakers and see just how much family and love play a role in finding redemption. Chapter 1. Amanda. Fidgeting with the tassels on her brown and blue scarf, Amanda took a deep breath and looked around the unassuming office building. She'd never been inside a therapist's business place before. Were the walls supposed to be neutral and almost boring in color? Or the fake ficus plants supposed to look so falsely cheery? Nothing about the dull cushions or the worn carpet made her feel comforted. Was that part of the strategy? Someone must have recently heated something in the microwave somewhere, with the lingering scent of a stew or casserole wafting around Amanda, and a few of the other people sitting in the gray and blue tweed-style lobby chairs. Her stomach growled, reminding her she hadn't eaten all day because of nerves. It wasn't every day someone signed up for therapy. Over 20 of the flat-backed seats had been set up along the periphery of the large room with sporadic lines stretching toward the desks on the opposite side of the entrance doorways, separating the lobby space into smaller waiting areas. Biting the soft inner skin of her cheek, Amanda shifted on the seat and cast another anxious glance in the direction of the empty reception desk. A small white sign read, "At lunch, back at 1." At 1. It was 1:01. At just that moment, a smartly dressed woman in a white blouse and black pencil skirt sauntered from somewhere behind her desk and claimed her seat. She tucked the sign away, putting a headset on and signing onto the computer. Her professional smile was already in place. She notably avoided looking at anyone in the waiting area, like she didn't dare bring on the influx that would surely follow. Amanda suddenly didn't want to approach the desk and talk about what she needed. This wasn't like some standard doctor visit. She didn't want to get to know the receptionist who, while appearing very friendly, didn't seem overly warm. Maybe they grew them differently in Colby, Montana, or maybe Amanda was just looking for something to dislike so she could back out. Either option was very plausible. Shaking her head, Amanda stood and turned toward the doors. Talking herself out of staying and filling out the paperwork wasn't hard. Just how badly did she want to get therapy? Not at all, actually. In fact, she was only there because her family had encouraged her to do something, anything to help her make sense of what was happening. Her phone buzzed in her hand as she reached the door to the exterior lobby of the large office building. Glancing at the screen, Amanda wrinkled her nose. She grinned tightly and swiped the screen. "Taylor, how's it going?" "You're leaving the office, aren't you? I had a feeling you might want to bolt. I think you should know that this is good for you. Therapy is going to help you deal with all of this a lot better than if you try to take it on by yourself. You understand that, right?" Amanda's sister's voice was consoling while also being on the closer side of challenging. Amanda released the door handle and turned back, pressing her lips into a thin line. "I'm waiting to talk to the receptionist. I wasn't leaving or anything else. I know I need this." Amanda rolled her eyes as she blatantly lied. They both knew she lied, but Taylor didn't call her on it. Good thing. The call ended with Taylor laughing about something one of her twins was doing. Tucking her phone into her pocket, Amanda looked up, straight into the eyes of the receptionist who arched an eyebrow as she studied Amanda. "Can I help you?" Professional. For some reason, the woman's attitude struck Amanda as offsetting, but Taylor's nagging call still rang in her ears. Stepping up to the desk, Amanda smiled tightly. "I need some paperwork. I have a consultation today. The name is Amanda Dean." She shifted her feet. She didn't want to be there. She didn't want to talk to a stranger about her problems. How could she trust anyone with her secrets? "Of course. Here's your paperwork, and the last page is the list of therapists we have on staff. We'll put you with an onboarding consultation today, but most likely that will be who you continue seeing. We don't like to move patients around from their therapists. Do you have a preference on a male or female?" The woman finished her spiel like she'd said it 100 times a day for the last decade, even though she couldn't even be in her mid-20s. Amanda slowly accepted the clipboard and then flipped to the last page. There were a lot of pages to fill out, but that wasn't the overwhelming part. The list of therapists working there for Amanda to choose from made her catch her breath. She studied the first few names and then lowered the clipboard. Is it okay if I just let you choose? I don't know any of these names or anything about any of them. I'm not partial to male or female either." It was like asking her to pick out what kind of flower she wanted for an event. Flowers were for her sister to dwell on. Or cakes or cookies would be for Carrie, another sister, to decide on things. No, Amanda wasn't sure what she preferred or what her specialty was. She didn't know anything about herself. That's why she needed the therapist. Once she could get past finding out the truth about her parenting, she could start understanding more about herself. That was the theory anyway. As if the receptionist could possibly understand where Amanda was coming from, she nodded conspiratorially. "Don't worry. You're not the only one who has that problem. Fill out the paperwork, and we'll see who your best match would be from there." Best match? Like when Amanda was matching people up for marriage and a life together? How in the dickens would this receptionist be able to know what Amanda needed? It's not like there was a compatibility test for the therapy, was there? She clenched her fingers around the stiff, thick pack of papers made stiffer by the clipboard, and she turned back to the chair she'd originally waited in. Sinking back to the oddly comfortable cushion, Amanda pulled a pen from her purse and started the arduous process of filling out the forms. Yep. A 4-page questionnaire was extremely similar to the matchmaking surveys she gave to clients looking for love. 10 minutes later, Amanda sat up from her hunched position and sighed. She flipped through the pages one last time and returned her pen to the depths of her purse. She approached the reception desk again, but the woman was gone. How many breaks did a person need? The time commitment was already more than she wanted to make, and she hadn't even seen anyone yet. Amanda set her clipboard on the desk for the woman to find, and turned back to the chair to wait. How much longer would she need to wait to meet the person who would help her make sense of finding out her father wasn't her father and her mother had had an affair? How much longer until Amanda's thoughts made sense and she didn't feel like the outsider everywhere she went? How much longer until Amanda didn't feel like she was completely alone?
Chapter 2. Tommy. The woman's dark curls gave her away immediately. Tommy had studied the plethora of photos his client had sent him of his target, and he'd memorized every curve of her face and every detail the pictures could portray. Somehow, the images had failed to express the graceful way she moved or the soft lilt to her voice. Somehow, they'd failed to warn him just how intrigued by her Tommy would be. If he'd had a heads up, he would have rethought the assignment. But as it was, private investigator work wasn't as high-paying as one would hope, and he couldn't afford to be as picky as he'd like. A man couldn't have too much pride when he had bills to pay and family members to take care of. No. Tommy's responsibilities outweighed his personal options. Plus, he was good at what he did. But he'd been studying the Dean woman for the last week, and he was ready to make contact. But how? When she set the clipboard down on the absent receptionist's desk, It was like getting back leg kicked in the gut by a cranky mare. Of course, he could pretend to be her therapist. How hard could being a therapist be? Listen to someone's problems, offer a random here and there, and send them on their way after the hour. Easy. He sidled from around the corner where he'd been standing and gripped the edges of the clipboard in a tight hold. He stood to the side, moving toward the doors off the lobby leading into the office. He glanced at the paperwork, as if he didn't know the patient's name, and then glanced up, looking around the waiting room like he had no idea her curvy body was feet from where he stood. "Amanda, Dean?" She leaned forward, lifting her hand in the air and staring his direction. "Here." She stood, rearranging the strap of her purse over her shoulder and stepping his way. She glanced toward the rear of the receptionist area and looked at him quizzically. "Should we be going that way?" Tommy swallowed, jolted off guard, as her silky voice directed his way. He waved over his shoulder with her paperwork. "Actually, my office is under construction, so we'll use some of the conference rooms out here until everything is situated. Is that okay with you?" He strove for professional, but he wanted to lose himself in her blue eyes. He'd never seen such thickly lashed pools of sapphire before. Oh great, listen to him now. He was waxing poetic about the way one of his marks looked. "Keep it together, man. You have a job to do." Amanda didn't argue as she shook her head and followed him out into the larger foyer area of the office building. "No, that's fine. I'm actually grateful I don't have to deal with that robot up front anymore." She laughed, the sound tinkling around Tommy and filling him with an unaccustomed warmth. He motioned her into the first conference room he came across, opening the door and ushering her inside as he glanced behind them to make sure no one followed him. From what he understood, those rooms were open for anyone to use. He dropped the blinds on the windows looking into the rest of the interior of the office space and then turned back to Amanda, a smile on his face. "Okay, so let's get settled. You pick a place to sit and I'll follow suit." He wanted her to be comfortable before he started asking her questions. Mentally, he patted his own back. This might be his best idea yet. He'd have full access to all the information he needed. His client had hired him to get as much information from the leggy, dark-haired woman as he could. According to Ms. Hallowell, Amanda had stolen a large sum of money from her, and it was Tommy's job to find out where she would have hidden it. Not only was he supposed to find out about the money, he had a list of things he was supposed to get from places in Mistletoe. He'd been following Amanda for a couple weeks and still had no idea where to start. He had to find the items Ms. Hallowell had asked for. The amount of money she'd promised him surpassed any debt he had. He needed to complete the assignment. Amanda licked her lips and slowly pulled her jacket off, hanging it from the back of her chair. Her glossy curls fell down her back and shoulders, in stark contrast to the turquoise blouse she'd paired with black jeans that snugged her hips and thighs. She sank to the chair and splayed her hands on the table. "I'm sorry. I've never done this before. I'm as nervous as the first time I got a massage." She laughed, shaking her head at some joke and huffing. Tommy stared at her, bemused as he rounded the end of the long table to take a seat across from her. Interesting. That with all of the money and privileges she supposedly had, not to mention the other traits Ms. Hallowell had been determined to label Amanda with, Amanda hadn't sat at the head of the table. She'd taken a seat near the end and away from the front. Extremely unexpected for a spoiled rich girl. Placing the file of information on the table in front of the chair, he pulled out and then took the seat obviously for him. He smiled at Amanda and her becoming pink cheeks. "What happened the first time you got a massage?" Amanda's blue eyes twinkled, and she leaned forward, slowly taking off her gloves. "Well, my sister set up the appointment with a masseuse named Raoul." She laughed and shook her head, the curls bouncing just past her shoulder line. Tommy smiled in spite of himself and waited for her to go on. She giggled at the memory and waved her hand. "I'm led back to the room and then left in there to wait for this guy. No one said anything about changing yet or anything, so I just stood there. Then in walks this extremely handsome man. I just stared at him. It was horrifying. But that's not all. No, there's more. Tommy leaned back in his chair, full-on grinning at Amanda. I bet there is. As if he hadn't said anything, Amanda continued. Raoul looks me over and says, Okay, you're going to need to change and get into position. I'll wait about 5 minutes and then come back in. Which is fine, right? Pretty self-explanatory. Except, no one told me I was supposed to get under the sheet or that I could wear a robe or even what to change into. I literally got naked and then stood there. She closed her eyes, her cheeks bright pink. Then she opened them, her smile broad. See? Definitely something to be nervous about. What if that happened again? Tommy couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. You were nervous you were going to be asked to disrobe for therapy? What kind of therapy are you here for? Amanda cleared her throat and continued chuckling. Well, I'm horribly messed up. I think I have daddy issues, which until recently I thought for sure were mommy issues. Really what it comes down to is, I have serious issues, and I'm hoping you'll tell me what kind of issues they are and how to fix them. Her easygoing self-deprecation lacked any real cynicism until Tommy looked a little closer into her eyes. There was sadness and doubt there, and he suddenly didn't know what to say. His education definitely wasn't in psychology. He didn't need the degree to see that something was bothering Amanda on a deeper level. All he had to do was figure out what it was. Maybe it was the guilt behind stealing Ms. Hallowell's money, or maybe it was the worry that one day her guilt would catch up to her. Whatever bothered her, Tommy hoped it wouldn't take long to get the truth out. He didn't know how long he could be around Amanda's disarming charm without being affected. She studied him, and Tommy realized he hadn't said anything for a bit. Cocking her head to the side, Amanda quirked an eyebrow. Do you have a prognosis at this point? Am I curable? Exhaling, Tommy adjusted in his seat, offering a smile to lighten the moment. Well, I wish I could just whip out a term and throw down some treatment, but that's not the way this works. We'll pretty much be talking with each other an hour or so a week. More if we can swing it. He motioned toward the paper in front of him, as if he had any idea what he was doing. I'll take notes and then analyze what you tell me, and then share any insights I'm able to gather. The best thing about this whole process is the unbiased opinion I can offer. Unbiased. Well, that wasn't exactly true, but neither was pretending to be a therapist feet away from the real therapy office. All he had to do was get the information he needed, and then he could call her and have her set up a new appointment with the office. That's it. Nothing could be easier. She'd never have to know. Tommy could get in, do his job, and then get out. No one would have to get hurt. Especially the woman he was already fast learning had a small degree of self-hatred that Tommy didn't understand. Guilt could do that to a person. Maybe she really was guilty of what Ms. Hallowell had said. If Amanda was guilty, then that made things 1,000 times easier on Tommy. So, what do you think about your father? Tommy crossed his leg like he'd seen a psychologist do on TV once. He wasn't an office worker. He preferred working in the field or manning the family ranch. Sitting behind a table wasn't exactly his place of choice, but he could do whatever he needed to in order to save the family ranch, divinity. But it would be hard with such a beautiful woman sitting across from him, distracting him from his main objective. Amanda jerked back, her eyes wide. Wow, you just jump right in, don't you? It wasn't a question. Had he asked something wrong? Isn't that what we're here for? Would you rather waste your time and money on talking about the weather? Yes, he'd come at it like he was an aggressive therapist. Was there such a thing? Amanda considered him for a minute. In fact, she stared at him so long, while nibbling on her lower lip, Tommy thought for sure she was onto him. After a minute, she sighed, blowing so her lips parted. She slouched backwards, folding her arms and averting her gaze. Yeah, you're right. I just wasn't ready to talk about him. Let's make this easier to talk about. Pick one word that describes your father. That should be easy, right? Tommy was flying blind. The one word he'd used to describe his father wasn't a word to be said in polite company. Even in bawdy company, the word wasn't appropriate. Dead or alive. Which one? Amanda narrowed her eyes, leaving her arms folded. Which one? Like which word? Tommy furrowed his brow. She'd already confused him, and they hadn't even really gotten started. No. Which father? Apparently, the man who raised me isn't my biological father. My mother had an affair with our family rival, and now I found out that a couple of my sister's husbands are actually my half-brothers. I'm not quite sure which father you want me to assign a word to. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she dropped her challenging gaze to the top of the table. Tommy processed what she'd said, unsure how any of that information was helpful for his case. He blinked, and when he spoke, it was slow. Well, yes, I can see how that would be hard. How about we focus on one at a time? What about the man who raised you? What word would you use to describe him? Yes, safe. Tommy could do safe. He was stepping into something outside of his realm of understanding, and he had a horrible feeling that if he messed up, he could potentially ruin this woman's life. One word? Amanda took a deep breath and continued staring at the table, as if she were lost in thought. The room became so quiet that Tommy could hear the different nuances of their breathing. Amanda's was a little shallower, a little faster. She had a lot more at stake in those moments spent with Tommy. He was after answers to sell to a client, while Amanda was after answers to help figure out her mental game for her life. Definitely more invested. His conscience was pricked, and Tommy didn't like the feeling at all. When you look at your father, what do you think? Tommy twirled the pen he had from his own stuff, grateful he had something to do with his hands, even if it was fidgety and on the annoying side. Amanda finally raised her gaze to Tommy's face. Dad. I would describe him as Dad. Does that word count? Her words trailed off between them, full of emotional questions. Tommy leaned forward. I think the most important thing is that the word means something to you. This isn't what I think about your father. This is what you think about him. If you think of him as Dad, then that is the word you should use. If he didn't say so himself, he'd have to say he sounded like he knew what he was talking about. Not such a bad job. He'd take it. A single solitary tear trailed down Amanda's cheek, stirring something in Tommy's chest. What if he doesn't think of me as his daughter anymore? We all just found out. And I'm afraid he doesn't love me anymore. Amanda's voice had a raw edge from the emotional upheaval evident in the way she held her shoulders and the tightness to her expression. Did he refute what she was doubting, or did he recommend a solution? A lot more hung on the line with this new route he'd decided to take. How did he back out without compromising everything he'd already done?
Chapter 3. Amanda. The receptionist had made Amanda never want to return to the therapy place. Now, Tommy, her therapist, made her never want to leave. Was it ethical to have such a good-looking man be a therapist? There was something about him that made it easy to talk, easy to divulge her secrets to him. He didn't seem like he was asking questions to figure out what was wrong with her, but more like he was engaged in a conversation to get to know her better. Tommy wanted to get together in a couple days, even made note of it in his notebook before she shook his hand and walked from the room. Her hand still tingled. She didn't remember anything spectacular about their standard handshake. Nothing out of the norm except for the man attached to the hand with broad shoulders, long legs, a hard jawline, and piercing gray eyes. Who would have thought gray could be so arresting? And dang her for noticing his eye color. The whole thing was not the best situation. She needed someone she didn't feel self-conscious around. Wait, but she hadn't. She'd actually felt like herself in that chair across from him. She hadn't felt like she had to hide anything or smother the things she wanted to say. She simply could be herself. Amanda couldn't remember the last time she'd felt like that. Even before she found out her father wasn't really her father, Amanda had always felt like she didn't fit in. Not with her sisters, not with the kids at school, not with their church group, not even with the animals in the barn. She didn't fit in. No matter what anyone said, she never fit in, and she could tell. But not too long ago, she'd found out why she felt so out of place. Now, she just needed to figure out how to put the answers into order so that she could finally find where she fit, where she belonged. Her dad's idea, well, did she continue calling him Dad? Was he her dad? As Amanda climbed into her rig, she blinked back tears. She certainly hoped she could still call him Dad. He was the only father she knew, and she loved him, regardless of the lack of blood relation. But how did he feel about it? He probably thought he wanted nothing to do with her. Maybe he even felt betrayed. She didn't blame him. It made perfect sense he would feel that way. His wife had had an affair and gotten pregnant with Amanda and had played it off as if the baby was David's. She gripped the steering wheel with tight fingers and drove onto the highway entrance, distracted by the fact that she had no idea what she was doing, no idea what she should do, and no idea how she should feel in the situation. All of the confusion was enough to overwhelm her. She wanted to feel better about herself and what she did, and until that afternoon, she hadn't thought it was possible. But Tommy... With their short session, she felt like maybe she had hope. That was more than anything else she could have thought possible. Amanda's cell rang, and she pushed the answer button on her Bluetooth connection on the dash of her truck. "This is Amanda." "Hey, it's Tay. Can you stop in town and pick up Dad's suit? He's gone until later in the week, and Cynthia said she's closing the laundromat for the weekend. Dad needs it for the judges' panel." Taylor was all business during the day, and it somehow made Amanda feel even more normal. Taylor wasn't hemming and hawing around Amanda, nervous to make her feel bad. Instead, she acted like she always did. Amanda appreciated that. She needed that. Something to feel normal. "Yeah, of course. Dad's out of town still?" Amanda's voice faltered on the word Dad, but she talked like nothing in her life had changed. "That's right. If you need to come to our place for dinner, come over at 5. We're having fish sticks. I have no idea why, but that's what Isaac wants lately, so that's what we're eating. I'm not going to lie. I can't wait for him to get out of this tater-tot loving phase and into a more..." She sighed like she couldn't find the right words. "Pizza-loving stage? Steak-loving? What would you prefer?" Amanda laughed and shook her head, glancing behind her and switching lanes as she passed a semi-truck on the freeway. "Well, steak wouldn't be a bad thing." Taylor laughed as well. "Okay, grab that for Dad and I'll see you at 5 if you decide to come. Bring some adult food if you do." Taylor chuckled with just a hint of exasperation in her voice. She loved her children. That much was evident. But probably like most parents, Taylor reached her patience levels and didn't know what to do. Amanda would probably need to give Taylor a break with her 3 kids sometime soon. Anything to keep her sister from losing the fine line of control she held onto everything with. They said their goodbyes, and 30 minutes later, Amanda pulled in front of the Mistletoe dry cleaner's shop to retrieve her father's suit. Most of the businesses in town would close up for a week in late October or early November for their holiday vacation or hunting season. Once the business owners came back, things would hit full swing for the holidays and the Mistletoe matchmaking annual competition. Even the date auction had become a part of tradition now. After collecting the article of clothing, Amanda stowed it in the front seat and made her way to the grocery store. Following the store, she stopped by the bakery owned by her sister Kari to claim some of the Samoa donuts Carrie had promised would be on special this week. Amanda planned on eating 10 of the sweet treats, but only bought 5. Her plans didn't need to come to fruition. Not when the donuts would mean she'd have to go up a size in pants within a week. Some things just didn't need to be accomplished. 5 wouldn't hurt anyone, though. She snort-laughed as she tried to convince herself of that. Amanda walked around the town of Mistletoe, unwilling to go into the office or anywhere more family-centric for her. She couldn't go into the dean's offices, her mother's side, and she couldn't go to the Wilsons' offices, her biological father's side. The Wilsons also just happened to be the in-laws of Taylor and Lily, 2 of Amanda's sisters. The revelation that the Wilson father had been having an affair with the Dean mother hadn't been received with any great excitement. The Deans and Wilsons had a feud and rivalry that spanned decades and had only just recently been softened to become a camaraderie. Now, though, All that was on tremulous standing, and Amanda had no idea what to expect with the new information reveal regarding her parentage. She avoided both family offices. Amanda didn't even know how to tell Taylor she couldn't go to their house for dinner since she really wasn't sure how to talk to Roman since he was actually Amanda's half-brother. Amanda stopped outside the door to the main cafe in the middle of town and sighed. Snow drifted slowly from the cloud-laden sky, dampening the sounds of cars and trucks driving along the freshly plowed roads. Bright Christmas lights outlined many of the building edges, keeping them easy to make out in the rapidly darkening evening. Amanda sighed again, taking a small amount of satisfaction in the white puff of air that appeared in front of her, stark against the night. She wasn't going to Taylor's, but she was hungry. Since Dad wasn't home, she could eat in town and not feel like she was abandoning anyone at the house. Brooke and Tanya would find their own reason to go out to eat, probably in Colby. They liked the nightlife a little more than Amanda did. Turning, Amanda pulled open the door to the cafe and strode inside, waiting for a booth to open up. The cafe was packed during the dinner hour, and with the dinner special of Mrs. Claus's meatloaf and elf potatoes listed on the board, things were even busier than normal. With the bustle of the servers rushing here and there and the muted sounds of customers talking, dishes clinking, and the cook calling out orders, the normalcy of the setting washed comfort over Amanda. She tugged her gloves off, tucking them into the pockets of her thick, down alternative jacket. Unzipping her coat, she pulled it off and draped it over her arm. She folded her arms against her waist while she waited. The smell of gravy left a delicious aroma to linger on the air, and her stomach growled. She hadn't realized how hungry she really was. "Hey, Amanda, a booth just came open. Is that okay?" Millie grabbed a glass of water and motioned for Amanda to follow her. She knew the booth was optimal and asked out of formality. "Always." Amanda grinned, following Millie and grinning in hello to numerous individuals she recognized as she walked by. She slid into the booth bench seat and set her jacket on the seat beside her. Facing the door would give her more of a view of the restaurant, and she could smile at anyone else who might come in that she knew. She was eating alone. She wasn't a leper. Millie took her order and dashed away to take another. The door opened again, the dinging of the bell overhead catching Amanda's attention. She blinked in surprise at the sudden appearance of her therapist by the doorway. His low-brimmed cowboy hat enhanced the lines of his jaw and accentuated the shadows around his eyes. He tucked his hands into his well-stacked jean pockets and glanced around at the packed restaurant. He wouldn't have a table for a good half-hour at best. Millie confirmed that as she called out the wait time as she strode by him. Did Amanda invite him over? Would that be inappropriate considering he was her therapist and she wasn't sure who she was? Oh, well, questions aside, he shouldn't have to wait so long to eat. She was alone. It wouldn't hurt anything. Amanda raised her hand and motioned him over. He caught her eye, his own widening as recognition settled into his expression. After a second, he strode toward her, his fleece-lined jacket moving around his waist as his arms moved in tandem with his strides. Dang the man for his appeal. Amanda needed to get better. She didn't need to be attracted to anyone, especially her therapist. Was it too soon to ask for a transfer? No, she couldn't be attracted to anyone. She'd have to make sure and keep that clear to both Tommy and her. He would probably be easier to convince than she would. Dang it all. Chapter 4. Taylor. Isaac, honey, are you sure you don't want ketchup for your tater tots? Taylor cringed as her toddler son pointed at the syrup he'd gotten out to go with dinner. Syrup. The maple kind that was good on pancakes, but never in the history of the world was it good on tater tots. Taylor kind of wanted to gag. The twins were down for a nap. A cold ran through their small family and was ending with the small pair of babies with stuffy noses and more sleeping than normal. The back door opened and Roman strode in, his smile broad and bright as his gaze landed on his wife. Relief flooded through Taylor at the sight of her handsome, charismatic husband. She sighed and glanced toward the ceiling as she motioned toward Isaac. "Your son is eating dinner. I made something different for us." She usually didn't make anything special for them. They all ate the same things, but she needed something adult like steak or chicken or even fish. Anything that made her feel like she was old enough to use a fork and not rely on her fingers to dip the food. Roman pulled his hat off, hanging it on the hook by the door. His ruffled hair only seemed to increase the bright blue of his Wilson eyes. His crooked smile and quirked eyebrow made Taylor giggle, and Roman shot a glance at their oldest son. "He's my child, huh? Are you sure? You're the one with the sweet tooth." Taylor narrowed her eyes and folded her arms. "Okay, Roman Wilson, you know that isn't true. You're the one who ate the Maple Bar Texas donut from Carrie's and asked her to stuff it with marshmallow creme. And you're the one who ate it." Roman bent down, wrapping his arms around Taylor's waist and nuzzling his cold nose against her neck. You smell good. Have you been inside all day? The snow is constant." She couldn't help the smile on her lips. Just being around Roman left her feeling safe and warm. She nodded. "Yeah, the twins still aren't feeling great. Their fevers broke today before lunch and they're sleeping again. It might be a late night." She stayed up late with the children, so Roman didn't have to. He worked hard all day helping his mother fix the damage to their property from the recent fires and also checking in on the business aspects of their lives. He was busy, and he did all of that so Taylor didn't have to. She relished the time she got to spend with their children, and Roman did whatever it took to make sure she got to continue doing it. Roman released his hold on her and went to the sink, washing his hands and wiping them on the small kitchen towel hanging from the stove handle. "I'll eat whatever you feed me, but if you put syrup on it, we're going to have marital problems." He winked and stood with his hands on his hips as he surveyed the kitchen. "What can I help with? Do you need anything chopped up? I'll probably burn anything you don't have taped down, but I can help with anything else." He looked expectantly at Taylor. Her heart warmed again, filled with gratitude for a man who would do anything for her. She couldn't believe he'd walked away all those years ago, but she was so glad he'd come back. Nothing she had, their family, would be possible without that second chance he'd returned for. "Actually, dinner is finished. I was just waiting for you to get home to serve it." She motioned toward the table and turned toward the oven, glancing at the green light digital clock above the burners. "I told Amanda to come over for dinner since Dad's gone, but I said to be here by 5 if she was coming." Since it was 5:30, Taylor was probably safe in assuming Amanda wasn't going to be able to make it. "Yeah, I understand. She's got a lot she's dealing with." Roman's tone had a bit of dejection to it. Taylor turned with the hot pan in her hands. She softly set it on the stovetop. "Are you okay? I never thought about what this would mean to you guys. I was just concerned about Amanda." She hadn't thought about what it would do to her husband to find out his father was an adulterer. Was it enough to tear apart the man Roman was? Would he question his life choices or decide he wasn't meant for family life? A small sliver of fear worked its way through her chest. He'd walked away from Taylor once because of the things his father had said. Would Roman do it again because of the things his father had done? Roman shook his head, sinking into the seat he usually claimed as his own at the table, not more than a foot from his son. "I'm fine, trust me. I knew my father wasn't a saint a lot sooner than most of the family. I left." He shook his head. "I left when I shouldn't have because I let him have more sway on my decisions than I should have. The last thing I'm going to do is let him mess with my head at this stage of my life. His mistakes are his own. He's going to have to deal with the fallout in the next life. I'm not going to take them on. Plus, I love Amanda as a sister already. This just cements our bond more, you know? I'm sure some of the other boys won't feel the same way, though." He suddenly chuckled, startling Taylor as she scooped some of the chicken casserole onto his plate. "You know what's funny about all of this?" Taylor furrowed her brow. "There's something funny here?" She couldn't wait to hear it. "Yeah, well, Levi had suggested we match Colt to Amanda since you and I and Brock and Lily were such good matches. Colt hasn't been able to live it down since we found out. He'd almost been matched to his half-sister." Roman laughed, shaking his head as Taylor set his plate in front of him. "This looks delicious, love." He reached out, claiming her hand in his. The moment sobered as he stared up at Taylor, Isaac playing with his tater tots in relative quiet. "You know I wouldn't trade my life with you for anything, right?" Taylor swallowed and licked her lips. "Really?" But it came out as a whisper. She hated that she was still insecure about him and his choice to marry her, but she couldn't help it. That's just how it was when you'd been abandoned before by the same man you'd married. "Yeah, really. This life with you is better than anything I could have ever dreamed of or hoped for. I'm happy." Doubt shadowed his eyes. "Are you?" A slow smile spread across Taylor's lips. He was worried that she wasn't happy. He was insecure, and that didn't make her happy, but it made her more secure in her feelings. She sidled around the high chair Isaac sat in and sank onto Roman's lap. "I'm happiest with you, Roman Wilson. This is where I belong." She leaned forward, pressing her lips to his, enjoying the heat that zapped between them. They'd been together for years, and Taylor's pulse still raced when she was in her husband's arms. That would never go away, just like her hunger to hear how much he loved her. At least she could claim that much. She only wished she could help Amanda find the same happiness she had.
Chapter 5. Tommy. Tommy would know that thick, luscious curly hair anywhere. He smiled as he approached the table she waved him over to. "Wow, fancy meeting you here?" Amanda grinned and motioned him onto the bench across from her. "Yeah, I had no idea you'd be here. This is lucky. The waitress told me it'd be a 30-minute wait. Thanks for rescuing me." Except Tommy had known. He'd been following her since she left the conference room earlier that day. He just did a really good job of staying in the shadows and blending in. He glanced around and then back to her. "Are you sure you don't mind me joining you? I don't want to interrupt any plans you might have." His passive-aggressive way of asking if there was anyone important in her life. Amanda waved at him and laughed. "Nope, it's just me tonight. It's usually just me, to be honest." She covered her mouth and coughed into her hand, her cheeks suddenly pink. "But enough about me. This isn't a session. What about you? What brings you to Mistletoe?" "I just got into town. I was looking for something similar to Colby, but not too big. This is a beautiful town. Do you live here?" He reached up, pulling his hat off and hooking it on the hat hook to the side of the booth. Mistletoe was gorgeous with its contagious holiday spirit hung in string lights around town, the ever-present poinsettias displayed in windows, and the mistletoe garnishing everything. Even the school buses on the east side of town had been wrapped in garland, made of pine boughs and holly. Tommy had never seen anything like it. He'd never loved the holidays, but he could see why someone would like to surround themselves in the cheer of the most wonderful time of the year. "I love living here. I wish I felt like I fit in." She laughed again, rolling her eyes. "Stop asking me questions about myself. I don't want our dinner to turn into your job." She leaned back as the waitress set a salad in front of her. "Would you like to order something, sir?" The server's name tag read, Millie. She wore a holly-decorated red and white apron over a red shirt and black pants. Tommy smiled, but waved his hand at the server. "No thanks. I'm fine." Amanda leaned forward, holding her own hand in the air and keeping Millie there. "Have you eaten already?" How did Tommy reply? He hadn't eaten since the day before. He didn't have any extra money to pay for food. He really was just trying his best to get from day to day. The sooner he finished the job he'd been hired to do, the sooner he could save his grandmother's ranch. Every cent mattered. Every moment mattered. He'd already lied to Amanda so much. By the time he parted ways from her, he would have lied enough to keep himself so far from heaven, even the devil would be ahead of him. Tommy didn't want to lie to her anymore. He felt like at least some of the things he said to her should be the truth. He cleared his throat and glanced away. "No, I haven't. But that's okay. I'll get something later." "No, absolutely not. Eat with me. Their meatloaf is amazing. Is that okay?" Amanda didn't wait for his reply. She glanced up at Millie and winked. "Can you get him the same thing as me, Millie? I'll wait to eat the salad with him. And could you bring some extra rolls, please? You know how much I love Cook's cinnamon butter." The way she tilted her head and offered a lopsided grin would make it hard to say no to her, not that the server was inclined to do so. "Of course, Amanda. You know you're my favorite." Millie smiled at Tommy and hustled away, barely pausing to check on tables that she passed. A slight wave of panic washed over Tommy. He didn't have money to pay for his meal, let alone Amanda's. He'd have to figure something out. Tommy rubbed his damp palms down the tops of his thighs. Amanda sipped her water and then motioned toward the returning waitress. "Millie, I forgot to ask that you put it all on my tab, please." Opening his mouth to object, Tommy narrowed his eyes, but Amanda cut him off. "No, I insist. It's the least I could do, not to mention I demanded you eat with me. You could let me pay, then I won't feel so bad for bossing you around." She winked at Millie, who laughed and set a salad plate piled high with veggies, croutons, cheese, and dressing in front of Tommy. "I'll do that, Amanda. Anything else before dinner comes out?" Millie folded her hands at her waist and watched Amanda as if she did this often. "No, thank you." Amanda's tinkling laugh filled Tommy with warmth. How could he say no to such a charming affectation? "Thank you. You didn't have to pay for my meal. I'm P." But his words trailed off. He didn't want to lie. "Thank you." He had to just leave it at that. "My pleasure, Tommy. Seriously, I think you're going to help me so much. This is the least I can do." Amanda picked up her fork and thrust the tines into the air between them. "Where are you staying? If you're thinking about heading this way and checking things out." Tommy swallowed. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He said the first thing that came to his mind. "Well, I'd like to open an office here for therapy, or anywhere I'm moving, really. But essentially, once I move there, I'll probably stay at the office until I get established." He laughed and shook his head. "I sound like a vagrant. That's not what I mean. I just need something steady before I can sink money into living quarters." "No, you don't sound like a vagrant at all. Actually, I was thinking you sound very determined. That's great. Well, tell you what. My family owns a bed and breakfast just outside of town. Why don't you room there while you decide what you're doing? I think you'll find Mistletoe is the best place to live." She speared a crouton with her fork and pulled out her cell phone at the same time. "Just a second. I'll text my sister to get things set up for you. If you promise to leave a review on the site for the bed and breakfast, I'll get her to comp the room for you. There's a continental breakfast every day with the room, but don't feel like you have to eat there. It's pretty good food, though. My other sister sends pastries out from her shop." Amanda spoke with confidence, and for the first time since taking the job, Tommy doubted what he was doing. Amanda didn't seem like the type of person to take anything from anyone. So far, she seemed like a giver, and that wasn't something people could really fake. What if the things Ms. Hallowell said to him weren't all true? What if they weren't even halfway true? Was he ruining the life of a woman who was far better than she was bad? No. Tommy hadn't been hired to think about the situation or the person he tracked and investigated. He'd been hired to follow her, get information, get the items on the list, and report. That was it. He wasn't doing anything else. He wasn't stealing from her anything that was actually hers or hurting her, or even spreading slander about her. He was merely collecting data and delivering it. There was nothing wrong with that. He tamped down the guilt that had taken on a life of its own. There was nothing to feel badly about. He had to ignore the feelings in his gut. As attractive as Amanda was, he couldn't get attached to her. He had a job to do, so he could save his grandmother's ranch. Things were that cut and dry. There was nothing else to it. "Well, thank you." He shifted on the bench and tapped the tabletop with his index finger. "If you live here in Mistletoe, would you like to do your sessions over here? I'm sure we can get a conference room or something somewhere. It seems silly to have us both drive clear over to Colby when we're both already in town. I'll have them waylay my other appointments this direction for the next couple weeks until I know where I'm going to be." He couldn't imagine his good fortune and Amanda's generosity. Food and a place to stay. was more than he could have hoped for. He'd been planning on sleeping in his truck and eating what he could find or scrounge up. Time was short, as far as his needs were. His grandmother's notice said she had until 2 days after Christmas to pay the difference owed on her ranch before she was evicted from the premises. The ranch that had been owned by her family for 5 generations. Taxes had made it next to impossible to stay on top of, and with the death of his grandfather, Tommy's grandmother had been in more financial danger than ever. Add to the debt she'd gone into to help Tommy with his schooling after his parents had died, and Tommy owed her more than he could say. That sounds good, actually. Why don't we just use the conference room at my family's offices? They're not in high demand right now since all the focus is being put on the matchmaking competition. Amanda took another bite of her salad. Eat, Tommy. You're a growing man. You need food for all those muscles. Amanda's cheeks turned a brighter pink, setting off the startling sapphire blue of her eyes. Had the attractive brunette just commented on his muscles? Better yet, had she been embarrassed to say anything? Tommy chuckled. Yeah, well, don't get too excited. They're inflatable. He winked when she glanced at him with a startled expression. I'm just teasing. Thank you for helping me. We should meet sooner since we'll be in the same town. How does 2 days from now sound? He didn't want to sound too zealous, but he had a reason to be there now, and he certainly didn't want to miss out on any opportunity to see more of Amanda. Sure, that sounds great. Amanda leaned back again, glancing up as Millie arrived with their plates. 2 dishes piled with meatloaf covered in a thick red sauce stacked next to a mountain of mashed potatoes and gravy and green beans greeted Tommy's inspection. His stomach growled, and he shoved his clenched fist against his ribcage. Hopefully, Amanda hadn't heard. She picked up her fork and cut off a bite, the perfect lines of her lips mesmerizing as she opened her mouth. Dang it all to Holly. Tommy had his job cut out for him. He could do what was needed. He just had to keep perspective as he went forward with his plans. Get the information he needed and get out of Mistletoe. He just hoped he wasn't in too much danger of leaving his heart behind.
Chapter 6. Amanda. Tommy, come back this way. I'm so glad you found the offices. Amanda shoved her hand into her pocket. She couldn't help her nerves. All she'd thought about since they'd left the cafe 2 nights ago was seeing him again. What if he regretted taking her on as a client? Or thought she was too high maintenance? Amanda's insecurities reared their ugly head, and she bit her lower lip to keep it from trembling. Tommy nodded as he fell into step beside her and walked to the conference room with her. He pulled off his hat as they entered the room and waited until Amanda closed the door and picked a seat. Then, like the gentleman he was turning out to be, he sat after she did. He smiled at her, his notebook in hand as he scooted his chair into position across from her. Amanda, how are you? How was she? Tired. But she couldn't say that without him asking why, and then she'd have to tell him she couldn't sleep because she knew he was in town and she wanted to see more of him. That wasn't something you said to your therapist. She couldn't say she was anxious because then that would lead to asking about the cause, and she'd have to admit that she was anxious about seeing him, worried he wouldn't like her. That wasn't something you should say to your therapist. And she couldn't say she was hungry because he'd ask why. And she'd have to tell him she wanted to lose weight to impress him, but wasn't sure skipping donuts was her idea of happiness, or if anyone was worth losing some curves for. That was something you didn't tell your therapist. So, instead of any of that, Amanda cleared her throat and wrinkled her nose. I'm good, thanks. How are you? Tommy leaned his head back and laughed. Let me tell you how I am. That bed and breakfast is like a castle. Your sister Lily was like Mrs. Claus herself, except much slimmer and much saltier. Her sass was historic and worth the visit in and of itself. Then don't even get me started on those addicting donuts they serve out there. I couldn't stop. I even asked if I could take some to my room. I want to marry the baker. His grin was contagious. Amanda laughed, shaking her head. Well, my sister is taken, but I'll pass along the compliment. She wouldn't, but at least she could tell him she would. Kari was already head over heels with the town veterinarian. But that didn't mean a man like Tommy wouldn't catch her eye. Okay, that wasn't true. Kari was deeply in love with her vet. But Amanda was filled with illogical jealousy. Tommy wasn't hers. He was her therapist. That was it. Okay, so tell me, Amanda, are you married? I looked around town the last few days, and it seems like you're part of the Mistletoe matchmaking culture. I learned you're a dean, and between the Deans and the Wilsons, matchmaking is what makes this town go round. That and Christmas. He leaned back in his chair and spun softly side to side as he watched her. I'm not with anyone, actually. Matchmaking seems to work for others in my family, but not so much for me. I'm a misfit. She sighed, clasping her fingers together and swallowing past the sudden constriction in her throat. I understand not fitting in. From what you said last time. Tommy glanced at his open notebook and then back up at Amanda, his gray eyes focused solely on her. You said your mother had an affair, and you're actually the result of that affair, and your father by marriage is the one who raised you. Does that sound right? Yes, exactly right. Amanda winced at the starkness of the truth he presented. It was one thing for her to say it, recite it to others, and to even think the truth repeatedly in her mind. But to hear someone else say it so matter-of-factly left her feeling a little empty and hollow inside. Well, I think we can push aside the family issues for a minute. If you're not with anyone, I would think we would want to address that part of the story first. Because you don't have deep-seated daddy issues. Judging from what you reported, you haven't known about this specific father situation long enough to develop daddy issues. Would you agree? Tommy twisted the pencil back and forth in his fingers as he studied Amanda. Sure, that sounds great. Amanda leaned back again, glancing up as Millie arrived with their plates. 2 dishes piled with meatloaf covered in a thick red sauce stacked next to a mountain of mashed potatoes and gravy and green beans greeted Tommy's inspection. His stomach growled and he shoved his clenched fist against his rib cage. Hopefully, Amanda hadn't heard. She picked up her fork and cut off a bite, the perfect lines of her lips mesmerizing as she opened her mouth. Dang it all to Holly. Tommy had his job cut out for him. He could do what was needed. He just had to keep perspective as he went forward with his plans. Get the information he needed and get out of Mistletoe. He just hoped he wasn't in too much danger of leaving his heart behind. Right. I would agree with that. So that's what they were going to do? Pick apart what was wrong with her? Point out why no one cared about her? Fun? She was paying for that? I think we need to figure out what it is you don't like about the men in your life. You're more than a catch, and once we can figure out what they're lacking, the sooner we can figure out what's keeping you feeling like a misfit. He leaned forward, studying Amanda with intently focused eyes. Amanda, I don't think there's anything wrong with you. I think you're hurt and trying to figure out how to process things. You've been feeling out of sorts, but I'm not going to lie. Most people feel that way, which actually makes you fit in more than you know. So we need to figure out where that sensation stems from, and then we need to address it. I don't see any reason for you not to fit in here, or to feel like you don't. His lips pulled into a smile that left Amanda's toes curling. She couldn't help batting her eyelashes. He was saying everything she needed and wanted to hear, everything that left her feeling warm and comforted. And he said it with a voice that soothed her like hot cocoa on a cold day. Running her fingers through her thick hair, she tossed the large mass behind her shoulder while rubbing her lips together. Thanks. I think that's a great place to start. But what if he found out she was immensely attracted to him, and that she couldn't stop thinking about him? She'd have to switch therapists, and that just wasn't an option. Not when she liked this one so darned much. Maybe he'd say it was transference or some other psychology term, but Amanda was comfortable with him, and the last thing she wanted to lose was the one thing she'd been searching for all her life. The chance to feel like herself for an hour or two here and there. She needed that, and she was willing to pay a man to get it. Chapter 7. Taylor. Taylor couldn't shake her worry about Amanda. It wasn't like her sister not to call and let Taylor know she wouldn't be showing up for an invitation. Amanda usually went out of her way to be mindful of others. The lack of communication rankled Taylor, but not enough to upset her. The next morning, she leaned up, kissing Roman on the cheek as he stood at the sink and loaded dishes into the washer. "Thanks, honey. I'll be back before lunch. I'm not sure what Lily needs, but she said she'd keep it short. The twins are fine, they're just overly tired lately. If you need help, your mom said she'd be happy to stop by." Taylor lowered down from her tiptoe position to reach him and pursed her lips to the side. In fact, I think she was not so subtly saying that she wanted to come see them, so that might be something you offer her. Roman's look of relief made Taylor laugh. She shook her head and pulled her jacket tighter around her. "Love you. I love you more." Roman blew her a kiss and waved Taylor out the door. In her SUV, Taylor got everything settled for her drive to Lily and Brock's place. Her seat didn't adjust automatically when the car turned on and Taylor wrinkled her nose. Wait, why wasn't it shifting into place? Roman had made her buy a newer SUV so he would have peace of mind that she was safer, and every time she got into the car and turned it on, the seat adjusted to her pre-programmed position. But not that morning. Sighing, Taylor reached down to the side of her seat to push the buttons and felt with her fingertips a piece of paper over them. She pulled the Post-it from its place over the position buttons and pulled it into the light. Connect your phone to the Bluetooth and dial 1. Casting a glance around the exterior of the car and also inside for good measure, Taylor didn't see anyone. She turned on her Bluetooth for the car and waited while it connected. Did she drive? What did she do? She didn't want to call Roman outside of the house when the babies were inside, and that left them more vulnerable with their daddy distracted. Taylor put the car into reverse and bit her lip. She pressed 1 and dial. What was she getting herself into? The phone rang. The pealing sound flowed from the speakers, filling the car with the call. Taylor backed up into a turn and then shifted into drive, pulling out of the driveway and onto the highway toward town and Lily's place. "I wondered how long it would take you to call." Taylor's mother's voice replaced the ringing of the phone. Her voice wasn't one Taylor wanted in surround sound. "Jennifer, what do you want now?" Taylor spoke through gritted teeth. She didn't want to deal with the anxiety speaking with her mother filled her with. Taylor wanted her life to smooth out, fill with babies, family, and her job she loved working at the bed and breakfast. She didn't want to deal with a conniving, manipulative, and unwanted mother who had abandoned her family for her own selfish reasons. "Jennifer, how fast you forget I'm your mother." But the mock pain in her voice didn't soften Taylor's hard heart against her. "You never wanted us to call you mother when you were here, remember? You said it made you feel old." But that wasn't why Taylor didn't want to call her mother or mom. Jennifer hadn't earned the title that Taylor cared so much about. "When you abandon your post, you're pretty much giving up all perks associated with it, Jennifer." The emphasis on her name was more for Taylor's benefit than the other woman's. She sighed. "What do you want?" "You must be leaving for Lily's. You're pretty predictable, you know." Jennifer had obviously been the one to leave the note for Taylor, which meant the problem woman was in Mistletoe. She was back, and she was doing things with a very sneaky agenda. Again, what do you want? Taylor didn't let on how worried Jennifer's return made her. If her mother was willing to sneak around and hide notes, what else would she be willing to do to get her way? "I told you a few months ago. I warned you. I haven't heard anything from anyone about expecting a deposit. I haven't received any communication about when you were ready to give me the money I'm owed. That doesn't make me feel too confident in your decisions or actions, Taylor. I thought I made myself clear." There were no questions in her tone. She wasn't asking about the money. She was stating very plainly that she'd been let down. Taylor narrowed her eyes, gripping the steering wheel with hands that wanted to wrap around her mother's neck. Was that wrong? Maybe. Maybe not. All Taylor knew was that someone whose interests weren't for the good of the family was threatening them all, and that didn't sit well with Taylor's need to have everything and everyone safe and in line. She came to a stop at the only stop sign between Lily's place and hers. For a drawn-out second, she sat there, staring to the left of her vehicle off into the distance where the snow-covered fields stretched for miles toward town. Jennifer didn't say anything, as if she waited for Taylor to make plans right then to get the money and just needed a minute to work things out. The problem with Jennifer's plan was Taylor didn't need time. She could go to the left toward her dad's and talk with him. Or she could go to the right, away from town and the Dean Ranch, and go to Lily's as if nothing was happening. She paused there, not going either direction as she waited for the actual reason on whatever Jennifer had called for. Finally, Jennifer continued. Taylor, I warned you guys. I told you to share with everyone that I was going to reveal some secrets that would tear apart the town and the families. All of your happy-go-lucky attitudes will disintegrate if I spill what I know. I'm not playing. Do you understand? Taylor set her jaw. She wasn't going to be threatened. No more. The Wilson and Dean families were strong, definitely strong enough to deal with someone like Jennifer. Taylor was done being scared. She turned the car to the right and pulled onto the highway. Here's the thing, Jennifer. We know about Amanda's parentage and how you couldn't practice fidelity. We know about all of it, and you're not going to split up this family based on that knowledge. We're dealing with it, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't hurt us with your lies anymore. Was that why Jennifer had done the things she'd done? To destroy Mistletoe and the Wilsons and Deans? Why would anyone let themselves become so filled with hate and vengeance? Jennifer laughed, the sound cold and ruthless. That's cute that you think Amanda is the reason the town is going to fall apart. Most of your two-bit town knew about the affair. All of the affairs. Simon wasn't anyone special. Except the hitch in her voice when she said his name declared even that statement was a lie. You just can't stop lying, can you? Taylor didn't try to soften the moment or her words. Plain and simple, her mother wasn't her mother anymore. She'd cut them all out of her life, and she wasn't going to weasel her way back in with not-so-veiled threats and hints at secrets that could hurt them. That wasn't how family worked. Well, be that as it may, that little tidbit about Amanda is just the start. There's more coming down the pipe, little girl. Amanda is a key, but she's not all of it. You'd be smart to get on the right side of this. Don't get run over because your father is too stupid to act. Before Taylor could righteously defend her father, Jennifer continued. And Taylor, you should have gone left. There's nothing Lily can do for you. And with that, she hung up on Taylor as if that was all that needed to be said. Taylor swallowed, staring ahead at the wintry road as she got closer to Lily's street. She had some things to work through. The first being Jennifer knew what Taylor was doing. She'd been in her car and she knew which direction she'd gone. How much more did she know and what wasn't safe? Because one thing Jennifer was definitely good at was getting into their lives like a burr in a boot. She wasn't coming out without a fight, and she was going to do the most damage she could before she went. Just how much could any of them protect themselves from her poison? And had Taylor just endangered Lily?
Chapter 8. Tommy blinking at the sunlight streaming through the window at the bed and breakfast, Tommy stretched and rolled to the side. Running into Amanda had resulted in blessing after blessing. That room and that bed and breakfast was one of them. His phone buzzed on the nightstand beside the bed. He reached over, his wrist bending awkwardly as he snatched the cell into his grasp. He pulled the blanket back over his shoulder and peered at the screen. Ms. Halliwell. Not how he wanted to start the day, but she would eventually be paying some bills. He needed to demand a deposit. He needed money coming in, and he couldn't rely on Amanda for everything, even though he was already getting enough food in the morning and packing some away for the rest of the day with the package she'd set him up with at the B&B. He swiped the screen and took a deep breath. Ms. Halliwell, what can I do for you? Tommy forced a smile. His customer service skills were in place, but that didn't mean he didn't have problems with people he didn't like. She'd hired him, but there was always something off about her. Since getting to know Amanda, he couldn't help wondering if anything Ms. Hallowell had told him about the case was true. Amanda didn't seem selfish or spoiled. She didn't seem conniving or manipulative, just the opposite, in fact. The more Tommy got to know Amanda, the less he liked the assignment. "Have you made contact with Amanda Dean?" The client didn't mess around with small talk. She got to the point, something Tommy could appreciate about her, if nothing else. "Yes, ma'am. I made contact and we will be talking on a regular basis. She is giving me information freely. I have the list of things you want to know, and I'll be working on that throughout the timeline we discussed." Tommy closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. "As well as the items, not just the information. And Declan, you're supposed to be making contact with the Wilson woman this next week. I want photos of her, and I want a recording of the conversation." Ms. Hallowell was terse and didn't accept questions. Tommy leaned up on his elbows and narrowed his eyes. "I'm going to need that deposit before I make second contact and deliver data. We already discussed this as well." The woman on the other end of the line sighed like he'd asked for $1 million. No, he'd only asked for half that. The full amount was $1 million, and she'd promised half deliverable when he made initial contact. Things were due. He would still owe a ridiculous amount of money on his grandmother's place, but at least her debts would get whittled down before that. The medical bills for her husband, the legal fees after his parents' car accident, they all combined together for one massive headache he'd been left to deal with. And he couldn't let his poor grandmother deal with everything on her own. That just wouldn't be fair. She wouldn't know the first place to start, as they evicted her from the land. "The deposit will be in your account by Monday. Double-check with your bank that afternoon. And Declan, don't mess this up. You're really close to pulling through. I'd hate to see your grandmother lose everything because you couldn't deliver." She hung up, leaving Tommy with that bitter taste in his mouth he was fast becoming familiar with. Tommy hated when he felt like he was being babysat. The last thing he needed was micromanaging. There was a lot he was trying to accomplish, and getting random phone calls that half threatened and half promised only left him feeling frustrated with his own performance when he was doing fine. He knew he was doing well because he was ahead of his timeline. Ms. Hallowell wanted all the information on Amanda she could get. Then Tommy was tasked with meeting with Mrs. Wilson and Mr. Dean. Once those meetings had been established, and he'd been able to gather the information she'd asked for as well as the list of items she'd demanded as well, Tommy was to get Amanda to the bank with Ms. Hallowell. He didn't know why. Ms. Hallowell would step into place at that point and take over the rest of the situation. She said one way or the other, she was going to get what she was owed. She'd hired Tommy to make sure she made her point. Tommy just wasn't sure he wanted to help with that point any longer. Too bad he needed the money more than he needed air. As long as he got everything finished before Christmas, Tommy would consider it a job well done. He needed to stay unbiased, keep his focus, get the answers he needed, and get out of there. The more evidence he could gather about the families, the better. Since he didn't have his next session with Amanda until the next afternoon, he had some photos to gather, as well as get more familiar with the lay of Mistletoe. If he was supposedly going to be moving there, he needed to portray his plans more effectively, which meant he needed to introduce himself around town as a therapist and actually look at buildings around town. He'd need to find a realtor. Great. Things were going to get pretty complicated because he'd decided to lie. He also needed to research therapy measures for the type of situations Amanda mentioned. She might not have daddy issues, but what if she did? The last thing Tommy wanted to do was mess her up with the therapy that was supposed to help her. Ms. Hallowell might want to mess up everyone's lives, but Tommy didn't. His job wasn't to hurt. All he'd been hired to do was gather information, so that's what he would do. He had to stay impartial. He could do that. He had to do that. His grandmother depended on him. Swiping the phone screen, Tommy dialed his grandmother's number and stared up at the ceiling as he leaned back against the pillow again. The phone rang once before his grandmother answered. "Hello? Grams, it's Tommy. How are you doing?" His throat constricted at the sound of her sweet, vulnerable voice. She'd become the only family he had left. He couldn't abandon her, no matter how unfair the things he'd been hired to do seemed to the targets. Oh, Tommy. I'm fine. That mean Mr. Stodges showed up here yesterday. He said I was going to be out on the street after Christmas, and that if I sell to him now, he'd make sure to give me fair market value. I just don't know, though. What do you think? What would you do? She was a strong woman, but her voice seemed tremulous at best. Grams, I've almost got the money we need. Don't sell. Tell them no, thank you. I'll have the first half this Monday and the rest right before Christmas. Don't worry. I've got things taken care of. He changed the subject, determined to lift her spirits, even as he worried every minute of every day himself. Now, what do you want Santa to bring you for Christmas, Grams? A new dress? She laughed, the sound welcome after the anxiety in her voice moments before. Actually, a box of chocolates would be the best present. Will you be home in time to celebrate? No matter what, Grams, I'll be there on Christmas Day, I promise. Tommy just had to betray a bunch of people to make that happen.
Chapter 9. Amanda. Amanda walked around the side of the barn. Checking on the pregnant alpaca, they were animal sitting for Mrs. Toggleson had become Amanda's job. Self-assigned. She welcomed any opportunity to be away from the main house and facing any uncomfortable situations with her father. She had a sneaking suspicion that was why he was gone so much as well. She didn't blame him. He still wasn't home from the last time he'd left. While she struggled with the reality that he wasn't her biological father and that she was half Wilson, Amanda had to acknowledge that her father had found out his wife had cheated on him, at least once, at the same time she had found out the truth. To make matters more complicated and painful, a daughter he'd believed was his, well, wasn't. Amanda got it. Unfortunately, she understood more than she knew how to verbalize. They'd all been betrayed by the one person who they should have been able to trust above everyone else. At least Amanda was getting professional help. She wasn't too impressed with the fact that she was blindingly attracted to the seemingly transient therapist. That couldn't be professional on any level, and there she was dreaming up ways to see him more, and not necessarily in a professional capacity. Was that ethical? She was paying him for his time. That had to be illegal in multiple states. Was it illegal in Montana? Heat flushed her cheeks. Thankfully, no one was around to call her on her inappropriate thoughts. She pressed her lips together and shook her head as soft snowflakes hooked on her curls tumbling around her shoulders. A silver SUV blocked the driveway between the barn and the house. Amanda narrowed her eyes, pulling her gloves off to reach up and shove her hat tighter down her head. Who was at the house? She couldn't remember seeing that car before. Rounding the vehicle, she studied what she could see through the windshield. Nothing gave away the owner, and the front seat was empty. That meant they were at the house. Amanda reached the front porch and paused, her foot resting on the bottom step. Mrs. Wilson, can I help you? She was surprised to see her biological father's widow standing at the front door. The Wilson matriarch was known for being kind and friendly, but would she treat Amanda that way after finding out that Amanda was her dead husband's child with his married mistress? Amanda, hello? Mrs. Wilson turned toward Amanda and folded her hands at her waist. She smiled softly, seemingly confident in the moment. At least one of them was. Amanda wished she could borrow just a teaspoon or the older woman's confidence. All of the Wilsons had good looks, obviously a blend of the father and the mother. No one could deny they all had a regality about their features and the way they carried themselves. Amanda had always been in awe of the Wilson family. Not that she didn't love her own family. The Deans were awe-inspiring in their own right, but Amanda had always admired the rival family for some reason. Was it possible she'd known deep down that she was part of them? My father isn't home right now. I can tell him you came by. Usually, Mrs. Wilson stopped by to see Amanda's father, spending hours sitting with him in the kitchen or living room as they spoke about business and competitions and other ways to build their competing businesses. Even though they competed, they worked together a lot of the time. Mrs. Wilson must have bought a new car recently. She motioned over her shoulder toward the door, shaking her head. No, I'm sorry. I'm not here for David. I came to... If it's all right with you, I'd like to talk to you. Amanda's breath caught in her chest. Mrs. Wilson wanted to talk to her? Was that something Amanda wanted to pursue? Maybe she should just say she was busy and didn't have time for a talk. Was that too rude? It was obvious Amanda was doing something. She just hadn't defined what it was. She could be needed back in the barn, or maybe she needed to run to town. All the ideas ran through her mind, slowing her down and making her escape next to impossible without being blatant about lying. Amanda swallowed and slowly climbed the steps, her smile faltering as she pushed past the older woman and led the way into the house. Come on in. Once inside, both women slowly removed their jackets and hung them on the coat tree featured prominently in the foyer. The twisted gnarls and jagged knots in the natural wood tree looked exactly like a real tree that had been debarked and polished and shined. A specialty of David's when he had the time to woodwork. Let's go into the kitchen. My hands are ice after dealing with that stubborn alpaca. Can I get you some tea? Amanda led the way into the expansive kitchen, and not for the first time she wished her sister, Carrie, still lived at the house. She'd be bustling around the kitchen in the midst of some tremendous baked dish that she wanted to try out. Now, though, Carrie lived with her husband and she spent most of her days at the bakery in town. While Amanda appreciated the easy access to Carrie's cooking, she didn't appreciate the fact that she didn't have her sister there as a buffer between herself and Mrs. Wilson. Moving to stand opposite the stools at the island counter, Amanda waited for Mrs. Wilson's response on tea. Actually, yes, please, that sounds delightful. Thank you. Mrs. Wilson slid onto a middle stool at the counter and studied Amanda with kindness in her eyes. Eyes that made Amanda decidedly uncomfortable. What could she see? Did she see a cast-off child like Amanda saw? Did she know that Amanda doubted everything about herself? All her doubts and insecurities swirled and cut inside her. Had Simon Wilson known about Amanda? Had he wanted her as a daughter? Did he not want her? Did Jennifer tell him? Was Jennifer ashamed of Amanda and that's why she'd left? Did she blame Amanda for coming between her and Simon? Or worse, her and David? Where did Amanda fit in? She wasn't fully a Dean, and she wasn't even sure how much of her was Wilson. None of it made sense for her, and that hurt more than anything else. She just wanted to know who she was and what she was worth. Did she have any value to anyone? I don't know how to start this, so I'm just going to start, okay? My mind has been jumbled since the truths have been coming out, and I've felt betrayed and disjointed and so many hurt emotions. Mrs. Wilson leaned forward, resting her forearms on the counter as she spoke calmly to Amanda. Her eyes blazed with passion that at first Amanda took as if it was directed at her in anger. And then I realized that while the things that were done to me, I was an adult through all of this. I was old enough to understand what was happening and why. She reached out, placing her hand over Amanda's. None of this had anything to do with you. This wasn't your fault, honey. None of this was. Amanda's throat constricted with emotion. The warmth from the woman's hand surprised Amanda while also comforting her. She hadn't realized just how much pain she'd been in and how much she'd put on her own shoulders. Of course, on paper, her father's infidelity and her mother's actions weren't her fault, but that didn't mean she didn't feel the consequences of their decisions. She blinked back tears and glanced up into Mrs. Wilson's eyes. I hear what you're saying, but it's hard to accept, you know? Oh, I know. I feel the same way. I feel like this was all my fault. But at the same time, I know this was Simon and Jennifer. I just want to make sure that you understand this isn't on you. Mrs. Wilson's gaze sought answers, and Amanda wasn't sure what to give her. How do I mean, I'm half Wilson and half Dean, but I've never felt more alienated. Isn't that weird? I don't know you guys. I was raised with all of you as our rivals. And now, what? I'm part of the family? It's not like I'd be welcome. I'm the reminder of what your husband and their father did in the past. His sins. How can any of you look at me without being filled with hate? Amanda felt that way toward herself. She wasn't sure how to love herself when she was the product of something so sordid, something that was designed to tear apart families. Not just one, but two. Mrs. Wilson stood from the stool and moved around the end of the counter. She approached Amanda and placed her hands on her mid-biceps. Amanda, you belong to both families. It is going to be weird, and that's okay. Getting to know new family members always is. But we've known you all your life, so it's not like you're a stranger. You're Taylor and Lily's sister, so you're already related that way. This is just more cement between the Wilsons and the Deans, making us a more formidable family with stronger ties. Heaven knows I'll never get Colt and Tanya to match. Mrs. Wilson wrinkled her nose and grinned as she pulled Amanda into her arms. This isn't your fault, and it's not a bad thing. Not anymore. She squeezed Amanda close and gently rocked her side to side for the space of 10, 15, and even 20 heartbeats. You mean so much to both of us. I never had a daughter. Maybe this way, I'll get to claim you partially as my own. She pulled back and tucked a stray chunk of curls behind Amanda's ear, her eyes gentle. Take your time with this. I just wanted to come by and let you know what I was thinking. Amanda's nerves had lessened exponentially with every moment that passed. She wiped the back of her hand against her cheeks and nodded. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry this happened. I'm not. Mrs. Wilson winked and turned toward the front door. You wouldn't be here if it hadn't. Amanda started laughing, and she couldn't put a finger on why. Mrs. Wilson, you're done more for me in these few minutes than my own mother did my whole life. Thank you. It's Elizabeth, dear, and the pleasure is all mine. She turned back to Amanda, her expression thoughtful as she continued softly. Isn't it amazing what kind of a mess a dead person can leave behind? The thoughtless actions of others can tear apart whole towns. She winked and wagged her finger. But not Mistletoe. Nope, not this town. We have Christmas spirit. She laughed and shook her head as she turned back toward the front door, humming a Christmas carol. As Mrs. Wilson left, Amanda couldn't stop the warmth coursing through her if she tried. Maybe Jennifer and Simon had messed up. But Mrs. Elizabeth was right. Amanda wouldn't be around if they hadn't. There had to be something good in all that. Right?
Chapter 10. Brock. Babe, your curves are just adorable. Brock lifted the sheet and duvet cover to climb into bed beside his pregnant wife. Lily rested on her left side, facing the middle of the bed. Brock rolled to his right side to face her. He reached out, gently running his fingers through her hair. She just watched him, her eyes big and somber. More and more lately, Brock had caught Lily lost in thought, sometimes biting her lip, and others with true fear in the widening circumference of her eyes. He skimmed his hand down her side to lay claim to her hand resting between them. Holding her fingers carefully in his, Brock spoke softly. What's going on, Lil? Are you okay? What can I do? Had he done something to upset her? Was she no longer in love with him? Did she want to leave their life? Maybe Brock was selfish, but he couldn't imagine anything better. He was with the woman he loved more and more every day. She still excited him, and the slight swelling in her stomach filled him with pride, but not vain pride, more pride filled with love. She was his partner, and he wanted nothing more than for her to be as happy as he was, or even more so. He honestly hadn't considered she might not be as happy as he was. Until recently. Lily lifted her gaze to his face with a snap. Brock, no, I'm so happy with you. Please don't worry about that. It's just... She closed her eyes and shook her head, turning her gaze somewhere toward Brock's chest. What is it? Lily, you're starting to scare me. What could possibly be wrong that she couldn't tell him about? Brock's heart pounded in his chest. I'm embarrassed. Lily's soft murmur barely reached Brock in the quiet of their room. Pulling back, Brock studied Lily in the dim lighting. What did you do? Crave something truly disgusting? Pickles and chocolate frosting weren't bad enough? His soft chuckle brought out a soft laugh of hers. She picked his hand up and played with his fingers, intertwining hers with his. No, it's... Oh my word, I can't believe I'm going to say this. Tell me. It's obviously important enough to bug you. Are you thinking about it all the time? He'd caught her in random moments, distracted and unsure. She'd always brushed him off, but he knew there was something wrong. Best friends and lovers knew when things were wrong. Brock and Lily were both. Lily sighed. Okay, honestly? You really want to know what's bugging me? Yes, I really want to know. He cradled her other hand in his and waited, staring at Lily in the near darkness to try to gauge what was going through her mind. Lily inhaled long and deep, and then exhaled out of her mouth on a whoosh. Okay, here goes. I went to the doctor the other day, for my appointment. Remember? A shiver of fear ran across his arms and shoulders. Brock narrowed his eyes. Whatever she said, he had to be strong. He couldn't lose it in front of her. She wanted a baby more than anything. He had to be supportive. If something was wrong, he had to help her through it. That was his job, and he didn't take it lightly. Tell me, Lils, what's going on? Is the baby okay? He steeled himself against her answer. Everything was okay. As long as Lily was fine, he could handle whatever answer she threw at him. What? Oh no, the baby is fine. Growing like a weed. No, that's not the problem. I'm sorry I worried you. Baby is fine. She cleared her throat and then wiped her hand over her forehead, brushing her layered hair from her face. Okay. Now this seems even dumber after that. You better tell me what's going on before I start getting cranky. Brock scowled with worry. He didn't like the way this conversation was going. Sorry, okay. So I was at the doctor's and looking at the ultrasound, and that's when it hit me. She half laughed and half sobbed. I can't get it out of my head. Get what? What's going on? Brock gritted his teeth. His woman was going to drive him to drink. There's only one way this is going to end. I have to somehow get a human out of my body. She paused, the silence heavy with expectation. Brock stared at her shape in the shadows. Was that it? Was he supposed to wait for her to finish her confession? Did he reply right then? What was appropriate for the situation? Did he ask if she was done or something? He was out of his element. She was obviously upset. Brock just hadn't heard anything worth being upset about yet. Don't you get it? This baby is not big. Yet, Brock. Your mom said you were over 9 pounds when you were born. 9 pounds. I'm completely overwhelmed. This baby is going to keep growing and growing. What if I just ask to keep him or her in there until it's time for college? I can't imagine pushing a baby out. What if the baby gets hurt? What if I'm not big enough to carry them all the way? I'm not ready for this. I'm more than a little scared. Her words trailed off, and she tried to pull her hands from Brock. But he wasn't having it. He tugged her hands closer to his chest, placing her fingers just above his heart. Lil, I would be scared if that was me. You're doing the brunt of the hard work here. I'm just along for the ride and the crazy cravings, and to see if I can eat any of the cravings with you. Passing on the pickles and frosting, though. He winked, even though she couldn't see him. His words softened. But honestly, millions and millions of moms have done this. If anyone can do it, you can. I know this. You want a baby more than you're bugged by how it's getting out. This is just something to focus on. Now let's agree not to fixate on anything that will take the fun out of being pregnant. I'm sure we can come up with some fun things to try. He really was bothered by her weird cravings lately. Why couldn't she want something that he would like steak and potatoes, or fries and chili? He'd even go for tater tots and a milkshake. But no. Lily craved pickles and frosting, hamburgers and syrup, pizza and chocolate, together, not apart. And he didn't want to talk about the omelet filled with peanut butter and jelly. That was just wrong, and he'd been unable to look at her while she ate it. With gusto. You think it will be okay? Do you really think it will be? She tightened her grip on his fingers, and Brock grinned into the night. She was coming to him for comfort. That made him feel more like her man and protector than anything else could. "I know it. You're going to do great. Everything will turn out the way it's supposed to. You have nothing to worry about." But even as he said the words, he couldn't help being a little worried that he might be wrong, and that left him more terrified than anything else could. Because if something was wrong with Lily, or if something was wrong with the baby and she was horrified, then Brock's heart would be crushed. He couldn't have anything happen to his wife. She was his everything. She had to know that. Brock clutched her hands in his and spoke with a slight desperation. "You have to promise me you'll do everything you can to stay healthy and safe this pregnancy, okay? I can't have anything happen to you, Lily. I'm serious." Lily slowly pulled her right hand from his grasp and rested her fingers against his stubbly jawline. "Brock, everything is going to be fine." And the tables turned to his wife, consoling him. Brock and Lily fell asleep in each other's arms, seeking comfort from the other. Chapter 11. Tommy. As soon as Elizabeth Wilson stood from the stool, Tommy ducked down in his truck, setting the long-range camera on the seat beside him. He was at the end of the drive, but the large-sized windows along the outside of the Dean home made it easy to see inside. Most of Montana left their curtains open and their doors unlocked. Tommy was banking on that level of unadulterated trust to help him gather the information Ms. Hallowell wanted so badly. He started the truck, shifting into drive and tearing off down the road before she could leave the home. Back at the bed and breakfast, Tommy uploaded the images from the DSLR camera and studied each one. He wouldn't send all of them to the client, certainly not until he got the deposit, but that didn't mean he didn't need to inspect them. Amanda was in most of the images he'd captured. While he told himself he was only studying her to see which pictures he should send to his client, he could recognize a bald-faced lie when he heard and told one. He just wanted to stare at her. Through the lens of the camera, Amanda had a suspicious look on her face at first, as she stood at the bottom of the steps. Then that expression changed, altering as their conversation grew. The time inside wasn't long, but by the time Elizabeth had stood, Amanda's expression had softened and lost the worry she'd entered the house with. He pulled out a bagel he'd stashed that morning from the breakfast and settled into the chair in the corner of his room. He had a couple hours to wait until he had to be in town. He'd spend it looking at the pictures. There were worse things he could do with his time. The minutes passed quickly, and soon he drove into town to meet Amanda for their afternoon session. She'd said to come to the Dean matchmaking offices on the west side of town. The quaint building was decorated for Christmas, with lights strung along all the lines of the trim and garland in various greens, reds, and golds, wrapped around every porch column and railing. He climbed the steps, glancing around like someone might be watching him. But no one else walked on the street. The small town's features were mostly in the center of town during the holiday season. Based on the information Tommy had been able to gather while doing some foundational research, Christmas ran year-round in Mistletoe, and people took the holidays seriously. Tourists from all over the world came to the town, not just for a sprinkle of holiday cheer, but also to possibly find the love of their life. Tommy didn't believe in all that, but he couldn't deny the profitability of romance and Christmas in the very air of the town. Knocking on the door, Tommy glanced down at his clothes. Was he dressed appropriately? Were jeans too casual in a town that almost worshipped Santa? Or maybe his button-up shirt under a dark green sweater dressed the jeans up. He definitely had his doubts about any of the things he was trying to pass himself off as. Before he could talk himself out of staying for the appointment, the door opened and an attractive redhead smiled at him, her large green eyes similar to Amanda's in shape, but not color. Nothing compared to Amanda's blue eyes. "You must be Tommy. Amanda said she was expecting you. Come on in and grab the first door on the right in the hallway. No one should bother you guys in there." The woman turned toward a modified kitchen and turned back, snapping her fingers. "Sorry, I'm not normally that rude. I'm Tanya, one of her very attractive sisters, in case you have a brother that looks anything like you." She winked, her smile wide, as she turned away to leave him to it. Tommy couldn't control his answering grin. While Tanya wasn't his type, he could see how she'd be snatched up in no time with her frank boldness and bewitching good looks. No. Tommy's type seemed to revolve around curves and dark, ebony-burnished curls. Not that he had a specific type or was looking or anything. He entered the door to the office Tanya had told him about and stopped halfway in at the sight of Amanda staring off into space on the opposite side of the table from where he stood. Her pert nose and strong cheekbones were hard to ignore, while they seemed to bring the focus to her eyes and full, pouty lips. Tommy hadn't had enough time to stare at her pictures, apparently. And something to note, the images hadn't done her justice. He reached out, shutting the door behind him, and the sound startled her. She blinked and turned in her seat toward him, smiling when she recognized who it was. "Tommy, look at you, on time and everything. I'm surprised you're not married with 10 kids at this point." Her cheeks flushed, and she glanced at the table as if she'd said something she hadn't meant to. Tommy laughed and sat across from her, setting his folder and pencil in front of him. "I'm on time probably because I don't have other responsibilities. I've noticed kids tend to eat into normal life." Amanda laughed. "Yes, my sister Taylor has that problem. She used to be a by-the-minute planner, but she's getting more and more relaxed. I would even say she's now just a by-the-day planner. Don't tell her I said that, though." "Of course not. Before we get started, would you mind if I asked you a question?" Tommy waited for her nod before continuing. "Can you recommend a realtor in this area that can help me with a business site? I tried doing it myself, but my pride has taken a beating." He laughed and shook his head. What he needed was a credible person who would confirm he was looking for a place in Mistletoe to do business in who Amanda knew. He could always cancel his search when his real interests were completed. "Oh, sure. Samantha Wilson is perfect. Well, I guess technically she's a half-sister-in-law. That's a mouthful for a label, isn't it? Almost everyone in my life has taken on a new portion of a title. Half." She shook her head sadly, the light in her eyes dimming as she dropped her gaze to the table. "It's not fair. I get it. I was thinking about this since we parted ways the other day. I think we need to focus on when you found out the information about your parentage. Are you comfortable with that?" Tommy had certain questions he had to ask, and talking about her parents was the only way to get it. Amanda pressed her lips into a thin smile and lifted her chin, nodding tightly. "Sure, of course. Whatever you think is necessary." For a split second, Tommy wanted to grab her hand and run away with her, get away from their responsibilities and pain, all the issues that chained them to their lives. Instead, he swallowed and opened the notebook to a blank page and got into position to write. "Okay, so, you said that you just recently found out about who your real father is. What happened? How did you find out?" Tommy tilted his head to the side. He'd left his hat in the truck, but he wouldn't mind having the protection the brim would give his expression if she said something he wasn't prepared for. "My mom threatened to share something that would ruin the town. At a family meeting between the Wilsons and the Deans, Carrie spilled some stuff that she'd known about when Jennifer left and, well, it just kind of escalated. I knew something wasn't right, but that clinched it. So, I got a test to prove paternity." She shrugged. "I think I kind of always knew, you know. Who does this affect, besides you?" Tommy furrowed his brow and fidgeted with the pencil between both hands. If a woman called to threaten an entire town, how deep did this secret actually go? Amanda tousled her hair back off her shoulders. "Well, there's me, all the kids in both families. Then my dad and, of course, Mrs. Wilson. She told me to call her Elizabeth, but it feels weird to say it." "When did she do that?" Tommy scratched some nonsense on the paper. He would go over the information later to take notes on in the correct dossier he had for the case. "She came out today. It was surreal, I think." Amanda leaned her elbow on the table and studied Tommy. "Do you think it's dumb that I feel better after talking to her?" "I don't think anything is dumb, if it makes you feel better. What did she say that made you feel this way?" Tommy leaned forward, listening intently, not just to uphold his charade, but to also make sure he heard and absorbed everything she said. What she said mattered, and not just because he needed to know for the investigation, but also because he cared. And that alarmed him. He just couldn't focus on that right then. He'd have to inspect his feelings about her later, when he wasn't staring her down in a session. She said she's always wanted a daughter, that none of this is my fault, and that I shouldn't feel like I don't fit in. Now I have 2 families. That kind of thing. She blinked back tears and lifted her hands, wiping the escaped tears from their course down her cheeks. I can't believe my real mother never made me feel the way this woman did. It was always about her and what she wanted, obviously. A woman who would cheat on her husband with another married man obviously doesn't have a lot of morals in the first place, but you'd think she would worry somewhat about her kids, you know? She shook her head. Whatever, it's fine. It's not fine. One of the things Tommy had learned from his research on therapy was to make sure and not let the patient push their trauma under the table. He shook his head and rested his hands flat on the surface of the table. Amanda, you don't ever have to apologize or rationalize the way you feel to me, about anything. She returned his gaze and slowly nodded. Okay, thanks. Tommy smiled to soften the intensity of the moment. It sounds like this woman isn't your favorite person. Amanda's answering laugh was surprised, and she shook her head. No, she's definitely not. I'm sorry. That's not something anyone wants to have to deal with. I'm sorry it's happened to you. Tommy tapped his pencil on the paper and offered a moment of silence for Amanda to process what she was dealing with and to clear up her tears. He wasn't going to point attention toward her sadness. She didn't strike him as someone who wore her vulnerabilities on her sleeve, which made him like her even more. She was strong, but not so strong that she didn't feel things, and she seemed comfortable enough around him to show her true emotions. What would happen when she found out the truth about him? He couldn't be a therapist forever, and he wouldn't have any reason to stick around Mistletoe when he was finished with the case. Somehow, he'd ended up riding the bucking bronco when all he'd wanted to do was visit the farm.
Chapter 12. Amanda, do you think I'm fixable? Amanda's teasing tone couldn't be denied, and yet she meant the question with all the seriousness she could muster. She felt broken and destroyed. She felt like she'd been cast away when she hadn't even known it, and now that the truth was there. She didn't want to face it, and that made it even harder to bear. Tommy pulled back, the dark waves of his hair casting small shadows across his forehead and eyes. He took a deep breath while holding Amanda's gaze with his. Amanda, she spoke fast, cutting him off with a shaky smile. It's okay. I mean, it's fine if I'm not fixable. You can just say it. Don't worry about sparing my feelings. I can handle it. And she could, couldn't she? It's not like she didn't know she was broken. The information wasn't exactly classified. Tommy arched his eyebrow and waited for her to finish. What I was going to say is you're not broken. Not any more than the rest of us. All you need to do is learn to cope with the new circumstances. You have a ton of puzzle pieces and they're all waiting to be put together. That's why you're here with me. We can put you back together. The sincerity in his eyes left Amanda feeling whole and more than a little warm. Did all of his patients feel that way when he reassured them? How many patients did he have? Were any of them pretty? Amanda shifted on her chair, uncomfortable with the stab of jealousy shooting through her chest. You really don't think I'm broken? My mom... Amanda didn't want to call her that, but that's what it came down to. Her mom and the actions of her mother. Your mom sounds awful. I promise I'll never sugarcoat anything for you. She sounds horrible and like you're better off not having her in your life. But that's not why we're here. We're not talking about why your mother is an awful person. We're figuring out what part of your life is affected by the truth coming out and how much power it's going to have over the rest of your life. Because that's essentially what it comes down to. What's going on in your life and how can you fix it? Not you. You're not broken. But the situation you're in needs to be addressed. He offered a side smile, his gaze never deviating from her face. Emboldened by the confidence in his tone, Amanda sat up straighter in her chair and nodded enthusiastically. You're right. I can take charge of my life. I don't have to react. I can act. I like that. She considered Tommy and the way his sweater added to the masculinity of the breadth of his shoulders. Hey, do you have plans for dinner tonight? As soon as the question left her lips, Amanda regretted it. She closed her eyes and held up a hand. After a second, she reopened her eyes and took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I know. That was, of course, totally inappropriate. Amanda rushed on before Tommy could say anything. I'm just alone right now, and I know you're kind of alone, and I just thought maybe you'd want to get something to eat. Phew. Her heart was pounding, and Amanda felt like she couldn't catch her breath. What was she doing? Of course, it was highly inappropriate. He was her therapist, not her boyfriend or even her friend. She'd set things up for him merely as a courtesy, and now she worried she was giving him the wrong impression. But was it the wrong impression? She was extremely attracted to him and wanted to see him smile more, and see him more. That's all she wanted. Was there something wrong with that? Yes, so much. He was her therapist, and she was mixed up in her head. It wouldn't be prudent, and she could recognize that. Dang it all. Tommy leaned forward and laughed, shaking his head. Look, if you take a breath, I might be able to answer your question. He waited for her to stop swinging side to side on the swiveling chair and take a deep breath. Amanda, we can be friends, that's fine, but I'm your therapist. I'm not going to be around forever. Amanda scrunched her nose. But you're looking for a business here, right? His eyes widened and he nodded quickly. Right. I'm just saying I'm your therapist. We can be friends. I just don't want to give you the wrong idea. You won't always need therapy. The gentle letdown. She could handle that. She was there to get things figured out, not add another piece to the puzzle that didn't have a place. You're right. I'm sorry, What was she apologizing for again? The way his lips spread in a friendly smile left her distracted and unsure what it was she was talking about. Things could be so confusing when a man like Tommy looked the way that he did. That just wasn't fair. Amanda licked her lower lip. Okay, so let's say we make sure we're just friends. Dinner? Tommy studied her and then sighed. I can't tonight. I need to get some things done. Amanda nodded through her disappointment. Right, not a problem. But it was, and that left her feeling very uncomfortable. But what about tomorrow? We could try out that place on the highway. I can't remember the name of it. The Christmas-themed one. He rolled his eyes. Wait, everything here is themed for the holidays. Amanda burst out laughing. Do you mean Rudolph's Burger Barn? They actually serve bison, elk, and venison burgers. We should go there. I love it. They have the best onion rings and fry sauce. She smiled shyly at him. He hadn't said no. He'd just adjusted the time frame. Did that mean he wanted to be friends with her? She could use a friend. She waved her hand to the side. Is it going to be weird, though, to be friends and patient therapist? Nah. We just have to make sure that we keep our boundaries in place. When we're meeting in this capacity, this is the situation. Outside of the sessions, we're normal people. Got it? He winked and glanced back at the paper and then at his watch. Okay, I just want to make sure you don't think I'm taking advantage of the situation. She bit her lower lip again and studied him. She could look at him all day. There was so much cowboy in him, even as he sat at the table without his hat. Hey, did you grow up on a ranch or a farm? Tommy jerked his gaze to her face and blinked at her in surprise. Yeah, why? You just carry yourself like a rancher. Very distinct. That's awesome. We'll have to trade ranch secrets sometime. She knew something about him he hadn't shared with her. Yeah, we'll have to do that. Okay, let's plan out the next few weeks and then I'll let you get back to your day. He reached across the table and covered her hand in his. Hey, Amanda, I'm really grateful for everything you've done for me. It means a lot to have a friend like you. He smiled, and Amanda's heart swelled. They were friends. That's okay that he didn't want more than that. She could use a friend. A romance at that point in her life would just make things more confusing. She needed less puzzles to solve and more steadiness. Tommy could be that for her, in more ways than one.
Chapter 13. David. The sun couldn't seem to make up its mind on setting beyond the mountains to the west, or if it wanted to burn up the clouds rolling in. Every time the clouds shifted, there the sun was, hitting the sky with brilliant pinks, oranges, and even purples along the lower edges of the clouds. David hunched his shoulders against the winter chill and dropped his gaze to the gurgling creek feet from his boots. Snow and ice edged the river rocks along the creek bed, reflecting the colors from the setting sun in a sparkling prism that danced on the water. The log under his rear had long since lost its chill, but that didn't make David warmer. He couldn't go back to the ranch right now, not while Amanda was there. That poor girl. She had to be so confused about so much, and there David was, making things worse just by being around. He was so confused himself. Jennifer hadn't needed to cheat on him. She could have been honest with him. The rest of the girls, the ones born after Amanda, were they his or someone else's? He'd raised them all like they were his, even Amanda. Nothing had changed for him. All the girls looked alike, except Amanda. She had a different coloring than the rest, but that didn't mean anything. Coloring didn't mean anything when their mother... She'd cheated. She hadn't been happy for a long time with him, long before she'd left. But David didn't understand why she'd stuck around long after having another man's child with him. None of it made sense. Was Jennifer really that selfish? Was she really careless with others' feelings? It left David feeling empty that the mother of his children couldn't care less about them, so much so that she would come back later and upend all of their lives because she wanted money. Money. The last thing David cared about. She wanted to take it from their family. She could have stuck around and had everything and anything she wanted. All of it. But she'd left. Even if David wanted to give her everything to get rid of her, there was no way his daughters would let him do that. They held such resentment for their mother. They wanted nothing easy for her. And David didn't blame them. She'd upended their lives, left them for ridicule from the rest of the small town, ignored their attempts to achieve some kind of relationship with her, something, anything, and she'd ignored them, coldly. The longer David thought about it, the angrier he became. Who did she think she was? She couldn't do that to his children. They were his children. As far as he was concerned, she didn't get to claim them anymore. Even Amanda was his, and not hers. That was it. That was all there was to it. He wasn't going to share the beautiful girls he'd finished raising on his own, without their mother. How did he get Amanda to understand that he loved her still? How he felt about his daughter hadn't changed. He didn't know how she felt about the whole thing, though. He'd made sure to give her as much space as possible. When was he going to be able to go home, though? When would she feel better about everything? He needed to talk to her. He needed to clear up the confusion between them. What if she was worried that he didn't love her anymore? He didn't want her to worry any longer than absolutely necessary. That meant he ran the risk of being rejected by her, but that was the risk he'd have to take. She might not want anything to do with him, and that was her right. But if he knew Amanda, that's not the way things would go. He needed to clarify the situation from his perspective for his daughter. He couldn't do it from that cold spot on the log by the creek. Standing, he made his way to the truck parked about 100 yards from the water. No one else came out that far from town, especially not in the middle of December, so soon after a snowfall. He pulled open the truck door to find his cell phone ringing. Reaching forward, David swiped the answer button on Taylor's avatar. "Hey, Tay, I'm heading home. What's going on?" Taylor's voice came through the cell, but with a cracked and upset break to her words. "Dad? I need you to get home fast. She called. She broke into my car and put messages on my seat. Nothing was right. I had to call her, and then she must have been following me or something. I don't know, but she's here in town. That's what she said or insinuated." Taylor dragged in a shaky breath. "Dad, she said Amanda's parentage is just the beginning." A soft sob cut off whatever she might have been about to say. David stared at the dash of his truck, standing outside in the open doorway, as if he couldn't understand the simple words she'd spoken. He swallowed, blinking, as if that would wake him up from the nightmare Jennifer was fast becoming. "Okay, I hear what you're saying. I'll be home in under an hour. Can you see if we can get a meeting together between the Deans and the Wilsons as soon as possible? Have it at our place. We'll do it in the living room. I'll order something from town so no one has to worry about dinner. Make sure the kids are there, Tay. Then you don't have to worry about getting home to them fast." David climbed into the driver's seat of his truck and snapped the door shut. He turned the key in the ignition. They hung up. There was nothing else to say. He was going to go home, and they were going to figure out a way to get ahead of Jennifer, even if that meant they had to join forces, whatever it took to keep their families and their town safe. If Jennifer said she had something that could tear them apart, then she probably did. One thing Jennifer loved was the pursuit of power. She'd do anything to claim as much as she could. Why she wanted power in Mistletoe when she lived on the East Coast was beyond David's understanding. Where he'd been riddled with confusion and hurt, he now had a hunger for vengeance. How dare his ex-wife return as if she had any right? No more. She was done tearing his world apart. He no longer regretted her disappearance. Instead, he resented her return. Chapter 14. Tommy. How in the devil was Tommy going to be able to get money to take Amanda to dinner? He couldn't ask her to pay for dinner again. Not when he owed her so much already. But he had a few more days until he had money in the account. Well, he had about $300 in the checking account that he kept available in case his grandmother needed something. Maybe he could use some of that money to take Amanda out. There would be more money in the account on Monday. He could make sure Grams had extra supplies once that money got into his account. $20 or so wouldn't break the bank. Not just that one time. Right? If not, he had a watch he didn't use much that he could take to a pawn shop. He still had enough gas to get around town for another few days. So, he didn't need gas money for a bit longer. The next morning, he bounded down the stairs into the dining area of the bed and breakfast and glanced around the room. He'd gotten downstairs fairly early, and there were still a few couples present, eating their breakfast. One woman's plate held a cinnamon roll was so large it hung over the edges of the plate. The frosting dripped onto the doily beneath the plate. There was no way Tommy would be able to fit a cinnamon roll in a bag or backpack like he'd been doing with the bagels, muffins, and cheese sticks. There was no way he was turning down the chance to try one of the cinnamon rolls sitting on an artful crystal tray on the counter amongst the other treats Lily Wilson kept stocked at the bed and breakfast. Tommy piled his plate high with scrambled eggs and cheese, sausage, hash browns, fruit, and a poppy seed muffin. On its own plate, he scooped a cinnamon roll and licked his fingers that came in contact with the sticky frosting. He claimed a seat at a table against the windows and glanced out at the snowy winter wonderland. He was going to have dinner with Amanda later that night, and he was actually really excited. If he let himself forget that he was supposed to be around her for a job, he actually enjoyed the way he let himself think about her. The woman was everything he'd ever looked for in a partner. She was friendly, vulnerable, strong, generous, and beautiful. If only he'd met her under different circumstances. If only Ms. Hallowell hadn't set him up for complete failure in regards to keeping any of the relationships he put into place during that job. Lost in thought about Amanda and the food he thoroughly enjoyed, Tommy almost missed the buzzing of his cell phone in his pant pocket. Hello? He pressed the phone to his ear and lifted the glass of milk he'd grabbed to go with his food. Mr. Declan, this is Sandy at Darkwoods Hospital. Your grandmother was brought in an hour ago by ambulance. Is there any way you can make it in soon? We need to discuss diagnoses, treatment, and some other concerns the doctor has. The woman's voice was professional and nothing resembling comforting. Tommy slowly set the glass down on the table, his lips parting as he panted for air. Grams? She's in the hospital? What happened? Had he done something to hurt her? If he hadn't taken the job, he would have been there to help her. What was he thinking? We can discuss this in person, sir. She'll be fine, if that helps your concern. She is pretty bad. but the doctors will be able to get things situated. We just need you to get here as soon as you can. Of course. I'll head that way now. It takes about 3 hours from where I'm at. Thank you." Tommy hung up. He stared at his plate and then pulled the phone in front of him again. He dialed Amanda's number. There was no way he was going to be able to take her to dinner. If his grams wasn't better, he wouldn't be able to return to his post. "This is Amanda." Amanda's sweet voice snapped him back to the moment. Tommy cleared his throat, surprisingly overwhelmed with emotion about his grandmother. "Amanda, this is Tommy. Hey, about tonight. You need to cancel?" Insecurity laced her words. Tommy sighed. "Yeah, I'm sorry. My grandmother is in the hospital and I'm not sure what happened. They won't tell me. She's up north, and I need to get back as soon as possible." He wasn't lying, and for the first time with Amanda, it felt refreshing. Oh my goodness. What can I do? Can I go with you? Is there anything I can do at her house? I can clean?" Her desire to help was real, and she brought more emotion to his chest. "You would want to go? Really?" Tommy blinked back moisture in his eyes. He wasn't a crier by any means, but her generosity and the fact that he was betraying her, that juxtaposition was enough to bring him to his knees. He needed time to get to know her more. They were supposed to be friends. They were supposed to be spending time together. He had to get information on her. His list of justifications grew, and the more he came up with, the less he argued with himself on the impracticality of having her go with him, the better he felt about having her join him. He nodded. "Yeah, that would be great. I can open you up in 30 minutes. I need to leave as soon as possible." Maybe she would say no. Maybe it would hit her that this wasn't appropriate. She needed to stop them from doing what he wanted. Someone needed to be strong. Tommy was too close to the situation. He didn't want to be alone, and having Amanda go with him was the best thing for him, ignoring, of course, all of his lying and betrayal. Maybe he could get her to rely on their friendship enough that if she ever found out about the truth, she wouldn't want to get rid of him. Or maybe she never had to find out the truth. Maybe he could go somewhere else and just write her letters like they were long-lost friends. "Really? That would be perfect. I'll be waiting. Oh wait, I'm on the north side of town." She recited the address for him. He acted like he was writing it down, like he hadn't already been out to the ranch multiple times as he gathered more information on the family and the place they lived. "Okay, I'll see you soon." He wouldn't have to go by himself. A small twinge of guilt tugged in his chest. He was developing an attachment to her, and it would hurt like a branding when the truth came out. The truth always came out. He just hoped everything he put on the line was going to be worth losing just to rescue his grandmother's place. Everything came down to what he owed his grams. Everything. He owed her everything, and then some. No matter how much he was starting to care about the dark-haired woman, he couldn't walk away from his responsibilities toward his grandmother. He couldn't even entertain thoughts of more. His heart couldn't do both. He couldn't take care of his grandmother and fall for the Dean woman at the same time. It wasn't smart and it wasn't possible, even if they were surrounded by a town that believed in Christmas miracles.
Chapter 15. Amanda. Amanda grabbed her fleece-lined jacket as Tommy pulled up in front of the Dean family ranch in an old Ford pickup that had a rusty bumper and different wheels in the back. And yet, Amanda didn't care. She only noticed because the comfortable style fit the man behind the wheel. It seemed suitable to what she knew of him. She half-jogged to the truck, pulling open the door to the cab and smiling as she climbed in. "Thanks for picking me up. I'm sorry it's under such bad circumstances, but I'm glad I can go." She was grateful for any change to spend time with him, paid or otherwise. Her sisters would never let her live it down if they found out Amanda had a crush on a man she was paying to spend time with. By the hour. There was so much wrong with that statement. Amanda tucked her hair behind her ear and peeked at Tommy from the corner of her eye. His features were set in a frown, but he smiled each time he glanced at her. That had to mean something, right? Did she want it to mean something? Maybe that was something she needed to ask him. She cleared her throat. But she chickened out. How old is your grandmother? Was that okay to ask? Amanda's grandparents had all been dead a long time. She wasn't sure what was okay and what wasn't in the type of situation they were in. Was it okay to be familiar with him when they had a payment plan at other times? She's in her 80s. She's very active, that's why I'm surprised I got a call from the hospital and not from her. He shook his head, the brim of his hat moving and casting a slight shadow across his eyes. I'm sure she's okay. They probably just want to make sure she sees you. Amanda didn't know what else to say. She wasn't familiar with the situation, and that meant she couldn't say for sure one way or the other. Was it bad to want to be reassuring? She just hated being inept at it. He sighed and nodded, turning the truck onto the north traveling highway. Yeah, you're probably right. She might have just fallen or something. The ranch is big and she still demands to do a lot of the work. The last time I was home, she got up at 5 a.m. and went out and gathered eggs from the chickens. I didn't know she had decided to add to the number of animals she had. He shook his head, laughing, the sound delightful to Amanda's ears. Anyway, sorry. I don't mean to make it all about me. How are you? Amanda shooed his comment away. Please, it's always all about me. I like hearing about you and your life. I think that's one of the defining things about being from Montana. The self-reliance trait is buried deep in the marrow of our bones. Sometimes that's not a good thing, but it's a necessity. How long have you lived in Montana? She'd always assumed he was a lifer, but what if he wasn't? That wasn't really a fair assumption to make. My whole life. I can't imagine living anywhere else. Did you know that there are some towns and states that have never seen snow? Tommy's eyebrows raised and he draped his wrist across the top of the steering wheel, turning to slightly face Amanda. This is true. I can't imagine going more than 6 months without seeing snow. That just seems like a personal kind of torture. He laughed and shot a cockeyed grin her way. Dang it all? Her heart melted. She nodded in spite of the fact that he hadn't asked her anything. Tommy? Can I ask you something? Amanda bit her inner cheek, waiting until he nodded at her. Have you ever dated someone you work with? Someone I work with? No, I don't need my life scrutinized. Can you imagine? He laughed, glancing behind him at traffic and passing the car in front of them. Oh, great. She was going to sound like a bigger idiot than she already did. What's going on, Amanda? Are you okay? Tommy's concern gave Amanda the courage she needed to ask him straight out what she was wondering. Do you ever date patients? And yet she didn't want him to say yes. If he did, then that would make her feel weird. Like maybe he was taking advantage and she didn't want to be among a pool of women he had access to all the time. But if he said no, that would be the end of her chances. And she wasn't sure how that made her feel. He'd already been clear about just being friends. I've never dated a client or a patient. No, I've never wanted to. Tommy avoided looking directly at Amanda, staring out the windshield with his hands in the 10-2 position on the steering wheel. Oh. Amanda suddenly felt very small. He'd never wanted to. That must mean that he didn't feel the same way she did. He wasn't attracted to her like she was to him. That wasn't a bad thing on an ethical or professional level, but it made her feel like she'd been acting like a lovesick schoolgirl and had no idea what she was doing chasing after the teacher or something. I'm sorry. You've been really clear that we're just friends. I can't help that I feel this way. It's stupid. I just thought you felt the same things that I was feeling. Just ignore I said anything. Amanda leaned back against the seat and turned her gaze out the passenger side window. She pressed her lips together and mentally berated herself for acting so stupid. What was wrong with her? And she was going to be in the truck with him for a long time. Crud. A long moment of silence passed between them. Tommy was the first to break it after more than a handful of minutes. I've never wanted to date or spend personal time with a patient before you. Now, I try to come up with ways to see you. I want to talk to you all the time. I can't help but wonder what you're doing or what you would think about something I see that's new. It's not healthy. It's far from ethical, and I don't want to put you in a position like that with someone you are going to for help." He swallowed, finally glancing at Amanda with sincere vulnerability in the depths of his dark eyes. "Amanda, I don't want to pursue anything with you in case it doesn't work out. I'd hate to be the reason you can't work through your personal trials, and instead I just add to them. Does that make sense?" Amanda hadn't realized she was holding her breath until she let it out on a whoosh when he fell silent after his declaration. She couldn't look away from him, even as he continued to break their gaze to keep an eye on the road. With the snowy conditions, they probably should have pulled over to have that kind of in-depth conversation. But Amanda didn't see the point in slowing down the drive when he was obviously in a rush to get to his grandmother's side. Reaching up, Amanda rubbed at the sensitive skin at the nape of her neck. "What if I can keep everything separate? What if I don't end up needing therapy for very long? We could... I don't know. I'm very out of my element right now." She half laughed when deep down she wanted to cry. If things were that hard just trying to figure out if she could date him or not, what would things be like once they actually started? Or worse, didn't date? Would things be uncomfortable? "You know what? Forget I asked. Let's take it as friends, like you suggested. When I'm finished with my sessions, maybe we can pursue it then, right?" Amanda shifted to face him on the seat, all earnestness in her shoulders and expression as she leaned toward him. "I need to protect those sessions, Tommy. They're the only things helping me through my muddled thoughts. Is that okay? I don't want to put you in a position either, where you're not comfortable with what you're doing." If there was a chance she could be with him after her therapy was over, then Amanda was willing to do whatever it took to get through her therapy as fast as possible. He offered her a half smile, his eyes searching her face before turning back to the road. "Yeah, I think that sounds like a plan." But even as he said the words that made her heart sing with possibilities, Amanda noticed the sadness in his eyes and the slight downturn of his lips. She'd have to figure out what he wasn't telling her. There was time, though. They had plenty of time.
Chapter 16. Tommy. They didn't have that much time, not for Amanda to get through therapy, and not for Tommy to convince her that she cared more about him than a slight lie. Well, it was bigger than a small lie. Anyone could see that if they knew the truth. He'd lied to her about so much. There was no way she'd ever be able to trust him once she found out. Tommy knew this. He hated that he'd lied to her from the beginning. He could have picked anything to tell her, and yet he'd gone with the most invasive on her privacy, the most convenient for him to get the information he needed. They drove a little further, and Tommy decided to ask some of the questions he'd been tasked with getting the answers for. "Okay, so since I've pretty much promised you my heart, I better get to know you better on a more personal level." He chuckled as if he were teasing her. How much more personal can we get aside from the therapy sessions? Amanda's own small laugh left Tommy's chest warm. She did things to his insides he didn't know were possible. "Well, those are professionally based questions. I'm wondering about things like..." He shrugged and acted like he was looking for a question. "Did you have a journal when you were growing up?" Amanda laughed. "Of course. What girl didn't? My mom gave it to me." "Oh yeah? What did you write in it? What did it look like? Where did you hide it?" Tommy wiggled his eyebrows at Amanda. "See? Personal questions I can't take notes on." Amanda settled back in her seat. "Well, it was a light brown leather journal with horseshoes branded on the front." She wrinkled her nose, distracting Tommy from driving for a moment at the cute and much younger appearance she exuded. "Okay, so... Don't think I'm dumb. But I brought a dictionary home from the school library, and I glued the pages together. Then I cut out a hole in the pages that was exactly the size I needed for my journal. Well, the hole was a little bit bigger and I could put some other things in there, but that's where I put the journal." She bit her lip. "Actually, I think it's still there." "Where?" Tommy forced himself to ask nonchalantly, like he really did just want to know more about her, which he did. Unfortunately, the information she was giving him, he couldn't keep to himself. He had to pass it on. Ms. Hallowell was paying a lot of money to get access to the secrets Amanda kept. The more Tommy got to know Amanda, the more he had to wonder just what Ms. Hallowell's plans were regarding the warm-hearted woman he had started caring for. In my dad's house, there's this office just past the kitchen that doubles as a living room, and my dad put shelves in all along the wall. We have mostly books in there. I always loved that room. It was the last time I remember my mom smiling when he presented it to her. A wave of sadness dimmed the brightness of Amanda's smile, and she turned her head to stare out the window of the passenger door. Was she crying? Tommy didn't like seeing her pain, but he was grateful she trusted him enough to share it with him. Maybe that meant he wouldn't be able to destroy that trust too much. Just a ding or a dent that he could hopefully fix. Hopefully. That didn't mean it was likely. Well, you're going to get to meet my Grams. She's been taking care of me since my parents died. Even though I was old enough to take care of myself, we just kind of leaned on each other. Plus, I had all their medical debt to take on, and my Grams ranch has fallen behind in payments, so we just kind of help each other with that kind of thing. He gritted his teeth together. What was he thinking telling her that kind of stuff about himself? She didn't need to know about his life. Not that kind of stuff. Debt is hard. There's always a feeling that someone is watching you, waiting for the chance to take what you've worked so hard for. Especially when it's debt that isn't really yours. Amanda thrummed her fingers on her thigh. Emotional debt can be just as burdensome as financial debt. My family has lots of money, lots and lots. But because of the actions of others, we have baggage that we're all trying to work through on our own. So, I understand dealing with the debts of others. It's not like you can walk away from your parents' debt, or from helping family like your grandmother. That's not something you can do, especially someone with as much integrity as you. Amanda smiled softly at him. Integrity. He didn't have any. He knew that. He was trading in something material for his grandmother to keep in exchange for ruining Amanda's life. He wasn't sure what type of things Ms. Hallowell planned on doing to Amanda, or her family, or the town. But asking for very specific details and items that Tommy had to get gave him a hint that things weren't going to go well. Do you have any other questions? Amanda folded her arms like she was cold and waited. Leaning forward long enough to turn the heater a little higher, Tommy took another chance to look at the beauty, not more than a foot or two from him. Her brilliant blue eyes and rose-colored lips held no guile or distrust. She trusted him. That fact hit him in the chest like a sledgehammer. She trusted him, even as he planned and plotted with someone else to destroy her. Actually, we're going to pass my grandmother's ranch. I'll show you what I can before we pass it. He shifted on his seat. He had the perfect opportunity to get more information from Amanda, but he couldn't. He just couldn't push her for something he wasn't sure he wanted anymore. At least, not until he was free from the bindings of his assignment. Not on Ms. Hallowell's terms. Not when he would be expected to exploit the situation. She saw him as a man of integrity, and he was anything but. As they passed his home, Tommy tried to keep in mind that everything he was doing was to save the family land. That had to be justification enough. Amanda had to understand that. He had to keep his grandmother's home. She couldn't live in an assisted living facility. He couldn't allow that. She needed her freedom, and he had to make sure she could keep it. Amanda exclaimed over everything, just like he knew she would. They turned shortly after the end of the expansive property, and Tommy gripped the wheel harder. So far, he'd been able to avoid the significance of his grandmother at the hospital. He wasn't sure what had happened, but he didn't like that he was so far away. As soon as he finished this job, he could be home more. He could do more ranch duties around the place for Grams and start up his farrier business he'd wanted to do for a while. A job that would provide for them and keep the ranch running smoothly. He needed that. He wanted that. He had to remember everything he was doing wasn't just for him. Everything he did would keep his grandmother living like she should be. There was less than a month left, and then Tommy would be able to be with her more, so she wouldn't have any more hospital scares alone. And that's when it hit him. He was scared. He was terrified of what he was going to find at the hospital. He couldn't lose his grams. Not yet. He wasn't ready. And as they pulled up to the hospital with its small-town parking lot that could hold maybe 20 cars, Tommy resolved to keep his eye on the prize. He was going to lose Amanda. He had to count on that. There was no point in hoping for a shot with her when everything he needed counted on betraying her more than once. Betraying her confidence and taking advantage of her trust. As long as he made up his mind to do it, it couldn't be that bad, could it? If it wasn't that bad, then his heart wouldn't hurt, and he wouldn't want to grab Amanda's hand and run far away from Montana and all of the secrets and pain she promised. Tommy wanted to keep his grandmother's ranch, his grandmother healthy, and his budding chance with Amanda. But he couldn't have all three. He had to give up two to get the one, and even as it was, he might have already lost her. Time to salvage what he could before he lost everything.
Chapter 17. Amanda. I can wait here if you'd rather? Amanda motioned over her shoulder toward the modest gift shop set up on the lower level of the hospital. Dark Forest Hospital was in the running for size and stature against the Mistletoe Clinic. Neither could claim a spot on the list for best emergency room or even worldwide renowned surgery center, but where it lacked in grandeur and sophistication, it made up for with bedside manner and sweet comfort. Oh yeah, actually, I'm not sure I want to go up by myself. Tommy stopped his frantic strides forward and turned to face Amanda. He blinked, reaching up to readjust his hat. I don't really know what to expect. The unsurety in his tone made Amanda crook her finger toward him. Come on. It's never good to show up to the hospital with empty arms. My sister Carrie taught me that. While we can't provide the best baked goods this side of the Atlantic, we can definitely show up with some goodies that might brighten your grandmother's day a bit. Amanda led the way into the gift shop, fully confident Tommy followed. Inside, a small glass-topped counter stood in front of a fridge unit full of brightly colored flowers. Wrapping accessories hung on rolls and off hooks beside it. To their right, as they walked in, a wall stocked with stuffed animals and various novelty items caught the eye. Cards adorned a turn rack, while shelves with books and magazines made up another wall. Treats covered the last wall. Boxes of candies, sweets, and specialty items along with some catalogs filled with more you could order. A dull and scratched helium tank stood sentry by the cash register with a small display of balloons that were offered. Amanda, I can't afford this stuff. Tommy shook his head, his cheeks ruddy from embarrassment and not from the cold. He tucked his hands into his front pockets and avoided her gaze. Oh, well, phew. It's a good thing I'm buying. Amanda went to the front of the register and dinged the small silver bell. An older woman with her white hair cut short and wire-framed bifocals on her nose hobbled from the back. She peered at Amanda and then at Tommy like they might be about to rob the place. Can I help you? Yes, please. I'd like your largest teddy bear, 10 of your brightest balloons, your biggest bouquet of roses, and daisies. She turned to glance at Tommy, who stared at her with his mouth hanging open. Don't you think daisies are the happiest flowers? She turned back to the woman who wrote furiously to take Amanda's order. We would also like the largest box of chocolates you have as well as... She tapped her finger against her chin as she turned to the side and studied the candies displayed on the shelves. You know what? I think one of each of those will do. She reached into her pocketbook that she always had with her and pulled out her card, snapping it on the counter. My friend here will fill out the card for the flowers. Very good. The woman's expression of suspicion had faded, replaced by one of excitement and awe. Amanda stepped to the side, smiling politely as she waited for her order to be put together. 10 balloons and the biggest bouquet of roses wasn't going to happen in an instant. Tommy glanced down at her, the heat of his gaze readily evident as if she wasn't already aware of his every breath. She glanced up, twisting her lips to the side. You think the candy was too much? Does she not like sweets? I've never met an elderly lady who didn't have a sweet tooth. I plan on having one when I get older. Oh, we all have sweet tooths, Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." The woman at the counter pointed a pair of scissors at Amanda and winked as if they were conspiratorial partners in on a great escapade. "Yeah, this is too much. You don't need to do this." But Tommy's eyes were bright, and that was all the encouragement Amanda needed. "Nah, it's never too much when it's someone we love. Now get that card done. She's whipping through this order." Amanda stepped forward, ready to sign the credit card slip. To see that kind of expression on Tommy's face was worth any amount of money. He'd said that money was tight and she hadn't meant to put him on the spot. Why did she keep feeling like she was fumbling around him? The man was infuriatingly understanding and never seemed to get upset with her. Was that normal? He just calmly talked things out. He was so honest. That was going to be hard to live up to. The store clerk packaged everything into gift bags with handles and sent them on their way. Amanda jerked her chin down the hall. "You'll have to lead. I have no idea what this hospital layout is." Both of them had overburdened arms, but Tommy led easily down the hall and to the single elevator. They went up one floor, neither speaking as Tommy continued to eye the items Amanda had purchased. Maybe she had gone overboard. Maybe his grandmother would think Amanda was showboating or whatever that term was. Tommy stepped off the elevator first at the second floor, glancing back at Amanda to make sure she followed. Amanda smiled, encouraging him to go onward without checking on her. He needed to check on his grandmother. They'd already wasted enough time getting there and stopping in the gift shop. She didn't need to slow them down anymore with formalities. Amanda glanced into mostly empty rooms as she followed behind Tommy. They passed a nurse's station, and that's when the sound hit them. Tommy rolled his eyes, his smile growing broader the further they walked. No one was at the nurse's station, and a rousing chorus of jingle bells was coming from a room a few doors down from where they stood. Amanda furrowed her brow and continued following Tommy toward the room where the caroling was coming from. He turned back to Amanda. If they weren't singing for her, they'd be dancing. He waited for Amanda to walk ahead of him, and then he followed her in. They came to stand at the foot of a bed surrounded by nurses, orderlies, and doctors, all being led in song by a sprite of a woman who couldn't have been taller than a forest gnome. She waved her arms enthusiastically from side to side, motioning toward each group when it was their turn. And for the most part, the singing could have been rehearsed for how well it sounded. The woman's eyes widened, and she closed the singing with a sharp movement of her... Was that a straw she used as a conductor's wand? "Tommy, look, everyone. My grandson is here to whisk me away to the real world." The woman winked, brandishing her straw like it was there to punctuate each syllable. Murmurings and hellos came from the group as they broke up, and the majority of them began exiting the room. "Who did you bring, and what's with all the goodies?" Tommy's grandmother eyed Amanda and the bags as if she wasn't sure what to expect. The balloons trailed behind Amanda with the persistence of metal following magnets. Amanda glanced at Tommy, waiting for him to say something. He glanced at the nurse and doctor, staring at him in turn, and he shoved the bags and glass vase filled with flowers toward his grandmother. "Did you need to speak with me?" He directed his question toward the hospital staff. "Yes, actually. Thank you." The doctor held his hand toward the hallway, inclining his head as he waited for Tommy to follow him. "I'll be right back, okay?" Tommy glanced at his grandmother. "Grams, this is Amanda. She's a friend of mine. She got you all this great stuff. I'll be right back, ladies." He looked at Amanda, more questions than answers in his eyes, and she waved him on. He needed to focus on what the doctors were saying and not worrying if she was going to disappear. "Well, it's nice to meet you, dear. You didn't have to get all of this for me. You know, as soon as Tommy finishes with his big case, he's going to have enough to get me as many..." "Oh, is that a box of chocolates?" Tommy's Grams stopped talking and covered her mouth with shaking hands. She raised bright eyes toward Amanda and then pointed at the box Amanda pulled from a bag. "Is that all for me?" Amanda grinned, nodding. "I wouldn't share with Tommy either if I were you. He said you wouldn't like all these treats." Her lips parted. The older woman reverently pulled the box of chocolates into her lap and caressed the box. When she spoke, her voice was wavery and soft, almost breathy. My husband bought me a box every Christmas when he was alive. I haven't had one in years. I love chocolate myself. Amanda watched the woman nod at the box. You know what's funny? I hate chocolate. Not a popular opinion to have, I know. I was always weird and liked the fruit and nut applets and things like that. But Terry, my husband, he thought I liked chocolates. So every year he bought me my own box. And then I would tell him he had to eat one for every piece I ate. But he never saw me eating them. He never suspected that he was buying the box for himself. She laughed, wiping at the moisture gathering under her eyes. You'll need to give this box to Tommy. Thank you, dear girl, for bringing back just a little bit of Terry for me. She smiled and grabbed at the large teddy bear. I will definitely keep this one, though. He has enough hair on him to rival Terry's chest hair. Her cackle and comments surprised a sharp laugh from Amanda. Her cell buzzed in her pocket, and she pulled the piece out while Grams continued going through the gifts, exclaiming over each one. A text from Taylor gave Amanda a light jolt of concern. I need you to get back to the ranch as soon as you can. It's about Jennifer. If that wasn't enough, a text came in immediately after Taylor's from an unfamiliar number. I'm back. We need to talk. Their mother that no one wanted to claim. She thought she had the right to reach out? Amanda wasn't even close enough to town to make it worth her while to respond. Maybe she'd worry about that when she got back home? Or maybe she'd ignore all of it and just enjoy the time she had visiting with Tommy and his grandmother.
Chapter 18. Tommy, did he chance leaving Grams alone with Amanda? Tommy needed to talk to the doctors, though. He had to find out what they couldn't tell him over the phone. Stepping outside of the room into the hall and out of earshot, Tommy turned to face the doctor and nurse with his arms folded over his chest. What's going on? She seems fine. The nurse glanced at the doctor as if to say, you're in charge. They looked back to Tommy as the doctor spoke. Your grandmother was severely dehydrated this early morning when they brought her in. It sounds like the neighbor came by to check on her because the chickens got out of their pen. Your grandmother was on the floor in the basement. Her lower leg is broken, but she'll be fine. She needs to have someone taking care of her. We're not sure when her last full meal was. She hasn't answered any questions about the state of things at her house. Is it fair to say you don't live there? Shocked at what he was hearing, Tommy tucked his chin. I usually live there, yes, but I'm out of town on assignment right now, and I'm not able to be there. Your grandmother told us you guys are experiencing some financial difficulties. We would recommend an in-home caregiver to stay with her, but if the money isn't there... The nurse glanced at the doctor, and then back to Tommy. The problem is, her insurance was denied. Her insurance was denied. Not only were they in debt past their eyeballs, but now they were adding more, and his grandmother had a broken leg. She wouldn't be able to take care of herself. He would have to come home and do it. They were going to lose the house, the land, everything. Maybe it was for the best. If they sold the land, then all the debt would be taken care of, and they could get a small townhome in a place like Kalispell or somewhere and try to figure out what to do next. That was plausible, right? They could do that. Tommy reached up and ran his hand down his face. If he could walk away from the case, he would. If his grandmother didn't need her home, he would do exactly that. He'd fix things with Amanda and get the rest of their life straightened out. He could do something besides hire out work. He could help his grandmother at least enjoy the last years of her life by not being alone. He nodded. We are in debt. He glanced into the hospital room, grateful that Amanda had stayed and talked with his Grams, his grandmother who was injured and needed someone to take care of her. She'd already told him more times than he could count that she had to keep a hold of the family land. She owed it to her father, since her father had never been able to have sons to pass the land to. Tommy had to keep the land. He was almost there. He lifted his chin and pulled his shoulders back, dropping his arms to his sides. Don't worry. I'm coming into some money soon, and I'll be able to pay everything off. Give her the best she needs, and I'll guarantee it. He smiled confidently, certain they suspected something was off, as they glanced at each other and nodded. "Of course, sir. We'll set up in-home care and get her ready for discharge." The doctor nodded and turned away, leaving the nurse to finish up with Tommy. Only in a town where they knew how much land was worth would they accept that kind of guarantee. They knew they lived at Divinity Ranch. With all the land with the ranch, there was no chance they wouldn't get paid one way or the other. Half distracted while he listened, Tommy couldn't help wondering why Amanda had stayed. And every time he thought about her saying she trusted him, a small part of his heart died. She couldn't know that he was a liar of the worst kind. She'd never forgive him. He had to be everything he said he was, or she'd walk out of his life and never look back. And he was serious in the truck when he said he'd never wanted to date anyone else. No one had ever interested him before Amanda. What was he going to do? He had to choose between Amanda and his grandmother. Everything he was because of Grams, and everything he wanted to be seemed wrapped up in Amanda. His hands shook, and he shoved them back in his pockets. The choice was being taken from him as he agreed to all the things the doctor suggested. Everything. And every one of them cost money. More and more money, which dragged him a little bit further from his chances with Amanda.
Chapter 19. Samantha. Checking her wristwatch, Samantha pulled her coat from the hook by the door and shrugged it on. She glanced back at the desk of her office before moving out to the lobby. Right on time, a tall, well-built cowboy walked through the front doors wearing stacked jeans and a fleece-lined denim jacket. His cowboy hat was dark and set off the gray of his eyes. Samantha smiled and held out her right hand to shake. "You must be Tommy Declan?" "How'd you know?" The stranger reached out, closing his hand around hers and shaking easily. Laughing, Samantha drew back and motioned toward her watch. "You're my only appointment for the afternoon and I don't know you. So all of that helps. Plus, Amanda let me know you'd be coming in and she said you were easy on the eyes." And Amanda hadn't been lying. Samantha had laughed when Amanda had said it, but she wasn't laughing any longer. If Austin found out she was going to be alone with a good-looking guy like Tommy, his jealousy would soar. He trusted her just fine, as he should, but he still didn't like Samantha being alone with men like the one in front of her. "Well, if we're going to go looking at businesses in the area, should we have Amanda join us? She's right around the corner and she actually has a really good eye for these things." Not to mention, Samantha didn't want anyone to get the wrong idea. She seriously needed to rethink her occupation. Austin getting jealous wasn't something she liked, and he didn't do it on purpose, but she would feel the same way if their roles were reversed. Tommy's eyes widened and he cocked his head to the side. "She can come with us? You think she'd like that?" "Only one way to find out." Samantha pulled out her cell and texted Amanda. Her cell buzzed almost immediately with an affirmative reply. That was easy. "Looks like we're stopping by her office to pick her up. Does that sound all right with you?" Samantha tucked her phone back in her pocket and tried to keep her grin dimmed at the way Tommy nodded enthusiastically in reply. Interesting. Samantha would be able to tell her husband Tommy wanted to be around Amanda. She'd have to watch them together for more details to share with Austin. Maybe his matchmaking skills would be triggered and he'd agree with Samantha that Tommy was nothing to be jealous over. They pulled to the side of the road in front of the Dean offices, and Amanda skipped out, her long legs and graceful movements looking perfect in leggings and a warm sweater dress covered with a tweed coat and a pull-on wool hat. She slid into the back seat of the smaller SUV behind Tommy. "Hi, guys. Thanks for thinking of me. This should be fun." Tommy chuckled. "Only you would think shopping for offices would be fun." Amanda swatted his arm playfully. "You should definitely be excited. A new place to call your business home? That's exactly the start of some people's dreams." Tommy continued looking forward and missed as Samantha glanced at him, noting the sober tilt to his lips and the way worry furrowed his brow. He was hiding something from Amanda. But what could it be? Maybe he didn't want Amanda to know something about his business. Samantha kept quiet until they got to the first street where the first building was available. Okay, so this first one just came on the market. It has a beautiful lobby with about 8 different offices. A modified kitchen or break room is along the far wall. A restroom for each gender completes the ensuite style of the building. There's even a great reception area that is designed to feel more open than closed. Samantha had done her research on what made for a good therapy office, and then she'd searched out what could fit those needs in the available listings in Mistletoe and surrounding towns. Only 3 options came up, and only 2 were nice enough to show. They climbed from the rig, and Samantha used her realtor access to get into the building, waiting for Tommy and Amanda to pass her by as she held the door open for them. Tommy nodded thanks, keeping his eyes on Amanda as she walked ahead of him. After they were in the building, Samantha motioned for them to move around. Go ahead and look around. Try to imagine what your own brand would do in here, Mr. Declan. There are different ways to set up therapy offices. Are you one-on-one, or does your practice specialize in group work? Again, Samantha had done her research. She didn't want to drop the ball as his realtor. Tommy looked at her, startled. Both? I think we offer both. Yes, we do. He cleared his throat and glanced at Amanda, who hadn't been paying attention. Both? She hadn't read anything on a therapy office offering more than one type, but that didn't mean they didn't do it. He didn't seem certain one way or the other. Wouldn't a therapist know that about their practice? Amanda motioned toward the windows in the front and the skylight above the lobby area. Look at the lighting in here. You could do some great things with this space. If you do group therapy, the other building will be a better option. There are larger conference rooms in there and much larger bathrooms. Samantha narrowed her eyes as Tommy ignored what she said and hovered at Amanda's side. He nodded to something she murmured that Samantha wasn't able to hear, and they moved further into the building. Maybe what Samantha needed to do was give them some time. The vibe she was getting from Tommy, though, wasn't that he wanted to search for a building, more like he wanted to spend time with Amanda. If given the choice, he wasn't choosing with a very business-minded focus. The rest of the showings went similar, and as Samantha parted from Tommy and Amanda, she couldn't help wondering just how much of what he'd said about needing a space was true. Instead of returning to the office, Samantha turned the car toward home, not stopping until she pulled into the driveway and parked. Inside, she called out for Austin, listening to hear where he might be. I'm downstairs. His deep, husky voice pulled her toward him, and she tossed her coat and gloves onto the couch as she passed. Downstairs, Samantha rushed toward Austin, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and pulling herself close to him. She closed her eyes and sighed. Long day? Austin hugged her back. He knew everything about Samantha. That's what happened when you fell for your best friend. They knew everything about you and loved you anyway. Yeah, but I didn't have a lot of work. Samantha leaned back, just enough to see his face. She pursed her lips. I think my new client, Tommy Declan, has a thing for Amanda? She asked it because while she'd seen it, she couldn't help wondering about all of the questions he'd raised with her when she'd asked him questions about his business. If she had to make a guess, she'd suggest he had no idea what was essential for his business or even what his business was about. Yeah, he was in therapy, but he didn't know the basic answers to questions one would know if they were really looking for office space for their work. He had no idea if they would need space for therapy equipment, the age of potential patients, what type of noise canceling would be needed, if they would be offering meals or kitchen space for their staff, and more. Amanda? Like my half-sister, Amanda? Austin tilted his head. There was a whole lot of history between the two families, and the new revelation that Amanda was part Wilson and part Dean had left confusing emotions in each member of both families. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Samantha twisted her lips to the side and shrugged. Well, she's my sister. New or not. I don't like the idea of this guy taking interest in her. What's his name again? Austin turned to the side, grabbing up a pen and some paper and waiting for Samantha to give him the details she had. Okay, I'll look into it. But before that, I think you and I need to have some dinner. I ordered in and it should be here pretty soon. Chinese? Samantha clapped her eyes and bounced forward on the balls of her feet. Of course, it's the perfect day for it, don't you think? Austin winked and leaned down, pressing his lips to hers. He somehow knew exactly what she needed when she needed it. Hopefully, that never changed.
Chapter 20. Tommy. Looking for a business office was exhausting when he wasn't really looking or in the market. His own farrier business would require a ranch, and at the rate he was going, he wouldn't even have that inside the month. But spending that time with Amanda had left him grateful for any time he could get with her, because soon enough, she wouldn't want anything to do with him. Nothing. And preparing for that inevitability was more painful than he wanted to admit. When had he grown so attached to her? Her addictive smile and the way her eyes crinkled at the corners when she laughed captivated him. Her humor was infectious, and she had a savvy way of looking at things while also considering the way others might perceive situations. She was nothing like what Ms. Hallowell had described her as. None of the Dean or Wilson family members matched the descriptions that Ms. Hallowell had given him. In fact, the more family members he came in contact with, the more he realized he might be on the wrong side of the situation. That didn't sit well with him. Pulling up to the bed and breakfast Amanda had set up for him to stay in, Tommy shut the door to his truck and climbed the steps trimmed with Christmas lights. He entered through the front doors and paused in the front foyer area when he saw Lily standing at the desk, studying the calendar. She glanced up at the jingling bell as it shut behind Tommy. "Mr. Declan, how are you doing? How are you enjoying your stay?" Something about her mouth and the high points of her cheeks reminded Tommy of Amanda, and he remembered they were sisters. For some reason, that fact was hard to hold on to. Amanda seemed so solitary from the rest of the people in town. "Samantha said she was taking you around town to look over some lots. Did you find anything you liked?" Lily moved from behind the desk and offered him a small tray of chocolates. He took a truffle and shook his head. "Not yet. I have to admit, I was distracted by Amanda's presence." A large grin split across Lily's features. "So, you like Amanda, huh?" Tommy chuckled, shoving the intoxicating chocolate treat into his cheek while he tried speaking around it. "Doesn't everyone? She's hard to ignore." "Well, she's a diamond, and whoever snatches her up will be the richest man in the world, not just Montana." She set the tray down and led him into the sitting area. "I have no doubt." The thought of anyone else with Amanda left Tommy feeling empty and cold. He couldn't get attached to her. He couldn't, or the people of Mistletoe. What is the best thing about this town? Besides the fact that it was Amanda's hometown. Besides the obvious Christmas factor, lots of things are great. We have events year-round. It's great to raise a family in. There's definite growth both in real estate and other tourist services. With so many people moving this way, there's a lot of opportunity for businesses and development. I think your therapy practice is going to do well." Lily sat on an upright rocking chair and waited for Tommy to sit on the settee across from her. "Plus, Amanda is here." She arched an eyebrow at Tommy, her lips curved in a teasing smile. She was right. Amanda was there, and so was all of the lies he'd told and was continuing to tell. The brief visit with Lily left Tommy wondering just what his goals really were. Before he'd started the case, everything had been clear. He'd go in, get the information and the items Ms. Hallowell needed, and then he'd get out. None of it would affect him or his life, because he lived up in Dark Woods. That was it. In, out, and on with his life, but with $1 million in his pocket that he could use to take care of all of his and his grandmother's problems and have some left over. Now, though, after having met Amanda and immersing himself in her life like he had, Tommy couldn't be more confused or more lost on where his goals were. Goals and plans changed, right? Wasn't there a way to make them work together? There had to be a way to make sense of his goals and plans. Honestly, though, he had to admit he probably had damaged everything far beyond redemption at that point. He'd lied. There was nothing redeemable about what he was doing. what he was still doing. His stomach hurt. Maybe he needed to talk to Amanda, see if telling her the truth was the way to go. They had set up another meeting and Tommy headed into town again. Just the chance to be by her was intoxicating. She couldn't know how much she was coming to mean to him. He had to keep his distance. She wouldn't want him after she found out, and there was no way to assimilate her into his life without her finding out eventually what was truth and what was lies. He climbed the steps and pushed the door open to the offices of the Dean family. They'd agreed on 2 that afternoon. Tommy wasn't late. He never was. But the conference room was empty and dark. He stood in the doorway for a moment and then glanced down the hall at the other office doorways, standing closed or partially open. The majority of them were dark, except for 2, one of which was closed. Tommy strode down the hall toward the first door, pausing to look inside. An office had been left empty, but with the light still on. Whoever had been in there would probably return fairly soon. The next one had the door closed, but the light shined from under the door and through the small window in the upper left portion of the doorway. Tommy peeked through the window and spied Amanda sitting with her back to the door in a simply decorated office. Knocking as he opened the door, Tommy shut it behind him. "I didn't know we were changing locations. Nice office. I'm good anywhere." He grinned, expecting her to turn and tease him about being too eager, or maybe that he might be the one that needed therapy. Something. Instead, she slowly turned on the seat, her hair swinging gently to the side and revealing red, puffy eyes, cheeks, and swollen lips. She'd been crying. That fact punched Tommy in the stomach. He rounded the desk without thinking, stopping in front of her chair and kneeling in front of her. "Amanda, what's wrong?" He reached up and gently wiped the pad of his thumb across her cheek to dry some of the tears from her skin. Giving a soft hiccup, Amanda shook her head, but not hard enough to dislodge Tommy's touch. "I was going to cancel. I forgot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to see me like this." She sniffed, dropping her gaze to his chest and avoiding his eyes. "Why would you cancel with me? I'm the one you should be telling the hard stuff to." He wanted to be her rock, the person she needed. Maybe if she needed him, she wouldn't be too quick to kick him away. "I don't want anyone seeing me this way." She sniffed again and lifted her startlingly blue eyes to his. They were inches apart, and Tommy reached up, brushing the hair that had fallen from her forehead back. His skin burned where they touched, and he inhaled sharply. "You can tell me anything. I'm your safe place, Amanda." But he wasn't, and the more time he spent lying to her, the more he hurt deep in his soul. But he couldn't be away from her. Forget all the space he wanted to put between them. Forget all the danger his lies were putting him in. Amanda couldn't seem to break their locked gaze. Tommy searched her as if she might slap him at any moment. When she just continued watching him, Tommy moved slowly closer to her, cutting the distance between them to mere millimeters. If she wanted to finish the kiss, all she had to do was breathe in, and she would press her lips to his. He left the last move in her hands. Their eyes closed as if in sync, and Amanda leaned forward, more than was needed, pushing her warm lips against Tommy's. She tasted of tears and cinnamon rolls. Tommy sank into the embrace, shoving his guilt aside. He had to figure out what he was going to do. There had to be a way he could have both Amanda and save his grandmother's place. If there wasn't, then he would have to figure out a way to preserve as much as he could of whatever he could. Hopefully, his heart wouldn't take too much of a beating in the process.
Chapter 21. Amanda. If it was possible to clear up her depression with one act, Tommy did it. Amanda reveled in the melding of their lips and almost grabbed him back to her as he pulled away. Amanda's chest rose and fell as she tried to catch her breath, and then she swallowed. Well, that's therapy. Her chest hurt. He wasn't supposed to make her feel like that. He wasn't supposed to complete her while stimulating every cell in her being. No, he was simply supposed to be her therapist. If anything more, then a friend was fine. They'd both agreed on it. And yet she'd been pursuing everything else on top of it. She had to accept that about herself. She didn't want to sit around as a patient, be just a friend. She wanted more with him, and she wanted him to admit that he wanted the same thing. Now. Not in a few months or however long it would take for her to get herself back together. Tommy's smile lacked humor. He gently swept a mass of curls back over her shoulder, his fingers barely grazing the skin past her collarbone and neck. She suppressed the shivers spreading over her. "Why were you crying, Amanda? What can I do?" Did she tell him the truth? She didn't want lies or secrets between them. She sighed and lifted her hand, touching a part of his shirt on his chest with her fingers. "My mother. She's been causing problems. It sounds like she's in town and she's been reaching out to Taylor. Now the great Jennifer Hallowell is demanding more, and she's put a tight timeline on what she wants from us, and no one even knows what that is." She shook her head. "I don't know what to do. I don't know why she can't just leave us alone." Tommy sat back on his heels, studying her hard with his jaw clenched. "Ms. Hallowell? Your mom's name is Jennifer Hallowell?" Blinking at the focus on her mother's name and not on the actual situation, Amanda nodded. "Yeah, didn't I mention that before? Why does it matter?" Licking his lips, Tommy shook his head. "No, I don't remember hearing her name. I need to make a note of it in my records. Then I'll know how to refer to her when we're talking. The name just took me by surprise because I thought for sure I would have asked you by now. I think I just assumed she went by her married name." He dropped his hands to the outside of her thighs and continued staring at her. "What does she want? Is it something that you can give her?" "I have no idea. She hasn't said anything to Taylor besides wanting a huge chunk of change before a certain date, or she's going to tell everyone everything. When Taylor mentioned knowing about me, Jennifer laughed and said that was only a small part of it." Amanda glanced toward the ceiling, setting her jaw and inhaling. "Can you imagine? The fact that I'm the product of an affair is just a small part of things. What exactly did Jennifer do? What does she know? I have no idea, and I have no idea how to protect my family. Either of them. That's why you're crying? You think it's your job to protect the Wilsons and the Deans?" Tommy continued sitting there, holding them captive in the moment as if he didn't want space between them either. "Isn't it? I'm the reason they're fractured. I'm the evidence of what Jennifer and Simon did. I'm the only tie between the two families that isn't a legal paper or a promise between two people. And I don't fit in with either of them. This is all my fault, and I just want to fix it for everyone." She blinked back frustrated and pain-filled tears. "You can't possibly understand what that's like, though, to have so much responsibility and not know how to fix it." Tommy huffed. "You'd be surprised. He fell silent. Amanda needed someone to have a similar problem, not because she wanted anyone, especially Tommy, to suffer in any way, but because she needed someone to truly understand what she was saying. "What? Tell me. I can be as trustworthy as you can, I promise." Something crossed Tommy's expression, and then he spoke. "My grandmother will most likely lose her ranch. It's been in the family for generations. Her husband had medical bills. My parents were in an accident that killed them, but not before racking up atrocious hospital bills that insurance refused to cover. Grams's new trip to the hospital is just piling more on, and I have the chance to do something that can pull us out of all of this mess, but it means I have to do something I really don't want to do." He searched her eyes as if she was the only one who could give him permission to do what he didn't want to. "Are you killing anyone? Is that what you don't want to do?" Amanda ran her thumb over his eyebrow, unable to keep herself from touching him. "Well, no." Tommy didn't pull away from her touch. Instead, he seemed to push closer to her. Amanda kept her voice low as she continued. "Then can whatever it is really be that bad? Tommy wasn't a liar or a thief. Whatever he was set on doing, he could do it. It's for your grandmother, your family. There's nothing I wouldn't do for my family." Just do it. It won't last forever, and the intentions are worthy. Tommy set his jaw and nodded, determination shrinking the size of the black of his eyes. You're right. I need to stick to the plan. Keep my goal in mind. He smiled sadly at her. Thanks, Amanda. I'm supposed to be helping you, and you're helping me instead. Amanda didn't want to see his sadness. The emotion brought out a similar pang in her heart, and she didn't want to feel that way with him. We're a mess, aren't we? Are you sure you're qualified to fix people? Amanda teased, tugging on the brim of his hat. Tommy laughed but pulled back, moving to a standing position and going to take a seat across the desk from Amanda. Some days I doubt my credentials. He pulled his notebook closer to him and leaned back in the chair, crossing his ankle over his opposite knee. Well, I think we should talk some more about you journaling. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. Amanda tried to ignore the chill his return to therapist mode left behind. She swallowed and swung her chair into position, leaning an elbow on the desk. I should probably get back into it. She couldn't remember what she'd put in that journal from so long ago that her mother had given her. When was the last time she'd written in it? What had she done to stop writing in it? Had she stopped believing in secrets? Or had she become so consumed by them that she'd stopped thinking they needed to be documented? Amanda, are you okay? Tommy broke through her reverie. Amanda blinked, sitting up from where she'd rested her chin in her hand. I'm sorry. You know what? We should probably rain check this. I'm exhausted and I can't really focus. You don't deserve that. She wasn't going to sit there and try to be something she wasn't. She was tired and distracted, and she didn't want Tommy seeing her that way. Not that early in their relationship, whatever it was they had. Tommy nodded slowly, as if he wasn't sure he believed her or not. I promise. I'm fine. She didn't want to say she was filled with the impulse to run back home and check on her journal, see if it held any secrets for her that might do something to fix the holes that speckled her heart like Swiss cheese. Right, that's okay. I understand. Maybe I'll see if I can look at that first office building again. I liked the lighting options that you brought up. He smiled and stood, backing out of the door like he wanted to do more but wasn't sure what was appropriate. Amanda wanted to kiss him again, but her head was a jumbled mess. What if he didn't want to and she pushed herself on him? Nothing good would come from rejection on either of their psyches. She wiggled her fingers at him, dead set on keeping her rear in the seat. If she followed him out to walk him to the door, who knew what she would do? Kissing him was addicting, and she didn't need anyone else to grow dependent on only to have them ripped away. Her heart wouldn't survive another loss like that. He left, and Amanda gathered her things. She had a past to revisit and a present to write down. Chapter 22. Carrie, with only half an hour left until the bakery closed, Carrie sighed. Everyone in the shop had been running around like a bronco with a spur caught in his flank since before dawn. Her head baker left around lunch since she'd been in there since 3 a.m., and Carrie was ready to send everyone else home too. They were normally busy. That's how it was in a Christmas-based town. Everyone wanted gingerbread donuts, pumpkin cookies, and hot cocoa eclairs, no matter what time of year it was, but most especially with the countdown to the big day. Kari straightened up from her bent-over position behind the donut case and pressed her hand into the small of her back. She'd been sure she'd ordered enough peppermint creme-filled chocolate frosting donuts, but apparently 8 dozen wasn't enough for one day. She smiled at the customer at the front of the line and shrugged. Sorry, Bethany. I don't have any of those left. I'll make sure to put extra on the line tomorrow. Could I interest you in our new flavor we just started carrying yesterday? Lemon meringue donuts. From what everyone is saying, they're like having a burst of summer at Christmas. The older lady's eyes lit up. I love lemon meringue. I'll take 2 dozen. 2 dozen. Hopefully they had enough to fill the order. All of Carrie's baked goods disappeared almost as soon as they were out. She winked and tapped the glass. I'll poke my head in the back and see if I've got some hiding for someone just like you. Sometimes Chad, the baker, stocked extra donuts in the back for the after-work crowd who included his brother and a couple cousins. Wiping her hands on the apron at her waist, Carrie ducked into the back room and pushed her hair off her forehead. She hated bangs, and she'd let Taylor talk her into trying some. Now it was Carrie and not her sister who was dealing with the fallout. Just as Carrie suspected, 2 prepackaged boxes of lemon meringue donuts had been set aside. She grabbed them from the countertop and rushed back to the register. Handing the boxes over to the new hire, she tapped the top and grinned. "Bethany has 2 dozen meringues here. Is that everything?" Bethany nodded, ecstatic as she paid. Glancing past the older woman, Carrie froze. Her smile dripped from her face, and it was like her veins rushed with ice water, slowing everything down. "What are you doing here?" Carrie didn't mince her words. She moved to the end of the counter, forcing her suddenly their mother to move with her, out of the front of the line and away from the customers still trying to get their donuts and treats for the day. Jennifer, as everyone had taken to calling her, moved like she was a debutante making her grand entrance at her first ball. All eyes weren't on her, but you wouldn't know it to look at her. She pouted her lips with an over-exaggerated plumpness to her lower lip and thrust her hand on her hip as she followed Carrie. Arching tightly maintained eyebrows, Jennifer narrowed her eyes. Was she wearing fake black eyelashes? They looked off with her blonde hair laying sleekly against her head. "Kari, I'm surprised that's all you have to say to me. I've been gone for quite a while." "Not long enough." Carrie folded her arms across her chest. The last thing she was going to do was pander to someone like her mother. She wanted nothing to do with the person who was still reaping havoc with her family. The Wilsons were considered a part of that since Taylor and Lily had married and tied the families together, and now with the information they had on Amanda. "What? I'm your mother, Carrie. You should be offering me hugs and kisses and boxes of these delicious-looking treats." She shook her head and waved her hand. "Not that I would take them. It takes a lot of work to look this good." But she looked like she had a lot of work done. Not that she did a lot of work. "Actually, I won't even sell any of them to you, let alone give you some free." Carrie lifted her chin. She wasn't a grudge-holding woman, but there was loyalty in question, and she didn't have any for the woman who had walked out on them all. Jennifer narrowed her eyes and pulled her cell out. "Well, I'm going to call the police and see what they think about that." She glanced at Carrie as if that threat might make Carrie change her mind. Carrie arched an eyebrow at her and didn't speak. "I'm having some issues at the bakery on 5th. Can I get some assistance?" Jennifer snapped the phone shut after answering some questions and then stared at Kari as if she'd won some kind of battle. Moments later, Jesse Holthrop walked in, the badge on his dark blue jacket bright in the dim Christmas lighting. "Kari, is everything okay?" Kari pointed at Jennifer. "Jesse, remember when we were talking a while ago about how my mother walked out on the family and how recently we found out she'd been having affairs and was trying to blackmail the family? This is my mother. Now, she's trying to demand that I sell her donuts or give them to her free. I don't want to. I want to deny her service, and in fact, I'd like to press trespassing charges against her if she doesn't leave." Jennifer gasped, her eyes wide. "You wouldn't dare." "Actually, I would. And I can. Right, Sheriff?" Carrie crossed her fingers behind her back, hoping Jesse would at least back her up, even if it wasn't true. She wasn't sure if she could actually do that or not. Jesse's jovial expression faded, morphing into ill will. "Well, now, you can absolutely do that, Carrie." He pressed his lips together and curled one side as if suppressing a snarl as he looked at Jennifer. "Would you like to leave peacefully, ma'am, or would you like to come with me to lockup?" "You'll regret this, little girl." Jennifer stormed past the sheriff, her hair whipping behind her. The feeling of victory was short-lived as Carrie realized that things weren't over with Jennifer as it was, and now she had even more anger fueling her. What was going to be the backlash for what Carrie did, And how did she explain to her family what had happened?
Chapter 23. Tommy, we need to meet. I'll come to you. Ms. Hallowell's text had come about 30 minutes ago, and Tommy paced in the front room of the bed and breakfast while he waited. She hadn't given a time frame on when she'd arrive. How she knew where he was left him more than a little disturbed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lily stopped in the front room. Is everything okay? She pressed her hand to the small of her back and studied Tommy with curiosity. He held up his hand and shook his head. No, it's fine. Thanks. I'm just waiting for someone. Oh, good. Okay, well, if you need anything, my assistant Eleanor will be here. I'm heading home for a few days after the weekend. It's my weekend. Have a great stay, Mr. Declan. She smiled and waved as she walked out of the cozy building. Monday through Wednesday, as Lily's weekend sounded like a dream to Tommy. He took a deep breath and folded his arms, standing in one place as he stared out the window. Lily drove away in a large SUV with large winter tires keeping her safe. Tommy watched the rig drive away, the red taillights the only thing in sight, when a sleek black all-wheel drive truck pulled into the long driveway. The rig slowed to a crawl and then stopped beside Tommy's truck. Rental plates decorated the front, and Tommy knew in his gut it was his client. He strode to the front door and threw it open, pulling it closed behind him as he walked through. Overnight snow had collected in a light dusting over the landscape, giving the impression of fresh and clean renewal. Normally, that sensation was saved for spring, but a fresh new snowfall left things almost too clean feeling. Down the steps and across the walkway to the drive, and Tommy waited impatiently at the head of the new car. Ms. Hallowell climbed out of her rental and shut the door. The older woman took care of herself and dressed like she had money and knew how to spend it. The fur-lined jacket snugged against her modest curves and highlighted the color in her cheeks. She held out her hand as she approached Tommy, her smile professional and more than a little cool. Tommy, it's nice to see you again. I trust you're making headway in our joint venture. It wasn't a question, but the challenge to explain what he was up to and what he'd accomplished so far was strong. He'd checked that morning in his bank account, and things still hadn't been delivered. She'd said something about the money coming in by the afternoon. Tommy tucked his hands in his pockets and offered a derisive smirk. I'll tell you all about our venture as soon as my bank clears the amount you said you transferred. She arched an eyebrow at Tommy and folded her own arms as she studied him. You're getting cynical, Declan. That's good. Maybe it will help you focus on the task at hand. If you're not going to pay me, I'm going to bow out. I might just share the information I've gathered with the Deans and Wilsons. That's how cynical I've become. You lied to me about what this was. I'm not even sure I want to continue with the way things are, money or not. The first chance at real honesty, and Tommy took it in both hands and held on tight. He didn't want to work for Ms. Hallowell. Not anymore. Not when he'd just found out she was the mother of the woman he was falling for, and that mother hadn't done right for her family. Wait, falling for? Tommy couldn't be falling for Amanda. That was a formula for torture and pain, and he wouldn't survive the repercussions when he failed in keeping her. Ah, you're understanding that you can't tell Amanda. You can't tell any of them, or you lose everything you're starting to see that you want. Jennifer laughed and rolled her eyes. You men are all so stupid. You think with your heart instead of your head, or you want things that you shouldn't and go after them until you get them and then let them get away. She shook her head, brittle pain shattered in anger. Why do you care? So Mr. Dean isn't Amanda's father. What do you stand to gain from that secret getting out? Tommy narrowed his eyes. She'd figured out his culpability. He wasn't going down alone. You get me that key and I'll show you and the whole town what it means to me. All of you will see. And those kids? They'll see just how betrayed they really are, and it's not by me. She lifted her hand and tapped her finger on her chin as she studied him. It's okay, Tommy, to fall in love with my daughter. She's beautiful. They all are. They're mine. I just thought for sure you would have known that I'm not the one lying. You're in deeper than me. I've never lied to them. Not about who or what I am. They know. It's obvious I want nothing to do with them. You're pretending to be something you're not to a woman who has only ever known dishonesty from very specific people. Her entire existence is based on a lie, in fact. You think she's going to chase after you to find what she abhors? It doesn't work that way, Declan. You know it. So, don't take your anger out on me. Get the job done and move on. She pursed her lips and then sighed, dropping her hands to her sides. Look, I'm not the bad guy. That's just what they see, what they know. They don't know my side of things. I didn't love David. I just didn't. It wasn't his fault. When I fell for Simon, it was all-consuming. It doesn't excuse what we did, but after I had his daughter, I knew we couldn't be together until all of the children had grown up. We couldn't do that. He agreed, and I waited. I lived my life. He was the only one I had an affair with, the only one I really loved. She blinked back moisture in her eyes and lifted her chin. He died, and I had nothing left to wait for. That's it. I seem like I'm the horrible woman, I get that. But that's not the point here. The point is, my chance at happiness died with him. They all got what they wanted. A father for their family and a mother for mine. And yet, we both wanted out. So, I can see how I look like the evil one, but I'm not. I have my side too. Her lower lip quivered, and Tommy wasn't sure how much he should trust of her act. Of course, what she said made sense. It would be painful to be in that position. It didn't make it right, but it was understandable. Either way, it wasn't Tommy's job to be judge and jury. He was hired to do something. Amanda had all but given him blatant permission. She'd said it plainly and to the point. When it comes down to family, you do whatever it takes. And that's what he had to do. He shrugged, fully intending to continue the job, but unwilling to do anything else until the deposit was in position. He had to take care of his grandmother, and he needed money to do that. I'm happy to give you the information you need, but I need to get paid. We agreed. Until that happens, I'm going to hold my cards to my chest. I'm sure you can understand my stance. He wasn't in the business of customer service. He was in the business of getting stuff done. Okay, Declan. That makes sense. I'll accept that answer. As soon as the transfer clears, you better get a hold of me. I'm not going to wait around longer than I have to. I'll even sweeten the deal. You get me that key by a week from Friday, and I'll double your second payment. $1 million. She would be paying him a total of $1.5 million if he got the key 2 weeks early. That would set so many things into place. He could almost taste the freedom from worrying about debt and bills and his grandmother's health. He could take care of all of it. All he had to do was complete what he'd set out to do. That was it. He could do that. He nodded tightly. I'll agree to all of that. A week from Friday. That was just under 2 weeks away. That was plenty of time to get into Amanda's house and find her journal. According to Jennifer, that's where Jennifer had hidden it before she'd walked out of the family home soon after Simon's death. His other job wouldn't be so easy. He had to somehow get into the Wilson home and find the other key. Almost 2 weeks to do it wouldn't be as hard as he wanted to believe. He could do it. He had to.
Chapter 24. Amanda turning up the drive to the bed and breakfast. Amanda squinted and leaned forward. Yeah, that was Tommy standing in the driveway talking to Jennifer. That was Jennifer. Amanda would know those features anywhere, and the closer she got in her rig, the easier it was to recognize her own mother. Amanda stopped the truck, the tires sliding to a stop on the slick but plowed drive. She shifted into park and jumped from the driver's side, storming to where Jennifer spoke to Tommy. They looked to Amanda, both of them in varying stages of surprise. Amanda, I didn't know you were coming. Tommy glanced between Jennifer and Amanda, his eyes filled with worry. Did he know who Jennifer was to Amanda? How could he? But Amanda couldn't even look at Jennifer. She tilted her head, shoving her chilled hands in the pockets of her down alternative jacket. I came to see if you wanted to go for lunch at the cafe. Her chest rose and fell twice before she turned angrily toward Jennifer. What are you doing here? Why are you in Mistletoe, and why can't you leave us alone? We don't want anything to do with you. And now you're out here bugging my therapist? This is too much, Jennifer. You need to get in your car and get out of here. Your therapist? Jennifer blinked at Amanda and then at Tommy, something like realization dawning on her carefully made-up features. She shook her head and waved her gloved hands in the air at chest level. No. I don't know this guy. I was coming to see if I could speak to Lily. But she's not here from what this guy is saying. You expect me to believe that you just happened to run into someone I know? On accident? Amanda jutted her hip to the side and slapped her hand at her waist. Who did Jennifer think she was? Laughing, the older woman rolled her eyes and then spoke with ill-concealed patronization. Amanda, honey, you live in a very small town. There's little chance I would run into anyone you don't know here. Now, if you would come with me to New York, you'd never see the same person twice unless you actively sought them out, and even then, it's a gamble at best. She folded her arms, nodding toward Tommy. But yes, I just happened to come across him. It's not that big of a deal. He was just giving me directions to Lily's house. I'll head that way and talk to her. She's got to be more reasonable than the rest of you. I think you need to leave everyone alone, Jennifer. Amanda wasn't backing down, even with the plausibility that Jennifer was telling the truth. Amanda did know most of the people in town and half of the county. She was friendly and helpful, and knowing people where you grew up wasn't hard. When did you stop calling me Mom, Mandy? Jennifer scrunched her lips to the side as she watched Amanda. Mandy. Amanda had stopped using the nickname her mother had given her the day her mother had left home. We all stopped when you chose not to be our mother anymore. I didn't choose that. Not being here was a consequence of my actions. Losing time with you girls was another. I'm back for a bit, and I'd love to be able to get to know you again. Was that sincerity as she studied Amanda? Are you saying the same things to everyone else? Amanda bit her lip. She wanted her mother to love her, but she didn't want to be odd man out. What if Jennifer just wanted something from Amanda? What if she was there with the same sob story to all of the Dean girls? What if she wasn't? What if she had a different story for each of them and none of them added up? You know David isn't your father. I don't know how much I want to be a part of his daughters' lives. I do know you look a lot like Simon. I missed his eyes. You have his eyes, Mandy. Jennifer blinked back tears, accidentally letting one slip out. She dashed it away impatiently and took a deep breath as she continued studying Amanda's features. It was always so painful seeing you and knowing that I couldn't be with him. And now, look at you. So much from Simon and me. It's uncanny. She blinked rapidly again and then swallowed, glancing at Tommy. Excuse me. I didn't mean to make you watch our family drama. Thank you for the directions. She nodded at Amanda and reached out presumably to pat Amanda's shoulder, but then dropped her hand before touching her. Amanda ignored the twinge of regret at the base of her heart. Her mother had made her choice and she was going to have to deal with the aftermath. That's all there was to it. Amanda studied Tommy as Jennifer started her truck and drove off the premises. Is that all she wanted? Did she ask about me or anyone in my family at all? Amanda had to hear it from someone she trusted. She couldn't trust Jennifer. But at the same time, if she didn't trust Jennifer, then what Jennifer had said about Tommy would be a lie. And Amanda wasn't sure she could stomach the possibility of Tommy knowing Jennifer in any other capacity than just giving directions. She waited, almost breathlessly, for him to confirm what Jennifer had claimed. She didn't ask anything about you. What are you doing here? Are you okay? Tommy reached out, rubbing the tops of Amanda's biceps vigorously as he studied her. His touch distracted her from what she was asking, and she smiled. I seriously came out here to see if you want to have lunch. She glanced over her shoulder, making certain Jennifer was gone. But now I think you need to get your things and come with me. Get my things? What are you talking about? Tommy dropped his hands and stepped back, like maybe Amanda had gone a little astray in the sanity area. Now that Jennifer knows you're my therapist, she's going to come back and try to corner you. You can't stay here any longer." She bit her lip and searched Tommy's face before continuing. "You'll have to come stay with me. It's at my dad's place, so it won't be just us. But you'll have your own room and bathroom en suite, and town isn't too far away. You can… well, what I mean is, we could see each other more, and it wouldn't be such a long drive." She laughed. "I don't even have your phone number to call you." She bit her lip. "You don't have to. I just think it would be safer for everyone involved." Why wasn't he saying anything? He watched her like he wasn't sure if she was serious or not. Was he thinking things through? What if he thought she was stupid for suggesting it? Or worse, what if he thought she was trying to get him to do something he didn't want to? She was trying really hard not to push him into any kind of a relationship he didn't want, or that he'd expressly said he didn't want to pursue at that point in time. Was it too much to think he'd just accept her offer as a friend? But was that all it was? After they'd kissed, Amanda wasn't sure she could only think of him as a friend. Not in any sense of the word. She'd never felt like that before. That complete. She trusted him, and she needed that in her life. She needed him in her life. Having him at her house would be more time with him, even if it was focused on being platonic. She'd take it. She'd take whatever she could get from him. That's all she wanted. And as that realization became clear, Amanda lifted her gaze back to Tommy's face. "Yeah, actually, that sounds pretty perfect. We could just do our sessions at your place. Thanks. It seems I'm indebted to you for more than just the chance to broaden my horizons." He smiled at her, reaching out and touching her cheek. But his smile faded, and he dropped his hand as if he realized just what he was doing. Was it really that wrong for them to love each other? Because that's where Amanda's heart was going. She was falling and fast, and she hoped he would catch her when she landed, because surviving love wasn't something she could do on her own. He had to do it with her. Chapter 25. Callie. Callie rubbed her hand down her stomach and held her breath. Was it really possible? She couldn't wrap her head around the reality of what she'd read on the test. She hadn't yet told Flynn. What would she say? They'd just been exclaiming over the surreality of Lily and Taylor having kids. When had they gotten old enough to do that? And there she was. Surprise. Flynn hadn't sounded convinced one way or the other that he even wanted children. That wasn't exactly encouraging Callie to be overjoyed at the prospect of telling him. But having a baby? Yeah, she hadn't realized just how much she wanted one until she'd seen the double line. A knock on the door to the new barn brought her out of her thoughts. She jerked her gaze up and strode to the door. Had she locked it? She must have. Swinging the doorway open, she gaped at Samantha, her best friend, standing on the new cement stoop with her arms full of takeout. And was that a donut box from Carrie's bakery? Kaylee reached out and helped unload half of Samantha's arms. "You're a lifesaver. Hopefully some of this is for me, or I might have to kick you out." Sweets. Something decadently sweet sounded just about perfect, actually. Samantha laughed as she followed Kaylee into the new modest kitchen set up behind the registration space. "Wow. If that's all it takes to get first-class service, consider donuts a daily delivery." They set the bags on the counter and looked at each other. "You look good. Why are you all glowy? What's with the skin?" Samantha leaned closer, inspecting Kaylee's cheek and nose. "Yeah, I've never known you to have such great skin before. Yes, always beautiful, but this is ridiculously gorgeous. Tell me all your secrets." She narrowed her eyes at Kaylee and folded her arms like Kaylee held all the secrets to the universe hostage. Shaking her head and trying to ignore the heat warming her cheeks, Kaylee shrugged. "Well, all you need to do is get knocked up." She turned to the box of donuts and waited for that to sink in, stealing small peeks at her friend through her eyelashes. "Yeah, okay, whatever. Wait, are you saying you're…" Samantha's words trailed off. She stared at Kaylee in silence, her eyes round. Kaylee nodded, wrinkling her nose and shaking her head. I can't believe it myself. Flynn has no idea. I haven't really processed it yet. I mean, I'm not that girl. You know, I don't want kids. At least, I don't think I do. I don't know. It's really overwhelming. This time next year, I'll have a baby. The thought swarmed her, crashing in around her as she considered the implications of what a baby would mean. Her and Flynn were more than capable. But would he feel trapped? Would he feel like she'd made him commit and do all the things he didn't really want? None of it was planned, and that left Kaylee feeling more out of her depth. Are you worried because your mom isn't here? Samantha's soft question knocked the wind out of Kaylee. She blinked back the onslaught of tears and swallowed past the constriction in her throat. I'm trying not to think about it too much. If she was here, I might not be as worried, you know? And my dad? He'll never take my kids on horseback rides or tell them scary stories out at Whistle Stop. Kaylee closed her eyes. She didn't really have a choice. Stupid tears ran unchecked down her cheeks. Dang Samantha and her insightful questions. Kaylee didn't want to think about things she couldn't change or control. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's talk about something not so close to the situation. Really fast, though. Congratulations. Flynn is going to be so happy. You should be happy. But you'll get there. Samantha pulled open the top of the donut box and motioned toward the dozen inside of varying kinds. I didn't know what you wanted, so I brought a bunch. Kari put together some fun variations. She laughed and pointed at a pink and white one. I think that one looks like Pepto-Bismol frosting, but Carrie said if I said that again in the shop, she'd kick me out. Samantha snorted and rolled her eyes. She obviously didn't believe the woman. If it was me, I'd do whatever Carrie said. Her treats are heavenly. Kaylee picked a lemon meringue donut from the back of the box and licked at the soft, refreshing frosting dripping from the edge. I've been showing property to someone Amanda is seeing. Samantha reached for a donut as well, choosing the Samoan option and picking at the flakes of coconut in the middle. I think he's trying to put in a business, but I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? Is he looking at places through you? Kaylee bit into the donut, loving the taste. Well, yes and no. He went with me to look at some spots, and Amanda came with me, and he didn't even care what we were talking about. Samantha leaned closer to Kaylee. And here's the kicker. I'm not sure he is what he says he is. I was asking him basic questions about therapy and practicing and what he would need for his office, and he didn't have any clue or he would give ridiculous answers. She shook her head and pointed her finger at Kaylee. Something was off about him. Did Amanda seem put off by him, or was she interested? Kaylee shifted to lean her hip against the counter as she turned more fully toward Samantha. The only reason I'm asking is because I'm leery of causing more problems for Amanda. I can't believe what she's going through right now. Yeah, I know. Samantha licked her lips. And at the risk of sounding gossipy, their mother is back in town. She shook her head in frustration. It's bad enough that the boys all have to find out that their father was a cheater, that he hurt their mother, and that he had another child with someone else, but compound their agony and pain with another family and that their father raised another man's child as his own. I can't imagine how things are going through that family right now. Either of them. I'm just glad it's not something I have to deal with. But you do. You're married to Austin. I'm dealing with it too. Flynn seems not unsteady, but like he's having short bursts of depression every now and then. Roman was going to call a special family meeting, but he just feels like everyone needs to be here, including Colt and Levi. It sounds like they're up in Alaska doing a major search and rescue and they don't want to come back right now. Kaylee sighed, polishing off her donut and eyeballing another one. All this talk about hard things is making that German chocolate donut look particularly satisfying. Why do you think I brought a dozen? Samantha wiped her now empty fingers on a napkin and arched an eyebrow. You should be closing soon. What if we take these burgers, fries, and donuts to the house and watch the man from Snowy River? I'm craving me some Jim Craig. You just want to ogle him on the screen because he reminds you of Austin. Kaylee reached out and pushed at her friend's shoulder. Well, this is true. But don't tell Austin that. He'll let it go to his head and think he can start calling me Jessica. Samantha rolled her eyes. Come on, this is exactly what we need. We can put it to a vote. The baby will always side with Aunt Samantha. You know she will. Kaylee laughed. You don't even know what it is yet. You're already calling it a girl? And I'm not fighting any of this. I would love a burger. I'm so hungry. Her audacious statement made her grin. She'd just eaten 2 donuts, and she was still hungry. Evidence that she was growing something spectacular in her body. I win. Just always make sure that baby knows it. Samantha grabbed up the bags and boxes and led the way out of the barn. Kaylee followed, making sure to turn off the lights and lock up. She glanced behind her and couldn't help the surge of gratitude rushing through her at the thought that no matter what she encountered, she wasn't alone. That was more than most people had, and she wasn't going to take it for granted. Chapter 26. Amanda. What was Amanda doing? Inviting her therapist to live with her? Was she stupid or delusional? Or maybe she was trying to fix some kind of compulsory need to straighten out her origins? Jennifer's spiel left Amanda feeling confused and wanted, but also not needed. She didn't know where she fit in, and Jennifer had known exactly what she was doing when she'd left. She'd chosen her own selfishness, and at the same time, Amanda didn't blame her. There was so much that was still unknown. How could she demand from Jennifer what she didn't understand herself? She pulled into her normal parking spot at the house, watching in her rearview mirror as Tommy followed her in his truck. He pulled up alongside her and turned off his engine. Amanda climbed out of her truck and waved to Tommy as he did the same. He rounded his own rig, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Are you sure this is okay? I don't want to intrude. It's a big house, you're not intruding. Plus, Amanda looked forward to seeing him more. Come on, I'll show you around. It looks like my dad might be here. I'll introduce you. He'll love having a guy under the same roof, no matter how short of a time frame. Amanda didn't want to think about Tommy leaving, but she kept her thoughts to herself. She didn't need to add more pressure to an already tenuous situation. Sounds good. If he doesn't want me here, promise not to fight it. I can find another place to stay. Tommy's phone dinged, interrupting him. He pulled it out and glanced at the message and then put his phone away. His expression seemed a mixture of relief and disappointment. Okay, lead the way. Amanda went through the front door and then into the kitchen. This is the kitchen. The presence of the sink and oven would give it away. She laughed and pointed at the fridge. If you have any favorites, let me know and I'll get them ordered in. We'll also do dinner every night at 6. I cook, but Carrie comes back and cooks sometimes too. We don't want to miss those nights. She motioned toward a door. That's the living room. It's comfortable. She waved over her shoulder. But we don't always hang out in there. Usually we're in the kitchen. Noises from the direction of the main garage pulled Amanda's attention. She glanced back the way they'd come and then back to Tommy. I think my father is here. I'll introduce you and then take you to your room, if that's all right. She was suddenly nervous about seeing her father. They hadn't had a chance to be alone or even to really talk since the paternity test came back proving Amanda wasn't David's blood daughter. She'd been riddled with uncertainty and had no idea how he felt. What if he didn't want her in the family anymore? Clomping from the back pulled Tommy's gaze, too. He turned, a pleasant smile on his ruggedly masculine lips. Dang, why was Amanda distracted by him so often? Is anyone home? Dad's voice introduced him before he was in sight. Was that insecurity there as well? Yeah, I'm here. Amanda cleared her throat and glanced at Tommy, smiling softly. Hopefully, nothing awkward would take place right there in front of her therapist, and the man she was definitely falling for. That would ruin things substantially. Dad walked through the door to the kitchen and dining space and offered a side smile. Hey, He pulled his hat from his head and turned it around and around, glancing down as he did so as if it were mesmerizing. We probably should talk. He lifted his gaze, searching Amanda's face, and then he spied Tommy behind him, and reared back. Oh, I didn't know you had a guest. David nodded at Tommy and stepped forward, stretching out his hand. I'm David Dean, Amanda's father. It's nice to meet you. He inclined his head as if to prompt a name. Amanda jumped in. This is Tommy Declan. He's my friend and my therapist. I had him at Taylor's B&B, but Jennifer found him there and was asking him questions. I thought it might be safer to bring him here until he finds the office he's looking for. I hope that's okay. The ranch was Amanda's home, too, but ultimately it was David's, and she didn't want to put him in an uncomfortable position if he didn't want Tommy there. Of course. I think that was smartest. There's a lot going on with that woman, and I'd hate to see any progress destroyed by her attempts to make us all as unhappy as she is. Nice to meet you, Tommy. Her dad inclined his head with a warm smile. Amanda jerked her thumb over her shoulder, but held her gaze on Dad. I was just about to show Tommy to his room. While he's getting settled, maybe we could talk. Dad had suggested it, too. Maybe he wanted to find answers as much as Amanda did. Maybe he was just as insecure about going forward as Amanda was. Sure. That sounds good. I hope you enjoy your stay, Tommy. If you need anything, don't hesitate. Dad turned around, pulling his coat from his shoulders. Amanda turned back to Tommy, smiling distractedly at her guest. Here, I'll show you to your room. They had multiple guest rooms, but she would put Tommy near her suite in case he needed anything. That's what she was going with. She would justify it that way. That sounds perfect. Tommy stepped back and waited for Amanda to pass by. He watched her, concern heavy in the hooding of his eyebrows. Okay. She glanced at him, walking down the hallway toward his room. She pushed open the door and stepped inside to give him enough space to follow her. You have your own bathroom. Let me know if you need anything. If you're okay, I'll let you get settled, and I'm going to go see what I can figure out with my father. She glanced out the hall and then back to Tommy, hope curling in her chest. At least Tommy would understand what she was doing. He knew so much about her. Be honest with him, Amanda. Tell him how you feel and what you're worried about. Tommy studied her. You have to be honest when you care about people. Honesty. Tommy was right. He would know. He was the most honest person Amanda had ever met. She nodded. You're right. Okay, I'll come find you before dinner. She patted the door jamb as she left. All she had to do was face her insecurities about the situation with David, learn how he really felt, and figure out what her future looked like with both families. That wasn't all that much, was it? Then why did she feel like she was staring into the future with blinders on and terrified?
Chapter 27. Tommy. Tommy watched Amanda disappear down the hallway. He closed the door to his luxurious suite and turned slowly to take in the details. A handcrafted rustic ash king-sized bed manned the room from the far wall. Dark sage bedding set off the golden hues of the stained wood. Pictures of the mountains and animals in natural settings adorned the walls, and elk antler lamps complemented the ambience of rustic elegance, while thick plush rugs spotted the hardwood flooring. A chaise and a television graced the wall opposite the bed, while a large picture window allowed a picturesque view of the rolling land leading to the mountains beyond the fields. Heaven. I think I've landed in heaven. Tommy shook his head. Why would anyone want to give this up? Because that's exactly what Jennifer Hallowell had done. She'd walked away from the life she'd had there. Forget the fact that she'd walked away from her children and her husband. She'd walked away from a life set in heaven. The life on a ranch wasn't easy, but there was nothing else like it in the world. Part of the reason Tommy wanted to help his grandmother keep the family ranch so bad. Once you lost a piece of land like that, you never really got it back. Tommy couldn't let his grandmother lose that land. He had to do whatever it took. He just had the sinking suspicion that he was trading his soul for something he couldn't take with him into the next life. His phone buzzed, reminding him about the text from his bank he'd gotten earlier. He pulled out his phone and checked the text again. Confirmation from his bank that he'd received the deposit amount. His shoulders pulled back and released in tension. They had money to help push some of the pressure off. Tommy could pay the nurse who was with Grams. But now he was bound to do what he'd originally agreed to do. Putting his phone in his pocket, Tommy pulled out his wallet and slid the yellow piece of paper from its slot. Ms. Hallowell had given him the list at the beginning. All he had to do were 3 basic things. 1. Get the answers to the questions Tommy had slowly been asking Amanda. Things like name of your first boyfriend, favorite color, those types of things. Ms. Hallowell had said something about standard password information. She needed a passcode for a keypad to something. 2. Tommy needed to get that journal and a key that was with it. Both of them, not just the key. And 3. Tommy had to somehow break into the Wilson home and retrieve a box from the attic in one of the trunks. Ms. Hallowell had been explicit that both the box, the journal, and the key were all extremely important to getting the money that Tommy wanted to earn. All 3. Not 2 of 3. Ms. Hallowell needed all 3, and that was the only way she would pay the full amount. He'd gotten half. Could he walk away at that point? Half that would take care of a lot of their problems, but not enough to erase their worries like they needed. It would only stave off the immediate pressures. All of their debts would catch up to them, and Tommy only needed a couple things to accomplish his goals. He was already so close to the journal and key. Amanda had even claimed not to use it anymore. She'd described exactly where it was, and she'd invited him into her home, feet from the hiding place. Tommy couldn't help feeling like fate was pushing him exactly where he needed to be to save his grandmother's place and his future. If he accepted that, though, he would have to accept that a future with Amanda wasn't a possibility. If that was true, then he didn't have to worry about her feelings. He could just move forward with what he was doing and get it done, then walk away from Mistletoe forever, and every dream he hadn't realized he had. His resolve was weakening, and fast. He had to focus and get things back on track. Pulling out his phone again, Tommy sank onto the cushions of the chaise and dialed his grandmother's home number. She answered on the second ring. "Tommy, how are you?" "I'm good, Grams. How is the nurse treating you?" Tommy pinched the bridge of his nose and leaned back. He needed her to tell him something that would make him stick tighter to his path, because a huge part of his heart just wanted Amanda. "Well, she's very nice, but she won't let me walk around and do the chickens. She's doing them. I can walk on my leg." Grams sounded put off. Grinning at Grams's persistent stubbornness, Tommy shook his head. "You know that's not possible, Grams. Let the nurse do her job. You're not supposed to be moving around on that leg for a few weeks. Why couldn't you have gotten me a male nurse with biceps and a tight rear? I think a grandson who loves his grandmother would have at least provided her some eye candy." Grams sounded more perturbed by that fact than the information that Tommy had given her about not being able to walk. "Well, Grams, it's not like they gave me a catalog to choose from." Tommy smothered his laughter at her extravagant demands. "Next time, I want the pool boy option in cowboy form. Wouldn't you agree, Betsy?" Grams pulled her voice away from the phone for a second, coming back amidst laughter from someone in the background. "Betsy agrees. We both think we should have a cowboy to attend to our needs." As Tommy hung up with his Grams, he vowed he would do whatever he could to keep her in high spirits. Well, short of hiring a cowboy to walk around in tight pants for her to ogle, a grandson had to draw a line somewhere. Chapter 28. Roman. His brothers would be there any minute. He'd asked for a showing of as many as could come, and he'd given plenty of warning. They should all be there. Roman leaned forward on the couch at his mother's house. He rested his elbows on his knees and rested his head in his hands. That ranch was no longer his dad's home. He couldn't think of it like that. There was no way he could give his father credit for anything there. Not when his father had done everything he could to destroy their family and home. What were Roman and the other boys supposed to think about the man who was supposed to raise them and teach them by example? None of it made sense. Why would Simon do that to their family? And how dare he not say anything before he died? How dare he leave them to struggle with the discovery and all the questions left to them? How dare he do that to them and never share that one of the daughters in the Dean family was, in fact, their half-sister? The back door opened, and the loud raucous laughter from Brock and Levi coming in broke through Roman's train of thought. He dropped his hands and then stood, sighing and running his fingers through his hair. He'd told Taylor what he was going to do, and she'd agreed it was important. But she'd been quick to point out that Amanda wasn't at fault. She was the innocent one in the equation, just like they all were. The ones who were to blame weren't around to accept the blame and take the frustration directed at them. Roman couldn't stop thinking about the fact that Taylor felt the need to point out that Amanda was innocent, as if Roman or his brothers would blame the girl. More of the Wilson family trekked into the house, until most of them had come into the living room and took a seat in one of the many sitting areas provided. "What is this about? Our long-lost sister?" Levi leaned back, lifting his hand and pressing his finger to his chin. The tall, lanky brother was almost identical to the noticeably absent Colt, with their thick, almost black hair and iridescent blue eyes. While they all had similar features in the blue eyes and dark hair, Colt and Levi had defining features that could put them in the same running as Clint Eastwood or John Wayne. They looked like cowboys, even in suits and behind a desk. "Well, yes, this is about Amanda." Roman nodded at each brother there and sighed as he took a seat again on the couch he'd claimed before. Their mother walked in, her strides long even for her diminutive height. "A meeting and I wasn't invited? Are you planning a surprise Christmas party for me? I'm so delighted." She pressed her hand to her chest and arched an eyebrow at the group of men who had suddenly turned into guilty boys under her knowing gaze. "No, Mom. We're not planning a surprise. We're just trying to figure out what to think about this situation and what to do. How do we go forward from here?" Roman shook his head. He had no idea how to explain how he was feeling, but at least he didn't have to differentiate which situation he was talking about, since it was the only situation that affected them all directly. "Does this mean she gets a piece of our inheritance?" Brock pursed his lips and flicked his gaze from Roman to their mother and back. "Well, thinking about what you get when I die doesn't exactly sound like you, Brock." Their mother folded her arms and leaned her hip against the armrest of the couch nearest her. "It's not that, Mom. It's just... Lily and I were talking about this. She said Amanda is part of their family, not ours. She then said, what would happen if we decided Amanda was a part of what we have here? Our inheritance would be in question. I think she's really trying to make us not want to take Amanda away from them." Sadness shadowed Brock's eyes. "Lily is already worried about this pregnancy. I hate that she feels like she has to worry about her sister." "I agree. But your inheritance in question? There's enough for everyone times 10. What I'm worried about is how Amanda feels. You guys know how your father was. You know he loved you in his way. The fact that you're more concerned with how you're feeling goes to show I wasn't the only one raising you." Elizabeth's voice raised in frustration. "What are you saying, Mom? You think we're like Dad? I would never cheat on Taylor." Roman sat up, anger straightening his spine. How could his mother even think that he was anything like Simon? That was a sharp betrayal he wasn't sure he could swallow. "It's not that I think you would cheat on her. But you're here, worried about how you're affected by this. But you know who you are. You know who raised you and who your parents are. You know that you were wanted. Amanda? She has more questions than answers right now. She just found out that she doesn't only have 5 sisters. She also has 6 brothers. She has a father she never knew about, and she now has to wonder about the man who raised her. What if he doesn't want anything to do with her anymore? What if he does, and she's not sure what that is?" Their mother sighed and folded her arms tighter across her chest. Her entire world has been turned upside down while nothing really has changed. Just her identity has shifted. Can you imagine how that must feel? She fell silent, watching each of them with eyes narrowed. Roman turned his gaze from his mother toward his brothers, who also had fallen quiet as they considered what she pointed out. She was right. Amanda was dealing with a nightmare, and there they were trying to figure out what to make of a situation that didn't really affect them. Mom's right. We need to figure out how we can help Amanda fit into our family. We're already pretty close to the Deans. I don't think we need to make this awkward. Just start inviting the entire Dean family to all of our activities and gatherings. Then she won't feel weird, right? Levi pointed toward the ceiling with a lazy finger. Actually, that makes perfect sense. Roman studied his brother. Colt wasn't there, and had said repeatedly he wasn't interested in pursuing life in Mistletoe. Hopefully, Levi didn't follow that example. They needed all of the Wilson men in town. If not for business, then for the fact that Roman's children needed to know their uncles. Okay, so how are we going to make this a smooth transition? Brock leaned forward, his brow furrowed. Wait, are we going to address the fact that Dad cheated on Mom? Flynn held up his hands. He glanced at their mother. Sorry to be so blunt, Mom, but this needs to be faced. What do you want to say? We're all mad and upset about what happened? Dad had no right to hide that from us? Dad was a scumbag? Sure, we all feel that, I'm sure. But there's no point in dwelling on it. We couldn't have stopped it then. We were too young, and there's no way to make him accountable for it now. He's dead. Brock's matter-of-fact tone left little to be desired. You're right. There's nothing we can do. This is something we all have to cope with in our own way, but standing around complaining about it isn't the way to heal. Roman leaned back, locking his fingers around his bent knee. Agreed. And yes, I know your father was cheating on me, but I'm moving on. I can do that because I know that there are bigger pieces at play here. We need to make sure that we're all fine, and that Amanda is as well. That girl needs our support more than anything. Elizabeth stood and looked at them with love. I'll support whatever you guys want to do. It's kind of exciting that we're going to have a sister and a daughter, isn't it? And the fact that their mother was excited about the discovery and not bitter or angry was the turning point for the Wilson men. She was the betrayed one, and she couldn't help seeing the silver lining more than anything else. Wasn't that something that could be emulated?
Chapter 29. Amanda. Amanda didn't want to leave Tommy. Not just because she found him insanely attractive or because he smelled like he defined masculinity with a faint pine underlining. No. All of that was true, of course, but she didn't want to leave him because she didn't want to face her father. What if David didn't want her as his daughter anymore? What if Amanda was left mourning a father who didn't want her and unable to connect with a father who hadn't claimed her? Something about that whole situation had to have a silver lining. It didn't seem fair that Amanda would have to endure so much uncertainty when just a month or so ago, she'd been at least certain of what her last name was supposed to be. She trailed her fingers along the warm, natural wood wainscoting of the hallway and stared toward the kitchen as she walked. He'd said he was going to stay there, right? She couldn't remember if he'd said or not. The distance to the kitchen disappeared beneath each of Amanda's strides, and she quickly found herself standing at the doorway. She blinked. David stood, leaning his hip against the counter with a cup of something steaming in his hand with his other arm across his waist. Another cup sat on the counter with steam coming from the top of a pile of melting marshmallows. Cocoa. Dad had made her favorite, cocoa with marshmallows. Some of the tension in her chest eased. He wouldn't tell her he wanted nothing to do with her if he was going to make her favorite treat. Right? Amanda closed the rest of the space between them and stood in front of the cup while she scrunched her nose to look up at her father. You still want to be my dad? David blinked, staring at her as he slowly set the mug on the counter. David thrust both hands on his hips. I knew you were thinking that. I told myself over and over that you were thinking that, but then I would talk myself out of it. I didn't believe that you would actually think I wouldn't want you as my daughter." Dad's cheeks grew ruddier, and he blinked back the sudden brightness. He cleared his throat and reached out, tugging on a loose curl from Amanda's ponytail. "Mandy, you're my daughter. I don't care who you look like. You're mine. I raised you. I helped when you broke your arm. I wiped your tears when that group of girls at school picked on you and you beat them up so you got expelled." He winked, making Amanda giggle softly. "Nah, kiddo. I'm here and I'm not going anywhere." "That's good." Amanda glanced down, unsure what to say to his honesty. "You know what? I was worried more about the fact that you might not want me as your dad." A strong undercurrent of vulnerability colored Dad's words. Amanda jerked her gaze up, seeing for the first time his real doubt and questions. She shook her head, her eyebrows climbing high in surprise. "Of course, I want you as my dad. You're my dad. I don't know anything about the other guy. He's just a name. You're my dad." Amanda didn't have an eloquent speech. She just felt what she felt. He was her dad. There was nothing else about it. "Good." David shifted on his feet, pulling his mug to his lips again as if that was that. Amanda turned to her own mug and stared at the gooey-looking pile of melty marshmallows. "You know what, though? Elizabeth, she told me to call her that, came and talked to me. She said I should consider spending more time with them so I could get to know my brothers more." Amanda didn't know what to say to that. Her brothers. What exactly did that mean? Dad cleared his throat after he swallowed. "She's a wise woman. You should. I've been thinking a lot about both families and how we've had a lot of events join us and a lot divide us." He sighed and shook his head, lowering the cup again to the counter. Do you know if the rest of the girls think of me any differently?" Amanda bit her lip and then glanced at him from under her lashes. She was essentially dying to know if they all thought differently of her. Wasn't that the most telling thing? "Since they found out what?" Was that a teasing tone in Dad's voice? Was that an appropriate time to tease? "Finding out that I'm not I'm not your blood daughter." The correct term was hard to define after he'd just claimed her as his. David's half-grin faded and he furrowed his brow. "I don't care who says you're not my daughter. You are. Do you understand? And you're their sister. Not one of them has indicated otherwise. You're my daughter, and I'd fight anyone who says otherwise, dead or alive." His eyebrows wiggled, softening the seriousness of his comment. Amanda shook her head, laughing a bit in response to his comment. "Thanks, Dad. All of this has been so confusing." "Is that why you found yourself a homeless therapist?" David turned, leaning his back against the counter and sipping more cocoa while he stared at her over the rim of his cup. "Homeless? He's not homeless." Amanda's laughter burst from her and she shook her head. "Why would you think that?" "Oh, because he's staying here." She continued as Dad nodded. "Well, the thing is, I know he has a place up in Dark Woods with his grandmother. But he's down here trying to get an office set up that's separate from the one in Colby." "So wait, he lives in Dark Woods but works in Colby and now wants a new office here in Mistletoe? Does he have a time machine? That's a lot of driving from spot to spot." David shrugged. "To each his own, I guess. I mean, look at me. I'm getting older and I'm still determined to make a matchmaking company succeed." "It is succeeding, right? Is the company having problems?" Amanda suddenly snapped into hard focus. Was David trying to tell her something without sounding like he was complaining? "No, the company is fine. But I can tell that not all of you want to do matchmaking for a living. That's something to think about as we try to figure out overhead and how to grow the business beyond where we have it." He drained the rest of his cup and eyed Amanda's. "If you don't get drinking, I might have to finish yours for you. And let's be honest, I don't need any of the extra calories." "Oh, Dad, you don't have any problems in that department." Amanda glanced at him and straightened up before speaking candidly. "You should probably remarry, Dad. You're still young and you're a great guy. You could make some woman a perfect husband." She snapped her fingers and pointed at him. "Maybe I need to coordinate a master matchmaking just for you. The girls would love it." And Amanda pulled back as David lunged her direction, both of them laughing deliriously. There wouldn't be any matchmaking until they both had figured out the basics of their lives first. Chapter 30. Amanda. Amanda would have asked Tommy to come with her, but how awkward to finalize payment information on his services in front of him. Not to mention, he'd been adamant that business hours were the only time he was her therapist. She didn't want to talk about the billing issues her insurance was having when they were supposed to be working on their friendship, and, if she was lucky, what they could be after therapy concluded. The drive to Mistletoe and the insurance office was fast. The roads had been cleared earlier that morning of snow, and gravel had been laid down in the suspicious spots. She pulled into the insurance company's parking lot behind the building and pulled her jacket tight around her. Janice, her agent, would offer Amanda a tea, and normally Amanda declined. Maybe not today when the wind was a little bit more on the biting side. Inside, Janice stood beside the front desk, nibbling on a gingerbread cookie and laughing at something the receptionist said. A new receptionist since the last time Amanda had been in. Janice turned, her eyes widening in surprise. "Amanda, I wasn't expecting you. How are you? I hope everything is okay." Her eyes narrowed in concern, and she wiped the front of her suit for crumbs. Looking back up, she motioned toward the tray of treats on the counter at her elbow. "Would you like something sugary and full of Christmas weight gain promises? I can attest to their fulfilling of all their guarantees." Janice laughed and motioned Amanda to follow her toward her offices. "Thanks, Janice. I just had some concerns, if that's all right. I won't take up too much of your time." Amanda followed Janice, pulling her gloves from her hands and tucking them into the pockets of her overcoat. She wanted to get the meeting done as quickly as possible so she could get back home and spend more time with Tommy. That wasn't something she needed to share with her insurance agent, though. They took their respective seats in Janice's modest office, and Janice folded her hands to lean on the desk. "Okay, lay it on me. What's going on? How can I fix it?" Amanda reached into her bag and pulled out her insurance statements and set them on the table to slide across to her agent. "Okay, so I've been doing therapy sessions a few times a week, and they're not noted on my online activity. I printed them off so I could show you. I know it's too soon to show up on statements, but the online accounts are supposed to show in real time what's happening in the billing department. Is there a lag in charging or something?" She knew Tommy was having money problems. If her insurance wasn't paying on time, then that would contribute to his struggles, and the last thing she needed to do was make things harder for him. It certainly didn't make her feel better about anything between them. Janice pulled the statements in front of her and scanned them. "Okay, no therapy or medical charges for the last few months. Let's see if we at least have some billing or claims that need to be adjusted." She turned to her computer and clicked and clacked on the keyboard as she studied the bright screen reflecting in her glasses. Just a minute. Let me look here, too." She used the mouse and clicked some more. After a minute, Janice turned back to Amanda, her brow furrowed under her thick bangs. "Amanda, I'm not showing any evidence of any kind of sessions being billed. Is there something wrong with the card I gave you?" Amanda reached into her purse and pulled the card from her wallet and handed it over. "Do you think I should call the clinic I'm going to and get this straightened out?" "Yeah. Go ahead and call them while I compare some numbers here to make sure your policy number matches up. If the bills are being sent in but they're not being assigned to the right policy, that could be a problem as well." "Okay, just a second." Amanda pulled her cell out and looked up the number for the therapy office. The fast dial option let her swipe and call from her search, and she glanced at her lap as she waited for it to ring. Janice continued clicking on her computer. "This is Colby Therapy. How can I help you?" The cool receptionist's voice was easily recognizable. Amanda forced a smile. "Hi, this is Amanda Dean. I was wondering if there's an issue with my insurance on file. I haven't had any bills turned in and my insurance company isn't showing any records of you guys on file." Amanda picked at the edge of her jean seam by her knee while she waited for the receptionist to get the information she needed. After a drawn-out moment, the woman came back on the phone. "I'm sorry, Ms. Dean. I don't have any record of you being a patient with our clinic. Is there a different name your records could be under?" The woman was politely formal, as if she had no idea that she just deemed Amanda as more on the crazy side than she was comfortable with. "You don't have any record of me? I've been seeing Tommy Declan. He's getting another office set up in Mistletoe for you guys. Is that why? You guys transferred my file or something?" Amanda wrinkled her nose. What was going on? "Ma'am, we don't have a Tommy Declan who works here, and we aren't expanding into Mistletoe, ever. Our office manager has been looking at putting another office in Missoula, but we want to go into a bigger city, not smaller. I hope you get things straightened out. If you'll excuse me. Thank you for calling." And the call ended, with less civility than Amanda had ever received. She pulled the phone away from her ear and glanced at the piece in complete confusion. Tommy didn't work for them? Did she have his name wrong? They weren't expanding into Mistletoe? Maybe he was the only one moving into Mistletoe. Maybe she'd just ruined his announcement. Maybe he wasn't charging her yet. Amanda put her phone in her lap and lifted her gaze to meet Janice's. "They're saying I'm not a patient with them." Was she going crazy? Tommy was real. He had to be. Amanda pressed her fingers to her temples and shook her head. "I feel like I'm going crazy." "Amanda, you're one of the last people I would ever consider to be crazy. There has to be some logical explanation as to why your files aren't on record with the therapist's office. Can you get a hold of your therapist?" Janice slid the papers back to Amanda that she'd brought in. "Oh, I know where to find him, all right." She continued at the questioning look in Janice's eyes. "He's staying with my family right now while he looks for a new office to set up his practice." "He's staying with you?" "Amanda, I hope you don't mind, but I think we need to do our due diligence here. Let me check with a friend at the medical practicing offices in Billings, and let's see if there's a therapy license in place for this man you've hired. Maybe it's under Thomas or something." Janice picked up her phone and dialed a number, pressing the earpiece against her cheek. After a momentary pause, she spoke to someone on the other end for a moment, and then hung up. "Okay, Dylan said he'd get back to me. He has to check with a different department to get that information. I'll text you as soon as I have it." Janice's lips hardened in a flat line. "I have to be honest. We take this very seriously on our end, and we haven't even paid anything." Janice was saying everything Amanda didn't want to inspect too closely. She nodded anyway and gathered her papers together. "Thank you, Janice. Let me know as soon as you can. I need to get back to my house." She couldn't explain why she felt like a fish out of water. All over again. What was she doing? It really was going to come down to if she trusted Tommy more than the evidence was indicating. Did she? She wasn't sure. She wasn't even sure what the information she'd gathered was saying. Was it saying Tommy didn't work with the Colby office? Was it saying he wasn't a therapist? Was it saying he'd come to steal from her? None of it made sense. She'd filled out the paperwork at the therapist clinic. Tommy had her folder and file, and he'd called her to go to the conference room. Nothing was out of place. So, then how was it possible that she wasn't a patient for that clinic? Why didn't they have her information on record? She left the agency and climbed back in her rig. She needed answers from Tommy, and she needed them now. Her heart was fast sinking into reality, though. The one person she trusted the most suddenly had more shadows of doubt around him than anyone else in her life. That was saying something when she had a mother like Jennifer. She stepped on the gas. All she had to do was ask Tommy. He'd give her an explanation that would make sense and fill in any holes that she had about him in her mind and heart. But what if he couldn't? What if he didn't have anything but more lies for her and Amanda had no way of knowing? All she wanted was the truth. Whatever it was, she'd deal with it. She would be fine, as long as he told her the truth.
Chapter 31. Amanda had said they would get together for dinner that evening, but that she needed to run into town before then. Did he need anything? Tommy had claimed he needed to get settled and make a bunch of calls. Another lie. Well, not a complete lie. He did make a bunch of calls. He couldn't go immediately down the hall to search the living room when she'd just left. What if she forgot something and came back to find him snooping? The only other problem was, Tommy wasn't sure how long she would be gone. She hadn't said that either. He was riding the line, but he had to see what he could get off that list done. The sooner the list was done, the sooner he could get out of there and leave Amanda alone. She didn't deserve what he was doing, and his heart wasn't in it anymore. Even if Ms. Hallowell wasn't Amanda's mother, she didn't have the right to demand the things from her that she was. Tommy had had enough. As much as he wanted to help his Grams, he didn't need to prolong the job any more than necessary. He wanted to be around Amanda, but on his own terms. Once he finished that job, she'd never want to be around him again. An hour after Amanda had gone, Tommy opened the door of his room and scanned the hall to his left and right, and then again to the left, in the direction of the kitchen. He'd have to pass the kitchen to get to the living room. He hadn't heard David leave or go anywhere in particular. What if her father was there and wanted to talk, and Tommy couldn't get away from him before Amanda got back? What if David followed Tommy into the living room, and Tommy never got a chance to search for the things he needed? Enough what-ifs. Tommy needed to get his rear in gear, or he'd miss the opportunity to search, with or without David. Tommy would be blocking himself before David ever really had a chance to. He softly closed his door and strode as silently as he could down the hallway, glancing into the empty kitchen, before releasing the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Okay. The first obstacle was clear. Tommy turned the corner into the large but not overbearing living room that could also pass as a study, and stopped. David wasn't in the kitchen because he was in the living room. The older man glanced up from a book he read on one of the plush couches set up for most comfort. Tommy, I didn't realize you had stayed when Amanda left. My apologies. I would have offered to entertain you. He shut the book on his lap and pulled his reading glasses from his nose, folding them up and tucking them into the front breast pocket of his button-up shirt. Tommy smiled and moved into the room, glancing around as if he was just getting to know the space. Thanks. It's okay, Mr. Dean. I had a bunch of calls to make, and Amanda said she needed to run into Mistletoe for something. She said she felt bad leaving me, but she doesn't have to worry. I'm a big boy. Tommy laughed, like he wasn't wishing David would leave the room with everything he had. Chuckling in response, David nodded, crossing an ankle over the opposite knee. Yeah, the women in this family tend to think we need watching, but that's a good thing. It's when they stop hovering that one should be worried. Why is that? Tommy claimed a spot across from David and leaned back in the comfortable seat. When the Dean women stop hovering, it means they've stopped caring. David raised his eyebrows and looked pointedly at Tommy. After a moment of confusion, Tommy waved his hand. Oh, no, sir. Amanda is at most my friend, and at least my client. We're working through some things she's unclear about, but other than that, we're just friends. She doesn't need to hover on my account. But Tommy desperately wished she would. He wanted her to care enough about him that no matter what he did, she'd never want to leave him, or vice versa. But while his heart was stupid, his head had it all figured out. There was no way she'd be able to accept what he was doing. How could she? He'd lied to her from the beginning and even took advantage of the situation. He knew what he'd done, and he knew what it was going to cost him. Better to get the job done and move on with his life. Well, be that as it may, I saw the way she looked at you. I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. David grinned and sat up, glancing at the wristwatch adorning his left arm. I need to get going. I'm sorry I'm not staying. I'm sure Amanda will be back shortly. I know Carrie is coming for dinner with Nick. I think you'll like them. Nick is a vet, and he makes one mean steak on that barbecue. David pushed himself from the clutches of the couch and reached out, offering his hand to Tommy. Half standing, Tommy shook David's proffered hand and nodded his head tightly. Nice talking with you again, sir. David. Call me David. Sir makes me sound old and unmarriageable. He chuckled under his breath and left the room, a definite bounce in his step. Tommy stared after the older man with a bemused expression on his face. Interesting. Everything about these people was interesting. What was even more fascinating was the fact that Ms. Hallowell hated them so much. Once again, Tommy had a certainty in his heart that she was bitter not to be a part of it anymore. That's partially why she hated them so. She'd made the decision to leave, and she blamed them for what she lost. Another moment passed before the back door closed with a snap, and Tommy's shoulders sagged forward. He had to do what he'd come to do, but he didn't want to. He pulled out his phone. What if he texted Jennifer and backed out? He could. He could tell her that he couldn't get the items she wanted and go home. Simple. He'd already ruined things for Amanda. There was no chance he'd ever be with Amanda. Why not get out before he did any more damage? He could at least save that much. What was he doing? The wall of shelves stretched behind him as if calling his name. He didn't have to take the journal and the key. He could just see what it was she'd been talking about. He'd always wanted to see a secret book box. He'd heard of them, but never seen one in person. That would do for reasoning, right? He could justify it to himself with that. He shook his head at his own thoughts, but turned to face the 10-foot-high shelving unit that spanned the entire length of the wall. The wood had been rough-milled with live edges and a square placed in the center for smaller trinkets. The workmanship was spectacular, and Tommy could stare at it for a long while. He took a deep breath and scanned each shelf, looking for what could be described as a children's dictionary, probably brightly colored with big font on the side. Medical dictionaries and encyclopedias lined the top shelf, out of reach but accessible if someone used a step stool or a chair to climb on. Survival and farming references graced the next shelf down, filled to overflowing across the entire length, to the point that extras were stacked on top of the already standing books. The next shelf held non-fiction hardbacks of varying topics that Tommy didn't look too closely at. Fiction books covered the next two shelves, and then the bottom shelf held varying height books that looked like they could be for children. Tommy knelt and scanned the titles, pausing when he came to a large hardcover with red, green, and blue blocks and bright yellow fonts labeling it as a dictionary. Tommy glanced over his shoulder to double-check that he wasn't being watched, and he slowly pulled the book from the shelf. Moving to sit on the seat he'd previously occupied, Tommy held the sturdy book in his hands and stared at the cover. The picture of a bird, zebra, and a honeybee in varying sizes spotted the cover. A children's dictionary graced the front, and Tommy opened it with slightly shaking hands. He was even lying to himself. The cover opened easily, and the title page crinkled as it moved from the rest of the book, partially stuck to both the front cover and the pages that were obviously glued together to make a hard exterior. Tommy stared down into the hand-cut hole in the book that easily spanned 8 inches across and 10 inches down. The hole was about 2 inches deep to the back cover. The dictionary probably had pictures and large font to easily read for the younger age group it was designed for. But the hole was empty. There was no journal or key or anything else inside the book box, no candy or letters or even pictures of anyone. Nothing to indicate the hiding spot had ever held treasures or secrets for anyone, least of all, a little girl. Tommy leaned back, keeping the book on his lap while he stared into space. The book had been there. He knew it had. Amanda had confirmed that. Jennifer had even known it was in the house somewhere. She hadn't known about the dictionary, but she'd known about Amanda's journal. Where could the journal have gone to, and why did Tommy suddenly feel sick to his stomach? A sound from the doorway caught his attention, and Tommy jerked his gaze up to find Amanda standing there, staring at him. Things had just gotten extremely real.
Chapter 32. Lily slapped her hand on the counter and sighed, leaning her head back and closing her eyes. She didn't want to see the festive lighting of the bed and breakfast she ran with Taylor or the admittedly addicting cookies Carrie had sent out with Tanya and Taylor when they came out. Lily didn't want to eat another one and get a wave of sugar rush that just made her more tired after it wore off. I know. Taylor came around the check-in counter and grabbed Lily's arm. Come on, Lil, come sit down. I don't want you getting too upset. Brock said you've been getting more and more irrational. Stressed lately. Taylor tugged on Lily's arm. Lily opened her eyes, begrudgingly following Taylor toward the sitting room. I'm tired, but this isn't fair. You said she was going to come out to my place? Lily glanced at Tanya, who scrunched her nose at Lily. Ugh, I don't want anything to do with her. I can't deal with this, and yes, I'm irrational. I can't handle much right now. I actually can't stop focusing on the fact that this baby is coming out one way. There's only one way. Lily couldn't stop thinking about it. And the truth was, she wasn't sure what was so scary about it until she watched the birthing videos they gave her from the doctor's office. They all took a seat, and Tanya leaned forward, tears in her eyes. You want to know what is horrifying? I had to factory reset my phone last week, and most of my contacts were deleted, right? You guys remember I was asking who people were when you would text me. Lily and Taylor nodded, and Tanya continued. Well, it was her. But I thought it was a random friend who was asking me some questions. I honestly thought it was Julia Hamrin from down the road. She was supposed to do some delivery work for me, and one of the items had to get out to Lily's place. So this text was asking me where Lily's place was and if there was a gate or anything, and I answered. Tanya shook her head as she dashed tears from her cheeks. I'm so sorry. Her words trailed off in a whisper. Taylor reached over and patted Tanya's knee. It's not your fault. That's not why Lily is upset. Taylor glanced up at Lily as if to say, step in here. You're right, actually. I'm not. I'm upset that she's back at all. That she's even in town. How could she come back here and act like any of us even want to see her? We can't see her without all of the pain and memories her presence brings up. Lily sighed and leaned forward, pressing her hand against her lower back. She wasn't even that far along and already her back hurt and her hips had an unnatural pain that Taylor said was sciatica. Not that Lily was complaining. She'd take all the burdens that came with the blessing of being pregnant. It just definitely took the pleasure out of the act. What can we do about it? Tanya thrummed her fingers on her knees and glanced between her sisters. Carrie refused her service, and then the Jennifer called the sheriff, and Jessie backed Carrie. When Carrie was telling me about it, I couldn't stop laughing. I'm more than a little embarrassed that I almost wet myself. Taylor rolled her eyes and laughed. Oh, the joys of motherhood. Her eyes snapped open and she glanced at the clock on the wall. Crud, you guys. I'm supposed to be home in 20 minutes. The twins are due to wake up and I didn't pump before I left. Taylor grinned. And Roman has told me repeatedly that he doesn't have the milk resources to cover me for long when I'm gone. Lily laughed, and Tanya grinned, but gagged behind Taylor's back. As Taylor left, Lily's laugh trailed off, and she looked at her other sister. You know, parenting isn't a bad thing. I'm not gagging at that, at all. I'm actually, between you and me, a little jealous. I'm gagging at the fact that her life is so perfect, her husband so perfect, everything just... Tanya averted her gaze and dropped what she was saying. Perfect. I get it. Yeah. I used to feel the same way until I remembered that Taylor was dropped at the altar. She didn't have anything happy for her for a long time. So, all of the happiness she is having now seems concentrated and unfair to the rest of us, but was a long time coming. She needs this, and we should be happy for our sister. Lily arched an eyebrow. Why, though, do I feel like that isn't what the real issue is? Tanya bit her lower lip and squeezed her eyes tight shut before opening them again to pierce Lily. Jennifer texted me something that I'm a little concerned about. Something else? What was it? Lily's interest and concern was piqued. Tanya hadn't said anything in front of Taylor. That had to be significant. She said something like, Did Tommy tell Amanda yet? I'm not sure what that means. But Dad said that a Tommy Declan is staying with them when we spoke earlier. I guess Carrie and Nick are going out for dinner tonight. Amanda is having this Tommy stay at the ranch for a little while. Tanya narrowed her eyes. The problem isn't that Amanda is having someone over. That's fine. I mean, come on. We're all adults. I'm living in the house. If he's good-looking? She shrugged, her smile coy, but then it turned dark. But my problem stems from the fact that Jennifer brought him up. How does she know about Tommy, and what does Tommy need to tell Amanda? If it's something Jennifer knows about, then it can't be good, right? I think you're right to worry. Why didn't you say anything in front of Taylor? Lily licked her lips, rubbing at the sore skin on her palms. Because Taylor will immediately go over and demand answers. I have a feeling this is something we need to tiptoe around, or we'll scare off Amanda or this Tommy guy without getting any answers. Lily agreed with Tanya. Amanda's situation was too mercurial to be approached with brazenness. That couldn't be an option. What else could they do to protect their sister and figure out Jennifer's plan? Chapter 33. Amanda. Amanda's smile fell from her mouth. She cocked her head to the side and paused in mid-stride at the head of the couch running perpendicular to the one Tommy sat on. She arched an eyebrow and flicked her gaze from Tommy's face to the secret book box she'd made years ago sitting in his lap. Why did he have it, and what was he doing with it? Had he expected to find her journal inside? And everything else that had been crammed in the book? Obviously. Why else would he pull it out and inspect it for contents? The disappointed expression on his face suggested he hadn't just stumbled upon the box. Of course he hadn't. Why would anyone pick a children's dictionary when they were just browsing? Amanda? You're back. Tommy snapped the cover of the dictionary box shut and set it on the side table to his right before standing. He wiped his hands down the sides of his pants and smiled at her like he wasn't doing anything suspicious. Yeah, what are you doing, Tommy? Amanda motioned toward her book box and blinked. Had she seen what she thought she had? Maybe she'd imagined his expression. Maybe it really wasn't a big deal. She could believe that. She really could. She hoped she could anyway. Tommy cleared his throat and coughed to the side into his hand like he stalled for time. Well, yeah. I was curious to see if you still had it here. It's not every day I get to see inside the life of a client. Tommy grinned and spread his hands out to the sides at chest level, his expression sheepish like it wasn't a big deal. What clients, Tommy? I'm the only one you have. Right? Amanda walked further into the living room, taking a seat across from Tommy on the couch. She leaned forward, surprised at how angry she really was. She hadn't even given him the chance to tell her his side. But what could possibly be his side? How could he explain away the fact that his supposed place of employment didn't have any evidence of him working there, or the fact that they weren't expanding to Mistletoe? Amanda blinked back the stinging behind her eyes. She wasn't going to cry? No, she wasn't going to. He couldn't break her. No one had that power. Tears weren't an option. Tommy stared at her, slowly sinking back to sit on the couch. He didn't lean back or lean forward. Instead, his back was ramrod straight as he stared at Amanda with his face frozen in a state of neutrality. Amanda held up his hand. Just a minute. I want to make sure you understand that I really need to hear the truth right now. I need the truth, please. She wasn't going to cry. She wasn't. Tommy studied her face, and then something about his expression softened and he sighed. Amanda, there's an explanation for why you're going through my stuff, right? Why you're looking in the exact place I told you my childhood journal was hidden. There has to be, right? Please, tell me it's something easy to understand. Please. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees as she stared at him in desperation. No begging, Amanda. No begging. No tears. Tommy half stood, reaching into his pocket and pulling out his wallet. He sank back to the cushions and opened the wallet, withdrawing a small piece of paper. He stared at it for a moment and then stretched his hand across to Amanda, his eyes imploring her to take it. Amanda slowly accepted the paper. She glanced down at the short list of questions followed by journal, key, passcode, and then Wilson box. Amanda blinked at the list and then lifted her gaze to Tommy's face. She knit her eyebrows together and swallowed. What's this? Your shopping list? Her lame attempt at a joke fell between them like a lump of clay. He took the list and nodded. Actually, yeah. This is what Ms. Hallowell is paying me to retrieve. The questions I'm supposed to get information for, from you. The journal and key, you probably guessed, are yours. The Wilson box. I'm still not sure what that is, but she gave me instructions on where it would be, so I'm hoping it's only a matter of getting into the house and finding it. Amanda stared at him as the reality of his words sank in. Wait, you... Ms. Hallowell? Is that? A wave of nausea crashed over Amanda and she leaned back, dragging in a long breath of fresh air as she stared up at the ceiling. Are you saying you were hired by my mother to get information on me? To steal my journal and whatever this box is? Her mother. Tommy could still deny it. He could still say she was wrong. Ms. Hallowell could be anyone else. Ms. Hallowell could be the devil herself, and Amanda would prefer that over her mother. But rather than denying what Amanda was asking, Tommy nodded slowly. Yes, your mother hired me to get information on you and to get those items for her. He rushed on. I didn't know she was your mother until you said her full name, but that's when I put it together. Amanda took a deep breath. Her chest rose as she tried to steady her nerves. What was he saying? Why? Why would you do that? What could you possibly have to gain? She's out to destroy this whole town, not just my family. Not just the Wilsons. She's after all of Mistletoe. She wants to bring us all down, and you're a part of it. She dug her nails into the soft flesh of her palms. She couldn't believe his newfound honesty was so brutal while being freeing at the same time. I know this doesn't matter, and it really isn't a good enough reason from your perspective, but... Tommy rubbed his hands together and leaned back. My grandmother lost her husband a while ago, and he had a bunch of health bills that lingered after he was buried. My parents died in a car accident, but not actually in the accident. No, that would be too simple. And my dad wasn't exactly a simple guy. They had health issues in the hospital for months afterward that they never fully recovered from. We got those bills added to the pile, too. Then back taxes and a shift in zoning on the family ranch that has been in the family 5 generations, and we're in debt so deep. I'm not sure how we'll ever get out. That was my life. That was my reality. Then suddenly, I get a call from a prospective client. I'm a private investigator. That's my real job. I haven't had steady work in a while, and this job came at a dead standstill for cases. We had no money coming in, and foreclosure and eviction is literally scheduled for 2 days after Christmas. Christmas, Amanda. He shook his head, his eyes red-rimmed. 2 days after. Then my grandmother goes and gets injured, which is costing us more money we definitely don't have. I've had to put so much of my integrity on the line just to save my family home. I don't even know where to start explaining or giving you excuses. There is no way to justify what I've done or what I planned on doing. But I have felt awful this entire time. Ever since meeting you. Ever since you picked up my private medical folder and lied about who you were and what you were doing? Amanda licked her lips, ignoring the way he glanced at her mouth as she did so. She looked away. Her shoulders were stiff as she tried to accept what he was saying. Was it good enough? Was that enough of a justification for the things he'd done? I have no right to ask this, but are you mad at me? Is there anything I can do to make this up to you? Tommy's earnestness would have been sweet if it wasn't one more thing Amanda had to process. She rubbed at her eyes and shook her head. I'm honestly not sure what to think. I don't know how to understand all of this. She'd been falling for him. How did she get her head on straight when her heart held the reins? One way or another, she couldn't deal with this storm of truths. Everything she'd believed was a lie. Tommy wasn't who she'd thought he was, and yet he was. That just tore her up more than she could figure out. She had to get her heart under control. It couldn't make the decisions anymore. No more. Amanda wouldn't survive.
Chapter 34. Tommy Amanda had to process what he'd told her. Not that he blamed her for needing time to get through what he'd admitted to. He not only wanted her to forgive him, he wanted her to love him. Time wasn't a costly thing in the whole scheme of things. "What do you need from me? What can I do?" He tapped his foot, his knee jiggling as he contemplated her. Her cheeks had pinkened, making her eyes brighter than normal, almost to the point of being neon blue. "Amanda, seriously, are you mad at me?" He couldn't get rid of the sick feeling in his stomach, but at least the tension between his shoulder blades had eased from getting the truth out there. "Yep, but I don't want to deal with it right now. I just want to get the rest of this out of the way. Tell me what exactly you have done for Jennifer. What do I need to protect my family from?" She crossed her arms across her chest and studied him with the sides of her eyes downturned. "She knows I've made contact with you and a few of the other people in this situation. She's got to be aware that I'm staying out here by now. Other than that, she doesn't know or have anything else." Tommy swallowed. Amanda said she was mad, but she didn't want to deal with it right then. Tommy wasn't a therapist, but he'd done enough research to know that when someone didn't deal with their issues, they festered. That wasn't a good thing for Tommy. The anger would grow and grow until it became a hardened mass of hate. Hate wasn't love. Tommy hadn't realized how much he needed her to love him. He'd even go back in time and turn down the job from the beginning. No matter what, he would lose in the process. Amanda bit her lip, a distracting habit of hers that was going to drive Tommy a little on the batty side. "Okay, if you haven't given her anything yet, let's get it all together and go from there." Tommy blinked at Amanda. What had she just said? "Sorry, what? Did you just get that stuff? As in, get the things on my list?" "Yep, we can get that stuff together in no time. I mean, I already have the journal and the other things in the book box." Amanda met his gaze with a challenge in the depths of her eyes. "Wait, you said we, though. As in, we're going to work together?" Tommy couldn't grasp what was going on. Why was she still talking to him? Had she forgiven him? She'd said she was mad, but if someone was mad, did they help the person they were mad at? That just didn't fit logically. "Yes, we. You can't do this on your own, not without compromising your integrity. I think that's important to keep intact, no matter how much you've lost already." Amanda stood, moving around the living room like she just needed to move. "But I don't understand why you would want to help me." He watched her warily. What was he missing? Why would she help him when Tommy's actions were designed to help bring her family and hometown down? Amanda didn't answer him as she moved to stand at the window, looking outside at the soft snow falling on the evening landscape. Tommy stood, moving across the space to stand beside her. "Amanda, why? Why would you help me?" He turned her when she didn't answer him with a hand on her upper bicep. "Amanda." Amanda turned to face him, her arms folded across her waist and her eyes wide with pain. "What could you possibly want, Tommy? You need an answer?" "Fine. I'm going to help you because you need to help your family. It's not like you're doing this for selfish reasons. Helping your grandmother is honorable. Do I like the way you've gone about it? Not even a little bit, but I can respect the intention behind it. If I help you, then you won't be betraying me. I'll be doing it to myself. I'll be doing it to my own family and my own town. Right?" She glanced at him, but then her gaze slid away. Yeah. I guess you're right. I just don't like it. I don't want your family mad at you. I don't want your hometown mad at you. I need that blame on me." Tommy reached out and smoothed his hand down the curly length of her hair as it hung past her shoulder. "I don't want to lose you." Admitting that added another notch to his already damaged pride. He'd never technically had her, but they'd talked about the possibilities after her therapy was over. The possibility was always there. That had to be worth saving. Hope had to be worth saving. Amanda allowed her face to be turned toward him. She didn't pull away, as her lips parted slightly, and her eyelids closed, shutting Tommy from seeing the brilliance of her eyes. He bent down, closer and closer, until their lips met and melded together for a brief moment. Tommy pulled away, but only enough to put a tiny breath between them. I don't know how, Amanda, but I'll make this up to you. I know I can. I will. I promise. Amanda's eyes snapped open, and a mask of neutral professionalism fell into place. Don't worry about it. Let's get this rearranged and get it out of the way. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can figure out what it is she thinks she has on the town and our families. Or I guess, my families. Look at you, thinking of both the Wilsons and the Deans as your families. But Tommy's pride in her progress faded as her gaze sliced like a hot knife through the air to his. You're not my therapist, Tommy. I think it's safe to say you probably shouldn't bring any of that up again. She strode from the room, leaving Tommy standing there with his hands empty at his sides. What had he done? And how was he going to be able to keep a promise he wasn't sure he had any right making? He couldn't keep a promise like that. He had no idea what would fix it for her, or what would push her away, but at least he could try. That's all he had. Plus, how mad could she be? She'd let him kiss her. That had to show just how diminutive her anger was.
Chapter 35. Elizabeth tucking the newly washed and freshly folded dustcloth in the drawer, Elizabeth glanced around the kitchen. Are you trying to make sure your cleaning efforts are hidden from Brianna again? Levi walked by, laughing and shaking his head. Oh, you. Elizabeth pushed at his shoulder and shut the door to the cleaning closet. Yes, I just feel bad. She's going through a lot of stuff at home, and I don't want her to be stressed when she comes here. I don't want her to have too much work. Levi turned and wrapped his mother in a huge bear hug. Mom, I promise. She won't feel like that if she actually comes here and works. What you're probably doing is scaring her. She might think that since the house is always clean, you're going to let her go soon. He pulled away and patted Elizabeth's shoulder, but avoided her gaze. Wait, what do you know? Why would you say that? Elizabeth followed Levi to stand beside the sink and narrowed her eyes. Levi claimed a glass from the cupboard and poured some water from the tap. Well, she reached out to me last week when the shelves were freshly dusted in the office and she hadn't been in there in a couple weeks. She thinks you've replaced her and are just waiting to let her go. Levi turned, facing her with his eyebrows up and his cowboy hat tilted back. Elizabeth leaned her head back and sighed. I swear, sometimes it seems like it doesn't matter what I do. I can't win. She shook her head. Hopefully, you told her that wasn't the case. Please, say you helped her feel better. Of course. That girl is under enough stress with her husband finding out he has MS. The last thing I wanted to do was create more problems for her. I might have told her you want to hire her for twice a week. Levi grimaced and watched his mother like he expected her to get mad. But instead, Elizabeth snapped her fingers. You know what? That is perfect. I'll have Flynn and Kaylee hire her too. Do you think Lily and Taylor would consider hiring her for the bed and breakfast? We could hire her for the office too. I bet the Deans would do it if I ask David. Brock and Lily might need her at the house too, with the baby coming. Elizabeth pulled her phone out and started a group text to her daughters-in-law as well as to their father. Any reason to text him was a good reason to reach out. Brianna Stapleton needs some extra work. Can any of you use an excellent housekeeper or cook? She pressed send and almost instantly her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Amanda. Elizabeth showed the screen to Levi, who offered a slight scowl as if in question, and then folded his arms while he waited. Swiping the phone, Elizabeth pressed the piece to her ear. Hi, Amanda. How are you? Hi, Mrs. Elizabeth. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? But the question was a formality, and Elizabeth could tell Amanda had called with a purpose. I'm fine, dear. What can I do for you? Elizabeth listened intently, determined to do for her dead husband's illegitimate child anything to take away the turmoil he must have left her in. Actually, would it be okay if I come out and talk to you? I have some information I think you could use. Amanda's tone was firm, as if she'd somehow discovered the answer to all of Mistletoe's problems. I'm here any time. In fact, I'm here the rest of today if you'd like to come. Elizabeth glanced at Levi, whose scowl had shifted to interest. I'll head over there now. Thank you. Amanda hung up, leaving Elizabeth to stare at her phone as she tried to process what was happening. She's coming over? Did she hint at what she wanted? Levi studied his mother's features like she hid something from him. I have no idea. Yeah, she's coming over. I guess I'll find out then. A small shiver of trepidation danced over her skin. Whatever Simon had done, it had carried over to the next generation of the Wilson and Dean families, and if Elizabeth could see him one more time, it wouldn't be to hug him or tell him much she missed him. No. She had no doubt that she'd probably slap him for the things he'd done and yell at him for the way he'd treated his family. All of that before she walked away from him. She couldn't imagine how Amanda felt. Elizabeth waited impatiently in the front room as long as she could, which amounted to the space of a few minutes. She got up and paced from the front door to the front room, back to the bathroom, and then around through the kitchen and out through the large dining room and back to her starting point. After over 10 laps of the same thing, a knock carried from the front door. Finally. Elizabeth approached the door and swung it wide, her smile ready. But it faltered when she saw a man standing next to Amanda on the front stoop. She knit her eyebrows together but held her welcoming expression. Amanda, it's so nice to see you again. Come in. And you brought someone. It wasn't a question, but was offered more as an invitation to introduce them. Amanda motioned toward the guy at her side as they followed Elizabeth through the doorway and into the sitting room. This is Tommy Declan. We have an interesting story to tell you and then a favor to ask. A story and a favor. Things never were good when they needed an explanation. Regardless, Elizabeth continued smiling. I'll do what I can. First, would either of you like something to eat or drink? Manners were the most important thing. Elizabeth had tried teaching her sons that. She wasn't sure if it had ever taken, but at least she had tried. No, thank you, Elizabeth. I'm going to get right to it. Tommy was... Amanda glanced at her companion, and her features hardened with pain and anger. She stiffly continued. Hired by Jennifer. Elizabeth opened her mouth to interject, but stopped when Amanda lifted her hands. Just a second. Let me get the whole story out before you say anything. She proceeded to tell a wild story about lies, betrayal, secrets, and demands that all centered on Tommy and Jennifer. The man next to her didn't hang his head or even flinch as Amanda emotionlessly detailed the story. To be fair, Tommy is in a situation with his family that he believed had only one solution. Amanda turned to Tommy and held out her hand. I need that list, please. He didn't falter, but he tried to catch her gaze as he pulled his wallet out and handed her a piece of paper. But Amanda didn't give him the satisfaction. Oh, these two are matches. Elizabeth kept her thoughts to herself. The anger between the two wouldn't be helped with a comment that would suggest they were perfect for each other. No. Elizabeth had been in the matchmaking business long enough to know that the best matches had to be polished on their own, even if that meant they might not make it. She reached out to take the list Amanda held out to her. Scanning the list, Elizabeth paused on the item that had her last name. A box? I have lots of boxes. How do I know which one you need? And why do you want it? I'm assuming that's why you're showing me, right? You want this? Elizabeth glanced up, studying the woman who could have been her daughter. Amanda took a deep breath. Yes, I need it. I'm going to help Tommy gather these things. Then, instead of letting him sell them to Jennifer, I'm going to buy them, and I'm going to make sure Jennifer knows I'm buying them. Tommy's features finally showed a reaction, and he blinked as he shifted his gaze to Amanda's face. You can't afford that. It's $1 million. I can do what I need to do to get the money on my own. Really? And screw over both my families as well as my hometown to do so? I don't think so. You need the money. I easily have that amount times hundreds and then some. Plus, I can get these items and get Jennifer to tell me what she wants them for. You're not going to be able to do that. Amanda sliced her gaze to him and then back to Elizabeth. Can you help me? The situation was a strange one. Elizabeth shrugged one shoulder. I have no idea what box you're looking for. She waved her hand around the sitting room. What does it look like? What? I have no idea which one it is. Ms. Hallowell told me it would be in the attic and require this key. Tommy pulled a small silver key from a pocket inside his wallet and ignored the slight gasp from Amanda as he did so. The key will fit the box we're looking for, ma'am. He pointedly stared at Elizabeth. You didn't tell me about that. Amanda's accusation rang through the silence in the room. I know which one you're talking about. I'll get it, but... Elizabeth stood and cocked her head to the side as she considered the two of them. I don't think we should open it. Not here. I think we need to call a family meeting. I agree. There's a lot to discuss. Amanda set her jaw with resolve. Yes, Amanda definitely could have been Elizabeth's daughter, and Elizabeth's regret that she wasn't was as palpable as the blood rushing in her veins. Chapter 36. Amanda Tommy hadn't even been completely honest with her when the supposed truth had come out. He'd been withholding a key for the Wilson box. As Elizabeth stepped out of the room to retrieve what she believed was the box in question, Amanda stood, putting as much distance between herself and Tommy as she could without leaving the house. She'd started that mission by choice. She had to see it through, no matter how mad at Tommy she was. You don't need to give me money for this stuff, I'll give it to you. I'm planning on telling Jennifer she can't have any of it and dealing with the fallout. Tommy stayed where he sat on the couch and stared at Amanda as she walked around. He didn't get it. How could he? She hadn't told him anything, but even knowing that, she couldn't make herself talk with him. She barely wanted to think about him, and yet she couldn't stop. None of that mattered. In no time, she would have the things that Jennifer was willing to pay millions for, and Amanda would have the upper hand. She'd have what Jennifer wanted, and that would give Amanda the control she needed to get her families, both of them, out of danger's way. No one still knew what exactly Jennifer threatened, but if she was willing to pay such a high price for some simple items, whatever she had planned would have a far greater return than just a couple $1 million. That terrified Amanda the most. Her mother had always been filled with a need for vengeance. If she thought a woman at the cafe had slighted her, Jennifer dwelled on it for weeks, even months, until she'd plotted and executed her perfect revenge. She never let things go. Every single one of her daughters had promised not to be the same way. At least, Amanda remembered promising that. That was part of the reason why Amanda was trying so hard to help Tommy. He'd had his reasons for doing what he'd done. It wasn't his fault Amanda had fallen for him. And she had. Hard. No, it wasn't his fault. He'd come in to do a job. Amanda could see that, but she couldn't get rid of the overwhelming anger flowing through her. And if she allowed herself to look deeper, she'd see it was fed by the hurt she felt. A broken heart wasn't the best fodder for forgiveness. I do. I want control over Jennifer, and you need to save your family ranch and take care of your grandmother. If I give you the same price that Jennifer was paying you, then it won't put you in a compromising position. I'm even planning on giving you $1 more than she was, so she can't say you were doing it for favoritism. Everyone knows that the higher bid gets the purchase, even if it was only by $1. Tommy leaned forward, hanging his hands between his knees as he studied the ground. I honestly don't know what to say. What is there to say? I don't need anything from you. Amanda lied through her teeth, but she couldn't stop. All I want you to do is get the information to Jennifer that I have it, and the only way I'll sell it to her is if she tells me what I want to know. That's it. That's all you need to do. Easy, right? Then you can stop lying to me and go back to your life. Amanda swallowed, unwilling to turn around and put her raw pain on display for him to see. He didn't deserve that kind of knowledge. Amanda, His voice was closer. He'd moved from the couch to stand by her, and Amanda didn't want him to be there. She wanted him to be far away so she could heal. That's all she needed. time to heal. I think this is it. Elizabeth came into the room right then, giving Amanda the reprieve she needed to get away from Tommy and his intoxicating presence. She couldn't think when he was near. She could feel his heat and smell his scent. No, she needed time to heal so she wasn't so affected by him. It wasn't fair, but she could get over him. She had to believe that. She had to. Amanda turned and walked past Tommy, ignoring the plaintive look he gave her as she got closer to Elizabeth and the box she held in her hands. Wow, what's in it? I have no idea. I found it in the attic not too long ago, and I didn't have the key. I had no idea where to look for it, so I put the box on my nightstand and just forgot about it. Elizabeth held Amanda's gaze when she lifted her head. Amanda, I think we need to have both families together for this. Whatever is in this box and whatever is in your journal, they're important. We need all the information we can get. I know. I just asked Tommy to get what he could from Jennifer, and he agreed. Didn't you, Tommy? Amanda couldn't look at him over her shoulder like she wanted to, but her tone brooked no argument. Of course. I think we can get what we need from her. It's not like she has much of a choice. Were his feelings hurt? They sounded like he was hurt. But Amanda couldn't care. She couldn't. She pulled out her phone and texted Tanya to come pick her up. After a minute, she glanced up at Tommy and Elizabeth as one. Tanya's going to come get me. Tommy, I'm done with you for now. I'll get in contact when I have more details on the meeting. I'll stay somewhere else. You're welcome to stay at the ranch for the foreseeable future, but just be aware. The journal isn't there anymore, so don't think about snooping for it. Amanda didn't care that a stark flash of pain twisted Tommy's features. She couldn't. All she wanted was to get out of there and nurse her own wounds. As soon as she could get everything taken care of, she could send him on his way. She needed him to finish what he'd started with Jennifer and Amanda so she could get the closure of the whole ordeal behind her. If she could just get Jennifer to stop what she was hell-bent on doing, Amanda could finally accept her situation, accept that she'd never completely fit in, and she really couldn't trust anyone. That had to be okay, because anything else just wasn't bearable.
Chapter 37. Tommy left the Wilson home with his pride shattered somewhere on the den floor, and his heart crumpled beside it. He knew Amanda was mad at him. He could feel it when they drove to the Wilsons together, but he hadn't realized just how lost she was to him. And she'd kept all of her emotions controlled. Didn't that mean something? It had to mean something, and Tommy knew whatever it meant. It wasn't good. As he drove from the ranch, Tommy's phone rang. Maybe it was Amanda calling him. Maybe she wanted to talk. He swiped the screen, keeping his eyes on the road as he put the phone to his ear. Amanda? Nope, but it sounds like you messed that one up. Nicely done. Jennifer's bitter, nasally voice set Tommy's nerves on edge. What do you care? I'm gathering the things you need. Isn't that all you want? Tommy set his jaw and tried not to tell the ex-Dean woman what he thought of her. She wouldn't care, and he wouldn't be able to get the information from her that Amanda needed. Good. Meet me at the cafe. We have some things to discuss. She hung up on him, and Tommy was sorely tempted not to go. But all in all, if he didn't go, she'd wonder why, and the Wilsons and the Deans needed all the ammunition they could get against a woman like Jennifer. Whatever Tommy could do to fix the things he'd set in motion, he would do. He reached the cafe in record time and climbed from the cab of his truck. Inside, Jennifer lounged in a booth along the wall opposite the door. Tommy smiled politely at the waitress and made his way to join his client. He slid into the seat opposite her and folded his hands as he rested them on the table. What do you want? Jennifer's carefully made-up face smirked. Aw, is Tommy getting attached? She leaned forward, anger replacing her smugness. You're not here to fall in love, Declan. If you think for a second that I would let my daughter be with a man who has more debt than sense, you're significantly dumber than I first thought. You're here to get what I hired you to get. I saw you out at that woman's place. Did you get the box? Jennifer lifted her chin and glared at Tommy. Of course, I got the box. Tommy leaned back, fully aware she was running on emotional reaction and not logic or reason. She had been from the beginning, even though her hatred and anger made her seem calm and logical. Now that Tommy could see through her facade, he couldn't believe how easily he'd been brought in. No more. I have everything. The passcode, the key, the box that matches the silver key, and the journal. I even got the questions answered like you asked. He unfolded his hands and tapped the table with his forefinger, his tone taking on a harder edge. I want to know what you're going to do to this town. They don't deserve anything but good things to happen to them. I have no idea what you have planned, but I know that much. Jennifer sipped her water, watching him as she tried to gather her calm. She inhaled through her nose and then out through her mouth, with her lips forming a perfect O. The sight disgusted Tommy. She probably thought she was attractive in a whole slew of ways. You're right. You have no idea what I'm about or what I'm trying to accomplish. You're captivated by the beauty of my daughter, Tommy. Mine. Don't forget that she's more me than anyone else you've met. And whatever happens to this town is up to Amanda. And only Amanda. Taylor had the chance to buy me off, but now, there's no going back. The deadline is fast approaching, and once it hits, there's not a thing I can do to help Amanda. She needs to be helped. She's about to lose everything. Jennifer shook her head, suddenly leaning forward and imploring Tommy with her brown eyes. She has no idea that all this time she's felt like an outcast. Yes, I know. I used to read her journal. I know she still feels this way. All this time, she's actually the rightful heir to all of it. Every last cent. Every last acre of both properties. And you're trying to help her claim all of it? I don't understand. Why would you help her? This whole time, Tommy had been convinced Jennifer was out to get Amanda. But if the older woman was to be believed, she was working on behalf of Amanda. And if Tommy went against her, he could be hurting Amanda. Of course, I'm trying to help her. She's my daughter. Jennifer appeared affronted, and she leaned back, pressing her fingers to her chest. Come on. You don't leave for years and then come back for altruistic measures. I don't buy it. Tell me what's in store for Amanda. I want what's best for her. I don't care about you. I'll walk away from this whole thing if I don't like what you have to say. Tommy wasn't messing around, and it was high time he spoke plainly. Jennifer must have believed what he said. She laughed and flicked her fingers his direction and shook her head. I believe you would do that, actually. Here's the thing. Amanda isn't the only one to benefit. If either me or Simon are still alive, we get the other half of what has undoubtedly surpassed double or even triple the investment we made years ago, before she was even born. Her eyes took on a far-off glaze as she continued speaking. We set up a deposit box at the bank with the paperwork bequeathing everything in our joint account to Amanda. The only way the account can be accessed is with the information in that box. The only way the box can be accessed is by the passcode and the 2 keys. One you got from her journal, and the other, in the box you claim to have gotten from the Wilsons. So, another key was in the box Elizabeth had given Amanda. That was information Amanda could use. Okay, so, Amanda can access this deposit box? Then why does she need you? Tommy couldn't believe his luck. If he could get Amanda the information, she could ditch Jennifer to the curb and tell her to leave them alone. No, actually, she needs me too. I have already informed the bank that one of the original owners of the bonds is still alive, and that they're coming to collect. They expire out and get dissolved into the community as a major donation to the 6 main charities. If Amanda, and either Simon or myself, don't claim it by this Christmas Eve. They're aware I'm still alive, and they need me, as well as Amanda, to do it. So, all of your digging for information hasn't been hard to spot, but I've been sharing for a purpose. You need to tell Amanda she has to work with me, or she'll lose everything. Jennifer grinned like a Cheshire cat, certain of her victory. See, Tommy, you really do have a purpose. It's a good thing. You can still earn your money, Bring me the items as well as Amanda, and you'll get your original pay and your bonus. Just like we agreed." She patted the table between them. "And just so we're clear, once the papers come out with the rest of the secrets, you'll see how much information can change everything. It will. Good people or not, you'll see how greed will alter who they are and how they treat others." She stood, sashaying away from the booth, and past some farmers who watched her walk by. Jennifer ate up the attention, but sneered as one of them tried to speak to her. Tommy waited until his client had left the building before picking up his phone and dialing Amanda. His call went right to voicemail. "Amanda, I know you don't want to talk to me right now, but we need to talk about what just happened with Jennifer. Let me know what time the meeting is going to be. I need to share this with you before then." He had to tell her what was going on. Maybe she would change her mind about including both families. Maybe she would want to work with Jennifer. Or maybe she would do exactly as Tommy suspected and ignore the fact that she should put herself first for once. Maybe it was Tommy's job to do that for her. Look out for her when Amanda wouldn't do it for herself. He hung up the call and set the phone back on the table. One way or another, Tommy had to make sure Amanda's future wasn't squandered because she was too busy looking out for other people. Chapter 38. Flynn pulled on his thick leather overcoat and then turned to his wife, helping her pull hers on as well. The strong black leather matched on both of their jackets, and Flynn watched the way Kaylee's long hair swept across the smooth, pliable material across the shoulders. "How you feeling, Callie?" Flynn opened the door, waiting for his wife to walk out ahead of him before he shut the door behind them. "Tired. I feel like I'm a growing teenager again." Callie laughed and peeked at him from under her lashes. Flynn shook his head. "Well, you don't look like you're growing. You're perfect." They climbed into the rig, and Flynn started the engine. "It should warm up pretty quick in here. I hope we're not too late." "We won't be, but I am." Kaylee spoke coyly, clicking her seatbelt into place and staring at him as if she was telling him something, but without the words. Was he missing something? What could it be? Birthday? No. He had that marked on the calendar. They wouldn't have an anniversary, would they? No. Kaylee hated celebrating birthdays and anniversaries. She'd said something about being late. "Do you need to be somewhere? We can go there first. I'm sure everyone would be fine waiting for us." He didn't care if they were fine or not. If Kaylee needed to do something, he was going to make sure she got it done. "No, I'm not late to a place, Flynn." She rolled her eyes, laughing like he'd told the funniest joke. "I'm just late." She tilted her head to the side, adding more emphasis to the word late. Late. She was late. What was... Wait. She was late. "You're late? Like..." Flynn swallowed, not putting the truck into drive or reverse, and sitting there instead as he waited for it to warm up. He stared at Kaylee. "What do you mean? Or I guess, how late? Are you super late? Or like just late by a few hours?" Kaylee laughed harder, tears coming out the sides of her eyes. "Do guys think girls start at like 10 a.m. or something?" She leaned forward, wrapping her arms around her waist as she laughed harder and harder. Flynn furrowed his brow. "Don't you? I'm sure it's not the same time for everyone, but don't you have like a time that you start and that's why you're late?" Girls were weird. Flynn never understood them. It's not like guys stood around talking about the mysteries of women. "Anyway, you silly man, I'm late by a good chunk. I took a test." She stopped laughing and stared at Flynn, chewing on her lower lip and watching him with wide eyes. Flynn stilled. "You took a test?" His chest moved shallowly. He couldn't breathe. What if she was just teasing him? Kaylee loved playing jokes on him, although she'd never stooped so low as to pretend to be pregnant for any length of time. "I'm pregnant. Or rather, we're pregnant." Was that worry in her eyes? "Do you not want to be?" Flynn should have been more careful. He should have asked her and taken precautionary steps if she hadn't wanted to have babies. "Actually, I do. I want to have a baby more than I thought I did. I just... Are you mad?" Kaylee's voice ended on a whisper as she watched him, Mad? Why would I be mad? Flynn jerked backwards, his hat hitting the window behind him. He shook his head. Wait, you thought I'd be mad about having a baby? Why would you think that? Had he given that impression before? Had he somehow convinced her that he didn't want children? He loved children. He was going to love his even more, especially since they were with Kaylee. They were going to be parents. The realization slapped Flynn in the center of his chest, and he sat back, his expression going slack. I'm going to be a father. I thought you'd be mad, because we were just talking about how we're not ready yet to be parents. And now, we're going to be. Do you think we'll be ready when the baby gets here? Kaylee unsnapped her seatbelt and slid closer to Flynn, taking his hand in hers as she searched his face. Her expression was riddled with insecurity. Yes, we'll be ready. We have to make sure Jennifer can't ruin this. I know she's their mom and their family. I don't know exactly who she is, but her and Simon, they can't ruin this for us like they're destroying everything else. Flynn's features hardened as he realized he was going to be a father, and his own hadn't been that stellar. They have nothing to do with us. They're not going to ruin anything. Kaylee threaded her fingers with his and leaned her head on his shoulder. I'm so excited. We're going to have so much fun. But Flynn was locked in thoughts of his father. His chest rose and fell as his thoughts made his breathing go faster and faster. Kaylee, you know I'm nothing like him, right? I won't do that to you. To us. I won't destroy our family. I promise. I need you to know that. Panic spread across Flynn's chest. What if being a conniving adulterer was hereditary? What if he was destined to destroy his family the same way his father had almost ruined theirs? Kaylee's soft fingers gripped under his jaw and gently turned his chin until he faced her. She kept her fingers softly on his skin and stared into his eyes. Flynn Wilson, you're nothing like that man. You're good, kind, generous, protective, and you're funny. You're loyal and polite, and above all, honest. The only thing you got from Simon was his eyes and his jawline. Everything else is you, and worth so much more than anything he could have brought to the table. You're worth more than 1,000 of him. She leaned up, pressing her lips against his for a lingering kiss. You're my favorite person, and it's not because I think you would do anything awful like he did. She pulled back and winked at him. Thanks, love. He gripped the steering wheel and then glanced down at Kaylee as she moved to take the seat by the window. Stay by me. You belong right there. Kaylee laughed again, moving back to sit beside him and pulling the waist belt across her lap to secure. You're right, I do. Let's get over to the dean's place. It sounds like we have a big meeting to figure out what to do. Are you ready? Flynn worried that Kaylee would be more affected by the revelations than anyone else. Kaylee didn't have any family left, and she valued the Wilsons as her family now. Flynn knew that, and he refused to let Jennifer come back into town to tear up anything that they had all worked so hard to get. Everything is going to work out just fine, Flynn. They're all family, even the deans. We just need to make sure we're helping in any way we can. Kaylee patted his arm, and he shifted into drive. She was right. He would do whatever he could to help his family. But Kaylee came first. She always would. Did she know that? Because he would always put her first. She was the most important person to him. Forever.
Chapter 39. Amanda. Amanda tapped her finger against her thigh while her foot beat out a rapid staccato on the floor of the large conference room. She was so jittery, even her teeth chattered, and not because she was cold. No, in fact, the office was overly warm. She'd have to ask Taylor if they were getting paid to heat the town. One of the windows was cracked, so Amanda wasn't the only one who had noticed the heat. Everyone is almost here. I have to say, I can't believe how well you're dealing with everything, Amanda. If I was in your shoes? Tanya shook her head, scanning the occupants of the room from where she sat beside Amanda at the massive table. You're just keeping everything together. I would have yelled at someone by this point, maybe even tied up a few to a tree or so. Tanya leaned forward, pulling a coconut cream donut from one of the multiple boxes Carrie had brought and deposited around the board table for the meeting. Maybe she thought there would be less anger with that much sugar at their disposal. Amanda wasn't sure. All she knew was that she was more nervous than anything sugar could solve. And that was saying something. She knew as soon as Tommy walked into the room, like every hair on her body stood up, and her nerves took notice of the different charge. His presence was larger than life to her, but it seemed like no one else noticed. How could they not notice? And how could she notice his very presence when he was a liar? And, Amanda couldn't think up any names bad enough to call him. She was so mad at him. He'd hurt her. That's where it stemmed from. Pain. He'd hurt her so bad, and all while she'd extolled great praises for his integrity and honesty. She'd gone and spoiled his grandmother, and all the while he'd been setting Amanda up for destruction. Whatever Jennifer was up to, at least she was honestly against them. At least she wasn't lying about who she was or what she wanted. No, she'd played her games of deception and betrayal, and she'd owned up to them. And true, Tommy had come clean. But the damage was done. He'd lied to her while listening to her secrets and her fears. She'd been someone with him she wouldn't have been in any other circumstance. That last thought gave Amanda pause, and her jerky movement came to a halt. No more antsy tapping as she dropped her gaze to the wood grains of the table. In any other situation, Amanda would have been different than how she'd been with Tommy. With Tommy, she'd been honest and open. Did that mean she wasn't honest or open with others? Was she being a hypocrite by being mad at Tommy for lying to her when she usually lied to everyone else in her life? And what was she lying about exactly? Tommy sat across from her, the space between them at least 12 feet but feeling like the deepest chasm. He offered Amanda a soft smile, but she looked away. How was she going to be able to look at him without seeing her own lies? Her own anger? Flynn and Kaylee came through the doors and Taylor shut them with a snap of finality. Everyone took their seats and Elizabeth and David sat at opposite ends of the table. Elizabeth stood to start the meeting and she looked directly at Amanda. I just first want to start this meeting with an apology and acknowledge that I know this has got to be extremely hard for you, Amanda. None of us want to make things harder for you. We were just talking about how you're dealing with all of it, and we just think you're a much bigger person than we would be. Elizabeth pressed her hand to her chest, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I know that to be a fact for myself anyway. I'm still dealing with bitterness and anger, and you just seem so calm and... She shook her head and dropped her gaze. As if heat gathering in a slumbering volcano suddenly popped beneath her, Amanda jumped to her feet and slapped her hands on the top of the table. She took a deep breath as all eyes turned toward her, at least the ones who weren't already surreptitiously glancing her way at Elizabeth's words. She was already standing. She'd already brought undue attention toward her. She needed to take it further. She needed to be completely honest before she could blame Tommy for what he'd done. Amanda swallowed and turned her gaze onto each person in that room for a brief second. She licked her lips and paused her inspection when she reached Tommy. I have something to say. Everyone waited, and Amanda inclined her head. The thing is, I've been lying to all of you. Every one of you except Tommy. I've been so mad at him for the lies he told to me, for the way he treated this entire thing, and when I turned it back on myself, I didn't like what I saw. No one said anything, which made it easier for Amanda to continue, even with her heart pounding and her palms damp. The thing is, I've been lying to all of you. I'm upset. I'm hurt. I'm mad. I'm not handling anything well because I'm not dealing with it. I'm not facing any of the truths we've been discovering because it hurts too bad. You see a calm Amanda when inside I'm falling apart. Inside I feel like a fraud and a failure and like I'm not wanted or that I don't belong. She held up a hand as Roman opened his mouth to speak. She shook her head. No, I don't need anyone to refute this. I want you to hear what I'm hiding, what I'm lying about, because that's what I'm doing. I'm lying. The only person I've been honest with is Tommy. He was the only person I felt I could trust because he didn't have any skin in the game. He's not a Dean or a Wilson. His feelings won't be hurt if I don't feel like I fit in or if I don't feel like I'm part of the family. It's not his father who cheated and got someone else pregnant. It's not his mother who lied about whose child she was having. He has no reason to be affected by the things I said in therapy and then when I found out he wasn't a therapist. Imagine. I mean, I couldn't trust anyone to be myself with, without it turning into something that would affect them as well, and now the one person I thought I could trust turns out to be working for the one person I can't trust the most. Amanda pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed as she shook her head and rubbed her lips together. She was saying a lot more than she wanted to, and who knew whose feelings were getting hurt by her honesty. But she couldn't be focused on that. Worrying about what everyone else was experiencing was what got her into that mess in the first place. If she'd been honest about how Jennifer's actions had made her feel, maybe she wouldn't have needed therapy. Maybe she wouldn't have felt like she needed to hide the way she felt, and she wouldn't have bottled everything up inside her. It wasn't like it was Tommy's fault that she'd trusted him right out of the gate. She just needed someone to count on, someone she didn't have to hide with. She finally turned her attention to Tommy. That was my fault, but you should have been honest from the beginning. Or at least told me the truth somewhere along the way before I fell for you. Before I thought we had a chance as something more than a therapist and a patient. You should have told me. So, while I was busy lying to everyone else, you were busy lying to me. Amanda blinked back the tears. I can't forgive you. Just like I can't forgive myself. She shot a glance toward the door and shoved the chair back from her legs. Excuse me. The latter she said toward the whole room, walking as calmly as she could. When she hit the doorway, she broke into a run and didn't care who saw it. For once, she didn't care how her actions affected anyone else. She couldn't. For once, she had to think about how her heart felt, how she hurt. Could anyone blame her?
Chapter 40. Tommy. Tommy felt like he'd been kicked in the gut by a steer. As Amanda fled from the room, she took the oxygen with her. He half stood, but then sank back into his seat as he realized everyone was slowly turning toward him with ambivalence in their gazes and on their expressions. Of course, they would blame him. They would be stupid if they didn't. And two families didn't become billionaires doing what they did by being dumb. Tommy sank back to his seat and splayed his hands on the table. Yes, I did lie to her. Ms. Hallowell, Jennifer, hired me with a story about how a family stole from her, and for her to get back what was rightfully hers, she needed some information and a couple items. To be fair, I was impartial about the whole thing until I met Amanda in person. Tommy glanced the direction she'd escaped, blinking as one of the sisters followed after her. Why would you lie to her, though? Taylor leaned forward, curiosity in her features, minus the anger. Why wasn't she mad at him? She should hate him, like he hated himself. I lied, because I wanted to take the opportunity to see if I could get what I needed. Honestly, it was just a part of the job. It was never my intent to hurt anyone or to even get involved. But as you know, Amanda is hard not to care about. She's hard not to want to be around. He shrugged, ignoring the heat in his face and up his neck. He shook his head, readjusting his hat as he leaned forward and folded his hands in front of him. I know how it looks, but I told Amanda the truth, and I'm helping her get the information she needs from that woman now. So, you're like a double agent or something? Lily furrowed her brow and glanced at her husband. In a manner of speaking, yes. Ms. Hallowell told me today that she's getting keys and passcodes to be able to access a safety deposit box and an account at the Mistletoe Municipal Bank. There are papers in the box that give Amanda something that her mother desperately wants. She will have paid me a total of $1.5 million upon completion of the project. Tommy swallowed, as if he'd just told how much he'd been paid to betray his heart. Dad, what could the papers be? Brooke glanced at the head of the table where her father sat, anxiety riddling her finely proportioned features. I don't know, but I do think we need to consider combining our resources. Merging both matchmaking companies would only make for a stronger foothold when whatever this is comes to light. If Jennifer is paying that much for information, then whatever the payoff is will be massive and to her benefit. David pressed his fingers together and studied Tommy above them. Is there anything you have left out, young man? Ms. Halliwell said she has to be a part of whatever happens, because one of the contingencies on both accounts has to do with either of the original account owners being present, if they're alive with Amanda. Amanda is the key. Tommy's heart twisted. She was his key to happiness, and he hadn't stopped her from running away. Tommy cleared his throat and glanced around the room at everyone who hadn't left yet. Some wouldn't look at him, but for the most part, they studied him with expectations he had for himself. I'm so sorry this happened, and not that I got caught, but that I did it in the first place. Someone like Amanda deserves a man with integrity and honor. I'm obviously lacking in both, but I'm doing whatever I can to fix this for her. She's the most important thing to me. I don't care if that hurts any of your feelings or makes the situation seem less important, but that's the way it is. She matters. She's all that matters. Tommy leaned back in the chair. How was he going to get out of there to stop her from running? How would he get through to her that she was the most important person to him? Even more than his grams, and that was saying something. You love her, don't you? Taylor's knowing smile seemed to echo in the sum of the other expressions, but not everyone's. Not ashamed, Tommy nodded. You bet I do. I would do anything for her. Even tell the truth about what I did. Hey, that's my sister you're talking so cavalier about. Roman leaned forward, thrusting a finger in the air Tommy's direction. You might not be good enough for her. He's not. Levi spoke up, cut off by Flynn. Nope, he's definitely not good enough. Roman, how could you even suggest that he might be good enough? You know he's not. Brock growled from beside the oldest brother. Wow, look at how fast you boys rallied around your half-sister. Now maybe you understand why we're not willing to give her up. Lily folded her arms over her growing stomach. Well, Amanda as our sister is better than most of you lot. She's nice and helps people. Lily, you're just rude. Roman jerked back as Taylor tried swatting at his bicep. He grinned and winked at Lily. Just kidding, but we do like Amanda. She's a good fit for our family. He glanced back at Tommy. And like I said, you're not good enough for our sister. Hey, I said that. You said he might not be. You get to deal with being wishy-washy. Brock rolled his eyes and then narrowed them at Tommy. Like I was saying, you're not good enough for her. Go sniff somewhere else. I completely agree with you, but I need to fix some things and see if I can earn back her trust and her love. You don't have to like me to help me make her happy. Tommy clenched his hands into fists and dropped them in his lap. He needed their help, as much as he didn't want to accept it or ask for it. Let us talk it over. As it is, we also need to talk about your strategy and how we're going to deal with the Jennifer situation. I'm sure you can understand why we want to do that without you in the room. David motioned toward the door. I'm not kicking you out. We just have to protect our holdings the best we can. Until you prove to Amanda that she can trust you, we're going to have to stand by her decision not to trust you. I completely understand. I wouldn't expect anything less. Tommy stood from his chair, nodding. He stepped from the room and sighed in relief that he hadn't been tied up and pulled on his back behind a wild stallion. As long as he was alive, he could try to save Amanda and the way she felt about him. He had to try. His phone buzzed. Was it Amanda? Tommy pulled his cell out and stared at the text on the screen. Check your account. I'm giving you some added incentive. Get me what I need, and you can go back home and never look back. Roman stepped outside the door of the office at that moment and waited for Tommy to look his direction. We're going to pay for the fees associated with doing what Jennifer paid you to do. We want you to return the money to Jennifer so we know you're not beholden to her in any way. If you do that, then that's one step closer to Amanda, for you and for us. I can't let you do that. It's a lot of money and I didn't earn it with your families. Tommy had barely earned it with Ms. Halliwell. It's only $1.5 million. That's not much, actually. Text me your account and routing number for your bank, and I'll have that done in the next 5 minutes. Roman pulled out a business card with his cell number on it and passed it over to Tommy. Taking it with a haze across his gaze, Tommy nodded slowly. "Thank you. He didn't have the words, and it made him feel worse than he couldn't do for Amanda what he needed to without help from someone else. Hey, you might not be a real therapist, but that was the first time any of us have seen the real Amanda. She was honest and bold, and she said what she wanted. Consider it payment for services rendered. Then you need to go after her and fix her emotional issues, not something I want to do as a brother." Roman mock shuddered, and then ducked back into the conference room. Tommy stared at the card and then texted his account info. Then he called his bank and had the money Jennifer had given him transferred into the savings account. He wasn't going to give it back to her until after things had settled. He didn't want to give her a reason to think he wasn't working for her any longer. They needed every advantage they could get. He swiped on the contacts list and dialed his Grams. "Tommy, it's been forever since I heard from you. Did you end up hiring me a Cabana ranch hand?" Grams chortled, always ready to tease about the good-looking guys. "Grams, you're incorrigible." Tommy turned and walked down the hall to find himself out on the front porch of the matchmaking offices. "I had some good news, though. That's why I called." "Well, I like good news. Are you sure it doesn't have anything to do with a handsome cowboy?" She teased, but then waited for him to reply. "No, it's just that I have the money in our account to pay off our debt. All our debt." Tommy blinked as he looked out at the falling snow. "What? That's a lot of money to come by so quickly. What does your girl think of all this?" Graham's tone took on a note of suspicion. I had to give her up to do this, Grams." Tommy sighed and glanced down, noting absently that little holes in the snow showed where some of the ice had melted and dripped under the eaves. "That's not worth it. You give all that money back and get that girl. She's perfect for you, Tommy. Your mom, bless her soul, would have loved her. It's not worth it. I'd rather live in an apartment in the city than have you lose someone like Amanda." Grams's tone had the hard edge of determination Tommy remembered from his mother. "No, Grams, it was inevitable. I might still be able to get her back, but the money is because of something I did. I'm holding out hope." Tommy straightened, pulling his shoulders back. "Well, be that as it may, I'm going to pray for you, Tommy Declan. You need all the help you can get." Grams's tone was reassuring and comforting, while also being admonishing all at the same time. "Yes, Grams, I understand. Either way, our bills are covered. We're out of debt." Tommy readjusted his hat and watched the cars driving by on the street. "Oh, thank you. I'm going to wait until you tell me if we have any extra and see if I can hire that cowboy. I need something more than daytime soaps to keep my old eyes young." She laughed even harder and muttered something before hanging up. Tommy grinned. Talking with Grams made him feel like everything was possible and that he should be focusing on the right priorities. Amanda was his priority. Tommy just had to somehow convince her of that.
Chapter 41. Following after Amanda, Tanya couldn't decide if she was madder at Tommy or herself. Why hadn't she noticed that Amanda was suffering? She'd been in awe at how her sister had been handling so many things so well all at once. Of course, Tanya had sparked the breakdown Amanda had just displayed. That hadn't been her intention. Maybe Tanya should be grateful to Tommy. Whatever shell he'd helped Amanda break out of, that had to be good for Amanda. Good for Amanda had to be good for everyone who cared about her. And apparently, Tommy cared a lot for her. Tanya could get on board with anyone who cared for her sister, as long as Amanda would be happy with that person. Because that's what it came down to. Who would make Amanda happy? If Amanda wasn't happy with herself, then no one would make her that way. And it sounded like Amanda was horribly upset with herself. Tanya took long strides to follow Amanda from the conference room and to catch up as she ran from the room. Looking down the hallway and glancing in each room that she passed, Tanya stopped at the kitchen and paused in the doorway. Amanda wasn't usually an emotional eater, but judging by the puffed look to her cheeks and the chocolate frosting on her fingers, she'd found a stray box of stale donuts and availed herself of one, maybe two. Sauntering in and scooping up the remains of a half-eaten glazed old-fashioned, Tanya arched her eyebrows at her dark-haired sister. She held the donut inches from her mouth before asking, "I know you're mad at him, and I know you're mad at yourself. But why?" Amanda's tear-filled eyes widened, and she shifted her gaze to her sister from the box of donuts sitting on the counter. "Didn't you hear me? I thought I was pretty clear about it in there." Waving her hand and shaking her head, Tanya rolled her eyes. "No, I get it. But you think you're the only person who acts differently with everyone? I'm not the same person with Taylor that I am with Lily, or even that I am with you. I'm just not. And I shouldn't be. I have different experiences with each of them. I can be crazier around Brooke than I am with you. I can act like my tomboy self with Dad, but not with Taylor. It doesn't mean I'm lying. Now, if you're smothering yourself with everyone and not being the true you with anyone, I can see how frustrating that would be. But why would you be mad at Tommy when he's the only one you can be yourself with?" "Because he's going to use it against me." Amanda flipped her thick curls over her shoulder and pursed her lips. "If he was going to use it against you, he wouldn't have told you. He would still be lying to you." Tanya stood there and waited for that truth to sink in before she continued. "Okay, so let's say he started out lying. Then let's say he fell for you or started to have feelings for you. Can you agree with me on that so far?" Amanda nodded, wiping at the moisture under her eyes and sniffing. "Yeah, okay. So? So? Have you ever been caught in a lie? You start out thinking it's a good idea, and then before you know it, you're learning the error of your ways. Most people regret their lies. Most people regret hurting someone they care about. He regrets it. I saw it in his face. And you're mad at him, and you have every right to be, but why hold yourself back from someone who makes you feel the way he does, when he did everything he could to fix what he's done? He's still in there with both families. I'd imagine with your new brothers he's not getting deferential treatment." Tanya harumphed like Amanda should know the obvious. Amanda wrinkled her nose. "You and your big words. I learned them all from you, dictionary." Tanya laughed and pushed Amanda's shoulder. "Do you remember how you would carry that big old dictionary everywhere? I thought you were such a dork for reading it, but you always had such a great vocabulary. I started reading dictionaries and thesauruses as well to match you. I never carried them around, of course. I had a reputation to protect." Tanya laughed, giving a fake shiver as if she were horrified at the prospect of doing something like that. "I hear what you're saying, but I'm—" Amanda took a deep breath. "You're hurt. You should be hurt. And mad. And I'm not saying to give him a break or let him off scot-free. Make him earn it, of course. I mean, that's only fair, but he's doing a lot to help you. He's walking away from all that money by telling you. You think Jennifer is going to pay him after he's told you?" "Pshh." Tanya snorted and wagged her finger. "You know that's not true. It's just not. So why have harsher expectations for him than you would for someone else? Give him the benefit of the doubt, make him work for it, but give yourself a break too." "You think?" Amanda swallowed and studied Tanya with more than curiosity in her eyes. Tanya reached forward, wrapping her arms around Amanda's shoulders and pulling her close. "I know you're hurt and this is a lot to take in, but don't make it harder than it has to be. Take as long as you need, but consider forgiving him. Consider forgiving yourself. And consider moving on from the crap that is all of our pasts." She pulled back enough to look Amanda in the eye. "Because while, yes, you're the product of this, the rest of us were betrayed as well. And I know it's not what anyone wants to hear, to think about others. But you know that's how Dad raised us. We need to think about other people in this. So, think about it. Can you get over what he's done? Can you get over what you know? Because we all love you. We all want you in our lives, but we want Amanda, in all her glory. And I think you know that." Tanya kissed her cheek and squeezed her again. "I love you. I don't want to see you in pain. If Tommy can fix that, then let him." Amanda nodded and wiped at her cheeks again. Both of their gazes dropped to the donut box again and the last unglazed blueberry cake donut. Tanya lifted her gaze to Amanda. Any chance you want to split it? I'm the product of an affair. I think I get full dibs. Amanda's deadpan expression made Tanya break out into a full belly laugh, which Amanda cracked a smile at. She'd be okay. They'd all be okay. Now they just had to figure out a way to get Amanda to let herself be okay. Chapter 42. Amanda. They were over a week from Christmas and Amanda hadn't gone back home. Brooke claimed Tommy had been invited to stay by their father, which stung Amanda's pride more than she wanted to admit. How could Dad choose Tommy over her? Didn't he think she had the right to be mad at the guy who had betrayed her? Amanda didn't even want to talk to Tanya after the dressing down her sister had given her. She didn't know what was happening with the Jennifer situation, and Amanda didn't care. She couldn't. She had too much going on in her head and her heart. Plus, she wasn't sure she trusted anyone enough to give her all the information she needed. Staying with Taylor had its perks. Roman cooked sometimes, and he was almost as good as Taylor in the kitchen. Your head is in the clouds today. Do you want to cover the counter or go in back and package? Carrie nudged Amanda's elbow with hers and stared pointedly at her. Amanda blinked and shook her head, glancing back down at the rag and window cleaner in her hands. Sorry, I'm not sleeping very good. The twins are eating Taylor out of house and home, and they wake all of the adults up in the house at night. Amanda smiled at Carrie. I'll help out wherever you need me. Perfect, because a really good-looking guy just came in and Nick still isn't very secure with me around anyone too good-looking. Carrie laughed and shook her head, tucking a stray chunk of hair behind her ear. Well, he'll get over it soon. I'll take care of the customer. Amanda turned, hoping to find Tommy there, but the man on the other side of the counter had a smile that was different than Tommy's. The edges of his mouth turned up on the sides but didn't quite reach his eyes, like he was haunted by something. Hi, what can I get you? Amanda waved her hand toward the collection of glass displays Carrie kept full of delicious pastries designed to keep a girl in her bigger pants. The man set his hands on the counter and sighed. I'm hoping you can help me. First, I better start with one of those maple twist bars. Then I'm looking for a decorator, but no one can agree on the best one in town. Ah, a decorator? Carrie stood half behind Amanda and to the side. Our sister, Tanya, is amazing. She did this place and half the offices in town. She has 4 homes under her belt and she's always adding more. Your sister? Okay. Can I get her information? The guy grinned, his smile dazzling but missing something that Amanda preferred in Tommy's features. Carrie snapped her fingers. Actually, yes, I'll give you her info, but I just remembered she's out of town until after Christmas. I think until the middle of January, but I can't remember. Carrie twisted her lips to the side and tapped her finger against her lip. Yeah, I think she said until mid-January. Amanda jerked her gaze to Carrie's and narrowed her eyes. She's gone? Amanda hadn't answered any of the calls from Tanya that she'd gotten the last couple days since the meeting between the Deans and the Wilsons. She'd been wallowing in her hurt pride. Carrie glanced between the customer needing a decorator and Amanda. Well, yeah, she tried calling you. Something to do with Colt? I'm not sure. Carrie reached into the display nearest them and pulled out a large maple twist. She set it in a small white paper bag, and then slid the item across the table. She wrote down Tanya's contact information on a napkin and added that to the stack for the man. There you go. Tell her Carrie sent you. Maybe she'll give you a deal? I don't know. Carrie smiled until the man took the information and his donuts and waved as he ducked from the shop. You just gave Tanya's info out to a complete stranger. Amanda's lips parted in surprise as she stared at Carrie. Carrie grinned. Actually, he's not a stranger. He likes maple bar twists. That's all you need to know about a person. What kind of donut they like. He likes a traditional donut but is willing to try something new. Tanya needs someone like that. Plus, he's really good looking. Not really my type, but he's definitely a ranch owner. He needs a decorator, right? So why not try to do a little matchmaking off the books? Carrie took a deep breath. Which brings me to my next question. What's going on with you and Tommy? Amanda backed up, shaking her hands in front of herself. No, I'm not a matchmaking project. I'm not interested in anything that has to do with Tommy or Tanya or any of that other stuff. I need a few days to muddle through the mess in my head. Amanda didn't sob like she wanted to. She couldn't. She had to hold on to the small amount of control she had. Well, it's just over a week to Christmas, and Tommy told us that Jennifer has something you want, something that is yours, but she has to be there to get it with you. Kari shrugged and glanced at the clock. And your time is running out, Amanda. My time? Amanda glanced at the clock. She'd gone to the bakery with the whole day scheduled to be there. It was barely lunch. Yep, you need to get to the bank right now. You have 15 minutes. Carrie reached out and grabbed Amanda's shoulders. Listen to me. Set aside what Tommy did. So what? He lied? Okay, we've all lied at some point. Don't hold that against him. He's doing so much to fix things for you and both families. He deserves a chance to fix it. Get to the bank and hear him out. Carrie turned Amanda around to face the door. Get going and don't do anything you'll regret. Amanda numbly walked toward the exit, but she couldn't help glancing back. Carrie watched her with hope on her face and her arms folded over her chest. Then her eyes widened and she waved her hand in the air. Oh, wait, I forgot. She ducked into the back room and came back out, emerging with her hands full of 2 boxes of donuts. Take these with you. I promised him a couple dozen. She rolled her eyes and waved her hands at Amanda as she transferred the boxes to Amanda's hands. The numbness started to drain from Amanda's flesh. She took a deep breath and let the anticipation warm her nerves. She couldn't wait to see Tommy, even with as mad as she was supposed to be. She couldn't wait. That should have been her answer. Looking for him in the people on the street, watching her phone for some kind of contact. Anything. Something. All she wanted was to see him. She didn't need anything extravagant. No apologies were necessary. Nothing like that. But the bank? What could he possibly want with her at the bank, and why did Jennifer had to be involved? That was enough to make Amanda want to run the other way. But for the chance to see Tommy, Amanda was willing to face down her mother. She walked the rest of the way to the bank with the snow drifting around her and sticking to her hair. Curls didn't let anything get by her. At the bank, Amanda slowed her pace. She stared up at the building and took a deep breath. Was it possible he was in there waiting for her? Did she want him to be? Did that make her desperate? No. She just... What? Amanda didn't know. She turned on her heel. She had to get out of there. Amanda, wait. Tommy's voice pulled her back and she stopped, staring ahead of her before turning toward him in the bank. Please. Just hear me out, please. Amanda nodded as she turned to face him, greedily studying the features she'd missed the last few days. What if he'd gone in her room while she was gone? She'd already missed out on a lot of time with him. Why did she care if he was going through her room? She reached him, her lips stubbornly shut, and she swallowed. Yeah, it wasn't a question. It was more like an announcement that she was there. Now what? Can we talk? I need to talk to you. Tommy motioned toward an empty office set off to the side of the bank building. He turned, glancing over his shoulder at Amanda as if he expected her to disappear. She followed him, nervous to go into an office building alone with him. Not because of what she was worried he might do, but what she might do. Her lack of control around him was getting to her. Did she have any hope of ever being happy?
Chapter 43. Tommy. Tommy reached the point in his new office building where he'd practiced talking to Amanda. He stopped and turned toward her, already certain of what he wanted to say. But as he noticed the shadows under her eyes and the pale hue to her skin, All of Tommy's practiced apologies slipped from his mind. She was miserable. He'd done that to her. All he could do was deliver the information he'd gleaned from Jennifer and let Amanda alone. That's what he had to do. If he cared about her like he kept saying he did, then he had to act on those feelings and let her be, even if it killed him. Kari said you had something for me? Amanda licked her lips and glanced around, suspicion heavy in her gaze. This isn't someone else's office. This is mine. Tommy spread his arms and watched her nervously. Amanda huffed. Like for therapy? You're good, I agree, but no one gets a therapy degree in a couple days. She stepped back like she wasn't sure what was going on, and she didn't like being unprepared. She gripped the edges of the donut boxes in her hands until the white cardboard crinkled and groaned. Let me start over. Tommy took a deep breath and spread his arms and plastered a hopeful smile on his face. I'm Tommy Declan. Welcome to Declan Investigations. We're looking forward to getting to know you better. Amanda studied him and then handed the boxes over. I have donuts that Carrie asked me to deliver. Apparently you've got my family wrapped around your finger. She clenched her jaw and let him have the boxes. He took them and turned back to the counter, desperate to retain some of the hope her sisters had told him he could have. Maybe they had set him up for failure. No. He had to hope they wanted happiness for Amanda like he did. Okay. So here's what's going on. Jennifer has until the day before Christmas to get you into the bank to open the safety deposit box and then go in and access an account that is yours and hers. She'll get to split what you have in there with you. If Jennifer paid me $1.5 million to get the pieces to access this account, then the amount in there is probably ridiculously large. You deserve that. Amanda licked her lips and dropped her gaze to the floor at his feet. Were his boots scuffed? Maybe she didn't like the clothes he wore. He'd opted out of office attire because that wasn't him. And he was done lying about himself to the one person he wanted to be honest with the most. The thing is, I don't want her money, or his money, or anything they might have left for me. It's not rightfully mine. They broke vows and cheated and lied and then... What? They thought they could assuage their guilt by giving me everything they wanted to? Amanda's eyes sparkled, the brilliant blue hypnotic. I don't think you understand. Jennifer wants whatever is in that box. She's willing to do whatever it takes to get it. That's why she's here. She is determined to destroy this town. Tommy's chest rose and fell in rapid succession. What happens to the money if I don't want to? Amanda spoke softly. Do you get it or something? Do I get it? No. In fact, I returned Jennifer's money. Your family was going to pay me for the information, but I can't take it. I'm not sure how I'll do it, but I'm going to help my Grams in another way. Maybe we're not meant to have the ranch. He could handle that. He could handle pushing his dreams off of being a farrier. He was a good investigator. Maybe that's where he needed to focus his time. Amanda glanced around the new office space. You have an office as an investigator? Tommy felt like holding his breath. He nodded and smiled tightly. Yeah, I just moved my office down here. He cleared his throat. What do you think? I think you shouldn't have turned down my family. That's okay that they pay you for a job well done. What happens if I don't take the money? Amanda asked again, her head cocked to the side in question. Tommy exhaled on a whoosh. Okay, if you really don't want the money, the whole of the amount will get divvied up to 6 different charities in Mistletoe. That was Simon's contingency. That way neither of the families would get the money. He'd been laundering it for years, and they put it in there the week you were born, according to Jennifer. So, the money is a large amount, and it will go to the town and not to Jennifer? Is there any way she can get it? Any way at all? Amanda bit her lower lip and stared at him. He shook his head. No, there's no way. I need you to do me a favor. Amanda took a deep breath. Anything. Tommy wasn't kidding. He'd do anything she asked. Is she here? Is she ready? 2 hours later, Jennifer stormed into the bank with her red lipstick and her brightly matching nails. Amanda stepped from behind Tommy and said with sarcasm dripping from her words, Yep, she's here. Amanda, I'm so glad you came." Jennifer's tone immediately shifted to saccharine sweetness. She reached out, but Amanda stepped back, glancing at Tommy with panic in her eyes. Tommy stepped forward. "Okay, she's here, Ms. Hallowell. I think we should get this underway and get the paperwork signed." Tommy reached out, offering his arm to Amanda, and feeling a knot unravel when she took it. They'd gone their separate ways since she'd asked him to help her, and he couldn't deny her. He wouldn't deny her anything. Jennifer hiked the strap of her bag higher on her shoulder as she glanced around the bank lobby. "Okay, let's talk to Mark. He knows to expect us this week." "We already spoke with Mark. He's waiting for us in his office. We want to make this as painless as possible." Tommy smiled, but Amanda cut him off. "Honestly, I want as little time around you as possible. I just want this over with." Jennifer stopped outside the office door and studied Amanda, approval in her overly made-up face. "You know, I think you're more like me and your father than I originally thought. I miss him, you know. He was the only thing that made me feel like I wasn't stuck. When he died..." Jennifer sniffed and used the tips of her fingers to dab at the corners of her eyes. "Well, it was a great loss for a lot of people, me being the most important." She laughed as if to throttle her vulnerabilities. The door opened, cutting off any response Amanda might have had. Mark stuck his head out, his smile formal, as he took in the trio standing in the hall. Come on in. We're going to get things wrapped up here pretty quick." Mark motioned for them to join him inside and stepped back as they walked in. Tommy nodded at the man who knew the plan already. He'd drawn up the paperwork according to Amanda's instructions. He knew what they were there for and what Jennifer was there for. "We took the liberty of bringing the safety deposit box in here for you both to open in private. This was the older style of boxes, which made them independent of their slots in the vaults." He smiled encouragingly and indicated the table that was ready with all of the stuff they needed to accomplish their goal. "Should we start with that?" Jennifer sat in a chair on the end and glanced up at Amanda as if they were best friends. "Sure." Amanda glanced at Tommy, but redirected her gaze before he could wink or do anything else to acknowledge her. Amanda produced both keys, the one that she had hidden with her journal and the one that Elizabeth had produced from the box. Jennifer held out her hand, and Amanda slowly put one in her palm without touching her mother. They both turned to the box and twisted the keys at the same time, releasing the spring, and the lid popped half open. A stack of pictures of a much younger Jennifer and Simon was the first thing in sight. Tommy hadn't been expecting that, as he watched her reverently reach into the box and pull them out. "I forgot these were in here." The pictures were selfies before there were cell phones. Some of them were Polaroids, and some of them had been doubled, probably so both could have a copy. 2 envelopes marked with Elizabeth on one and David on the other sat beneath where the pictures had been. Amanda reached in and held them. Tommy couldn't read her expression with her face directed down toward her hands. "I'm going to take these." Jennifer shrugged. "Whatever. They were a long time ago. They don't matter now." Amanda lifted her gaze and stared at Jennifer until the older woman cast her gaze away from her daughter's face. "Do whatever you want with them. Is that all in the deposit box?" Amanda glanced at Jennifer and then inside the box. Tommy moved to the side, glancing inside the box to see a stack of papers. Before Jennifer could retrieve the papers, Amanda reached in and curled her fingers around the pile. "What are these?" Jennifer's eyes grew wide. "Give me those." Her sugar-sweet tone had a harder edge to it than before. Amanda shook her head, pulling the papers out of Amanda's grasp. "No. What are they?" As if she wasn't used to not getting her way, Jennifer jerked back. After a moment of consideration, Jennifer shrugged. "Fine, have it your way. It's not like you're not in this all the way with me." She nodded toward the papers and folded her arms with the stack of pictures in front of her. "Those are the deeds to most of the businesses in Mistletoe. Once we close the account and make transfers of our money, we'll go through and call out the notes on these businesses. If they don't pay, they close." How many are there? Mark narrowed his eyes and took a seat at the head of the table. We have the deeds to 19 businesses. I think 18 of them are still open. The bank has been collecting an escrow for us on them. She glanced at Amanda. There's a will in there too, of your father's. He left you all of the businesses. We can make a killing on them. Or we can close them. Whatever you want to do, I'm fine with. Amanda crossed her leg and leaned toward Jennifer. You really are fine with whatever I want to do? You wouldn't be upset with me for making some selfish decisions? What makes them selfish? Because you're looking out for yourself? That hardly means you're selfish. That just means you're smart. She touched her finger to her forehead. You get that from me. Amanda nodded. Okay. Is there anything else before we finish this? If Tommy hadn't known Amanda like he did, he would think she was excited to do what Jennifer suggested, but he did know her, and he knew that the slight tremor in her hands had nothing to do with excitement and everything to do with anger. She was mad, and her anger wasn't directed at Tommy. Yes, let's get this over with. Then you and I can go get lunch. She smiled at Amanda and ignored Tommy. Mark's distaste was apparent on his face as he looked at Jennifer. He closed the empty box and slid it beneath the table. Then he started passing out the paperwork. Okay, Ms. Hallowell, you're going to sign here and here to close the account. We will authorize the transfer as soon as we have Amanda's signed. I have a notary certification, so I'll need your identifications before we begin. He pulled a large spiral book toward him on the table and took their IDs as they passed them across to him and filled out the slots. Then he gave more paperwork to Jennifer, waiting until she'd signed everything before handing a different stack over to Amanda. Pursuant to our conversation, Ms. Dean, you'll be signing over the rights to the money and distributing it to the charities, as outlined in the contingency plan put forth by Mr. Wilson and Ms. Hallowell when they opened the account. He ignored Jennifer's gasp and continued. Since Ms. Hallowell has signed over her rights to the complete accounts, including everything inside the box besides whatever you choose to not keep, again, as pursuant to the contingencies laid out in the original conditions of the box, you can decide what you want to do with the deeds. He studied Amanda and ignored Jennifer's spluttering. Tommy's awareness of Amanda heightened as she leaned forward and set the deeds to the businesses on the table and slid them over to Mark. I'd like these businesses to all get their money back that they paid plus interest. I want you to continue to process what we agreed upon regarding the charities, but now I'd like you to take the interest that has gathered in the escrow account for these deeds and set up a trust for Mistletoe entrepreneurs. We need more small business owners in this town. It's part of the charm, don't you think? She grinned, her expression radiating pure delight with her decision. I completely agree. Mark handed her a pen and slid the papers across to her so she could sign them. You can't do that. I'm here for my half of the money. I want my half. Jennifer's screech ruined the moment. No, you said I could do whatever I wanted. They heard you. Amanda pointed at Tommy and Mark in turn. You signed the paperwork without reading anything. You can take that to the courts, but you'll just look foolish because of your actions. And Jennifer, you made the rules, not me. I'm just abiding by them. She arched an eyebrow and lifted her chin. You're the fool who thought I would possibly want more money than we already have. I don't need more money. I need my families and my town. She dropped her lashes to her cheeks and then stole a glance at Tommy. I need you. I was selfish, and I'm so sorry. Caught off guard, Tommy scooted back on his chair and held his hands out. No, I'm sorry. I wronged you. Horribly. I didn't mean to fall in love with you, and I did. You're everything I've ever wanted, and I never knew I needed. I'm so sorry for all the harm I did you. Amanda blinked back her tears and reached for Tommy's hand. Tell you what. Let's start fresh. Our lives never have to have her in them again. We can start over. She curled her lips in a half smile. That is, if you think you can handle my crazy. Tommy pulled her closer to him, using the wheels on the chair to his advantage. I want your crazy, you're angry, you're sad, you're happy, all of it. You're my everything. I love you, Amanda. He leaned forward and pressed his lips to hers, and the connection was instantaneous as well as soul-shaking. Tommy pulled back, his pulse racing as he checked Amanda's expression for regret, but he couldn't find any. "You know what? You guys can go ahead and have each other. I'm not finished with this. I'm going to find a lawyer or a team of lawyers. You're messing with the wrong person, little girl." Jennifer stood up, scooping the pictures into her hands. "You're going to regret this." "Yeah, you said that already." Tommy wrapped his arm around Amanda, who looked at Jennifer with a hazy look on her face. "I'm not sure I'm going to regret anything from now on." "Me either." Amanda ignored Jennifer and turned back to Tommy. She glanced past his shoulder and wrinkled her nose. "Is it totally unprofessional, Mark, to ask to have the room to ourselves for a minute? I want to kiss this man, without an audience. As far as I'm concerned, Ms. Dean, you can have the entire office building if you want. What you've done, I think I speak for all of Mistletoe when I saw thank you." Mark's eyes were bright as he gathered all the paperwork together and shooed a protesting Jennifer from the room. "You know we probably haven't seen the last of her, right?" Tommy glanced down at Amanda, unable to look away from her gaze. "Most likely, but I'm not worried. I've got a really good therapist if things get too hard." Amanda laughed and grabbed Tommy's collar, pulling him close for another kiss. This one left Tommy's muscles like liquid, and he didn't want to stop. Maybe his second chance to redeem himself meant he wouldn't have to stop for a very long time. He could handle that. They could take on the storms together as they came. Wasn't that what it meant to be there for each other? Because Tommy loved Amanda, and that was all there was to it.
Epilogue. Elizabeth picking up her phone, Elizabeth cringed as she wiped the screen. The other line rang and David picked up. "Elizabeth, how are you?" "Well, that depends. Did you get the letter from Jennifer that Amanda got from the safety deposit box yet?" Elizabeth gripped the envelope and closed her eyes. David's strength would keep her solid. He'd become a very close friend over the last couple years as their children had resolved the rivalry between their families. "Yes, I just got it, but I haven't opened it. I was hoping maybe we could open them together. I'm not sure I can handle reading this on my own." David's tone was hopeful more than anything else. "I was thinking the exact same thing. I'll see you in 20. Elizabeth hung up, blinking back her tears. She'd never been sure what it would take to get over her dead husband. Who would have thought it would be the friendship of another man? The husband and father of the rival family of Mistletoe, Montana? Another book comes to its end, and I just love this series. This town, these families. I feel like I'm on a constant emotional roller coaster with them. Amanda and Tommy are perfect for each other, and I can't wait to see more with them. Elizabeth and David have a chance at redeeming love in One More Memory, Book 7 of the Mistletoe Matchmakers of Clearwater County novels. Keep reading for a sneak peek. Join the Wilson and Dean families as they find love, face loss, and fight against anything determined to steal the Christmas from Montana. One More Memory is next. Mistletoe hasn't lost its holiday charm. But David Dean and Elizabeth Wilson face other outside forces besides winter storm warnings and a meddling, conniving ex-wife. The king and queen of matchmaking need to face their own romantic longings outside the expectations of their families, friends, and the town. Heartbreak isn't something they want, but sometimes past rivalries and secrets do more to break down budding love than anything else can. When David's ex-wife comes back, again, she decides she's going to get back together with David like nothing ever happened. The announcement is made the same day David declares his love for Elizabeth. She loves him in return and wants to be with him, on one condition. He has to give his ex an opportunity to make things right before they can give themselves anything that looks like a jingling chance. David and Elizabeth have to find out what's more important before they lose everything they sell to the rest of the world. Matchmakers can match, but they can't always do.